Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Chris Wouters, Amashertha, Naughty Thumbnails, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Barely, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Eric Troche, Endless, Goldie McKiernan, Retro Bill, Level Playing Poem, Cannabear, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Harry Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is on Discord and Google. Today we will be in Earth Awakenings, and we'll see whoever's got anything to say. You can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
It's not that. Michael used to always be right on point, with me. Never. Now it just seems like this Mandela's got him like in a trance or something where you don't want to see anything. And then whenever something's shown, you're told that that's lack of understanding in the subject or something to that effect.
Right. That's the same thing that Glovers say. When you can't justify your belief, you just tell someone they don't understand. That's how it works.
Reset my route yesterday. I hope there's no drop trains today.
Nathan?
Yes.
Don't ever share that video again and tell us that we're going to be watching it, because I just clicked on it to see. Like, I didn't read nothing about it. That was horrible.
I was laughing my head off when I saw that. I thought it was so hilarious.
Well, it took me a minute to figure out what was going on.
Me too.
I was like,
let's not. I'm recording. Don't discuss what it was. That was just between us as a joke.
It's still funny though.
I was crying. I brought it in and showed my wife. She's like, "What the hell is this? Why has it got a phone attachment?" I had to spell it out for it. I don't know. I was just wetting myself because it just came up on the shorts. With shorts, I don't know if it's the same on TikTok, but you just flick between endless, boring short videos that don't serve any purpose, and then that came up.
Yeah, my kids are into Poppy Playtime.
Okay.
It's a video game, right?
It's like a horror game.
There's already yeah, it's a horror video game. But there's already videos out there on YouTube of like them over sexualizing the puppets. It is weird.
Yeah, my eldest watches Poppy Playtime.
You know what else is weird, John? Did you see the State of the Union address last night? I think Brian's right. Kaiser Jose.
It's got a monster in it called Huggy Wuggy, and it's a demon. There's no other word to describe what it is. It's got razor sharp teeth, offers hugs. It is so evil. I don't know how else to describe Huggy Wuggy.
Yeah, but didn't they always have good and evil in children's like shows? There's always been the good and the evil. Marching wooden soldiers, you got the good and the evil. But you're saying this is demon.
It's hard to describe, Neil. It's not like He-Man and Skeletor, which is a bit more overt. It blurs
the lines, Neil. Like you got this warm, fuzzy creature that you're meant to hug, but it's got these razor blade needle teeth that'll tear you apart that you don't see.
It's comparable to It. Yeah? Friendly clown. Yeah, it's that kind of idea.
Yeah, it is a scary dude, boy. What is that? It's a cosmic spider or something, right? That was the whole thing with it.
Yeah.
It would pee its pants if it sing Huggy Wuggy.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not even joking.
I gotta Google this thing.
It's not really just, maybe a Google search won't do it justice. It's understanding the context of what it is. Anyway.
What's the name of the shows? What's the name of the show? Is it like a kid show?
It's a video game called Poppy Playtime, and people make videos based on it.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
I was going to ask my daughter to come in and talk about it, but she's not very well. Because you'll hear the joy in her voice while she's describing Huggy Wuggy. You're like, wow, okay.
Really?
Yeah. I guess I'm really hard to explain it.
Well, maybe Huggy Wuggy is a defender of them, you know? He's cute and cuddly, but if you mess with him, he'll tear you apart with his razor teeth.
No, he's a possessed child that was driven crazy by a psychopathic toy maker.
There you go.
Oh, geez, say no more.
Exactly. You don't need much backstory. Anyway, how did we get onto this?
I thought it was Mandela effect, but I don't think so. Oh, the video you posted.
Oh, okay.
Being disturbing.
Yeah, let's not talk about that. I need to pick out a video, don't I? I went through, I did the work yesterday and found several that I want to cover. And like an idiot, I didn't send myself any. Instead, I sent that shorts video just because I was laughing at it. I need to go through my history and find that video I wanted to cover. There was a video from ages ago, like 7 or 8 years ago. But it was like a nice example of the Feast of Nonsense. I thought, oh, that'd be good to cover because it shows sort of the origins of the Feast of Nonsense, along with about 10 straight minutes of non sequitur garbage that had nothing to do with Flat Earth. But from memory, I did actually timestamp it. Find the damn thing. Unless anybody else has got a video they wanted to cover today. That was a no. There we are in Earth Awakenings today.
You know, I never heard you before. This is the first time this is the first time we met, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. Are you Tyler Durton?
Yeah, that's my name.
You sure?
Yeah, I am sure.
Could all be a dream.
Well, how do we know the world that we're living in is real in the first place?
You could refer to Descartes from a philosophical point of view. I think, therefore I am.
Therefore, therefore you are. What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
Shape of the Earth? I don't know about shape. It's measured flat.
It's flat, right? It's not a globe, is it? For sure.
Well, the idea of it being a globe comes from the measurements of it being flat. To better explain the movements of the stars.
Exactly. So do you believe that the Earth is a globe, or do you believe that the Earth is actually a flat surface? What do you actually think about that?
I don't base it on belief. I believe that people's notions in that regard are a detriment to what we can just demonstrate to be true.
See how long until we can have a shit show.
Again?
Let's see. Wait a minute.
What do you think, about 30 minutes or what?
Anyway, it's measured
I'll
flat,
give
so
it
it's
an
not
hour.
about belief.
I'll be nice.
It's not about
I'll
belief.
be nice.
To answer your question before I was interrupted.
Yeah, but sometimes beliefs could be validated by experiments, and you can actually find out and then believe instead of just believing because someone told you or it's written in some book or something. So that's another way of going by it.
No, then it's not a belief, is it? Then you know.
Yeah. Well, it is a belief, like in a sense that you have to cling on to something, right?
No, not at all. I'm not clinging on to anything. I know it's measured flat.
Yeah, that's good. So you're not a globie, right? And that's what I'm asking. Are you a globie? No. Like you don't believe that the Earth is a globe, or do you?
No, I don't hold a belief in that regard. I lean on the fact that it's measured flat. Now, the belief in a globe comes from those measurements.
Yes. Okay. So my question would be, let me rephrase it. Do you think that NASA went to the moon in 1969? Do you believe that as well, or do you actually believe that, or is that just a hoax according to you? What do you actually think?
Is this a serious conversation?
Yeah, it's a perfectly reasonable, serious
I'm
conversation.
just asking.
Yes, and the idea, belief, that men have travelled through a violation of natural law, that's a sky vacuum, is unassuredly a hoax. It can't be anything other than a hoax because there is no area of volume that gas isn't filling to travel through. So to say that they've travelled through a sky vacuum to get to the moon is absurd.
Yeah. So you don't believe in the moon landing?
No.
Yeah, thank goodness. I mean, it's easy to talk to people who are actually commonsensical, because over here there are people who believe that NASA went to the moon and they debate on it for hours and hours and waste a lot of time
That's what
and
we
energy.
do. Yeah. Good morning, Tyler.
So
Good morning, everybody. Nathan, everyone. Tyler, by the way, this is Nathan Oakley. He has his own show. He's definitely someone who believes the earth is flat. Not believe, he knows. Okay. Yeah. So he's probably right on the same page as you. If not, he's way above me even, right? And probably the knowledge and intellectual information of it. Yeah. But we're all on the same page here. I think. I don't know if there's anybody in here that necessarily believes anything different. I mean, are we standing on stationary earth or stationary? I'm kidding. Or a globe. What are we standing on?
Stationary topographic turtle.
It's not a belief. It's a knowing. We know that the Earth is not a globe through empirical measurement. We know it's
yeah, I
not a
see. No, I just asked
How
him a
about
question.
knowing
That's
the
why I
Earth is
used the word
flat?
believe. Yeah, it's
But
it's
I
fine.
love this questioning, Tyler, because you didn't know. This is why, Neil, when you're like, is this really happening? Yeah, because this is what happens in real life. He doesn't know, you know me. We're talking about it. And those are real questions that people are going to ask each other,
Yeah, perfectly
You're right.
reasonable.
Exactly.
I'm not expecting
So
that in 2024, really.
Neil's objection comes from the phraseology. The way it's being put to me by Tyler in this instance is, number one, about beliefs, and number two, with an air of, is it a globe or not, as opposed to, is it flat? Can we show that? So it's like you went on to say, Stacey, is it spinning? It's like all of the questions that come from flat earthers and to date up until about 2024, 1st of Jan, were in respect to whether it's not a globe. Like, that's down to your opponent to put to you. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to change the world in a month or two, but by the same token, that's what I'm attempting to
I
do.
asked
Stop
it.
people leaning on their old belief and
Yeah.
disproving it, and lean on
So
the
wait
fact
a
it's
minute.
measured flat.
Nathan, listen. The reason why I asked you is because I just wanted to check whether you're a globe earther or you're a flat earther, because there are so many globies, walking around.
I
They're
get
just
that.
giant VCs, and I don't know.
No, I get that. I get that totally. But the way
That's
most
the reason
questions
why.
come in this arena are globe-centric. That they're leaning on whether or not the old guard, the old faith is true or not, as opposed to, we know it's measured flat on the front foot. That's my shtick at the moment. That's all. I appreciate what you were doing, and it's not reasonable for Neil to say, is this really happening? Yeah, we're somewhere foreign. We're in Earth Awakenings. Not everybody knows who we are, Neil.
That's
I
good.
didn't know
I
that.
didn't know.
I did not know we were in Earth Awakenings. I apologize. Yeah, they're a little behind. Catch up.
Outrageous. They're a little bit behind. You don't know any of these people. How dare you insult them? We've only just got here.
Yeah, we're behind, all right.
Way to put us on the back foot,
If
Neil.
they
Thanks for
know
that.
me, they know I'm only joking around. Lighten up, but catch up anyway.
No, you do mean it. That's why people will take offence to that, Neil. Why are you putting yourself up on this
Oh,
pedestal of
dear.
better knowing than the people around you if you've never spoken to them? I don't get it.
Okay, so if people don't have thick skin in this arena, then they better catch up.
Not thick
We're in an
skin.
arena?
It's not thick skin. It's your arrogance. They're a bit behind. But says you.
Oh, no.
Is there someone else along with you, Nathan? Like,
Yeah,
are
I've got
there
a whole-
two people like Nathan and Oakley?
Yeah, and panel. So we've got Neil,
got a whole
Eli,
crew.
and a guy called John, Refracted Curvature. Yes, there's a whole panel that tag along, if you will. For you, from your perspective, I'm not saying they're tag alongs. That's not what I'm suggesting. Just from your
Stacey and I
audible point of view.
came from
You'll see- just
another
one second, John.
Discord as well, having a conversation
Just
with
one
that
second, Eli.
master.
Just
Funny
want to
enough.
clarify what's going on because I just don't want to answer the question again. Yeah, you'll see my light flashing with lots of different people talking from a different panel. So there's me, my panel, that's my show, and then I'm joining currently your Discord server. Typically, I'd join my own, but we're just branching out. So there you go. That's the explanation. Go ahead, Eli. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Oh, that
No,
was
it's
just
okay.
I was just asking for an
We were just
introduction.
having a conversation with Abmesto or somewhere else in Discord. It's funny because we were just talking about, he's like, what would you expect to see on a globe? I said, I don't expect anything. I'm not claiming anything about a globe. He's like, well, what would you expect? I was like, well, I would expect to see the geometric horizon. And he's like, no. And I'm like, well, it's the straight distance if you live on a globe. And he's like, no. And so I gave him a citation that said line of sight is a tangent to the point on a sphere, also perpendicular to the radius of the Earth. And he's like, well, they're just wrong because light refracts. And so I said, well, can you provide any literature? He provides a citation that basically talks about refraction with respect to the geometric horizon. I was like, you're done, son. And he couldn't figure it out.
Yeah. There was no, he's just going to scream refraction with actually having no understanding of what the hell he's actually screaming.
Is he still around, that Masto?
Yeah, but he cornered you.
Mhm.
He won because you were into a neutral outcome about the globe. That's exactly what I'm. No offense to you, Eli. And when I say no offense to you, that means this will be highly offensive to you. Just so you know. Right. So no offense to you, but why are you allowing him to say what would you expect to see on a globe? Like, no. You make your claim about what you think you see and how that proves a globe, and we'll take that apart at its roots, not asking your opponent with a burden of proof reversal fallacy to justify what you expect to see on a globe if it was one. It's like, well, okay, so we're all begging the question that it is, and how we're going to debunk that presupposition is as follows. Now, don't get me wrong, Eli, I totally agree with how you debunked it. You cornered him. Refraction, are you going to define that as the change, Snell's law, two mediums? Are you going to define that?
That's exactly what I did. I gave you the short and sweet of it.
I know, I
when he
realised.
said refraction. I was
I
like,
know well
yeah,
enough
go
what
ahead.
you'd
We're
have
here
done.
too, guys.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, just start with it's measured flat, and if they try and flip the burden, just stop them.
Yeah.
Your claim.
What was your
To be
question,
fair, it
Tyler?
was a conversation about seeing curvature from left to right, and all I was saying was that no one claimed. Well, not no one claims. Let me not be hyperbolic like him, but I just referenced him a video of a globe earther specifically in a video that says debunking flat earthers part 1, the horizon. He specifically details why you can't see left to right curvature, and also talks about the geometric horizon as well. So I was pointing out to him that like the mainstream narrative is that you just see the horizon as is. So that's how that started. He's like, what would you expect to see? But I see your point.
I would slope it, though, from
It
at
goes
that
right
point.
into the narrative. right? It's a masto, though. We've gone back and forth with the masto for years, and he doesn't want to hear it. That's just the point of it. But thank you for that conversation, Eli, this morning, going back and forth with me. It was good.
I'm curious. How would you guys debunk reciprocal zenith angles? How would you go about debunking that?
90 degrees
That
to the
seems to be
surface of
leading defense right now. Sorry, go
a
ahead.
zenith angle is 90 degrees to the plane of reference. Plane of reference. What do I have to debunk?
Ladder.
Hello. Yeah. It's
Oh,
not
what's
just
up,
the
Tyler?
horizon thing. There are so many things that doesn't fit when we actually think about the globe Earth as well. Like, the atmosphere thing. Like, if it is spinning around with 1,000 mile per hour speed on its own axis, how is the atmosphere stable? How is it intact in the first place? Like, there's no explanation for that. Gravity cannot hold everything just like that, water and every single thing. And if it is, then we won't be experiencing that down here. So, there are so many things that doesn't fit when it comes to the global theory. It's not the horizon thing either. And the horizon thing is all about the perspective. Like,
You're
from where
living
you're
in an
looking at it.
electrical world, brother.
Yeah, that we
No,
are.
the horizon is not about perspective. As a matter of fact, perspective isn't even included in the Earth curve geometrics. So the claim is a hard and fast geometric claim that you have a line of sight, which is a tangent, a straight line distance to the horizon. That's their claim. The claim is false. That's all.
And derived
Yeah,
from a
it is.
flat plane.
It is false, though.
It's false because there's no
But
physical point below the surface level. So if you're going to infer that with the maths of Earth curve geometry, you're going to infer it by taking a differential from the eye level and surface level. It ultimately is also the way they derive a radius value with Al-Biruni's methodology. So surface level to eye level dip is what Al-Biruni does to get R, and that's incorporated into the Earth curve maths. If you look, it says surface level, horizontal, and eye level is parallel with it. And then there's a geometric horizon below surface level. So to derive a inference, actually a hijacking of perspective, that there's Earth curve, it's got to be below surface level as laid down in the maths. You need a flat Earth for Earth curve geometry.
And if you look at the surface, if you actually witness, the surface, if you actually experience the surface, it is nothing like what the globe Earth map tells us. It's more like what the flat Earth map tells us. It's actually flat, and it's like it doesn't have a curve in every single place. Like that globe Earth map, if you look at it, it seems really unrealistic. That's not how the surface looks like.
Sorry to interrupt. What globe Earth map? There isn't one.
I mean, the one that we are actually. I mean, if you look at the picture of the globe Earth, produced by NASA every single year. That one in which the surface is actually
it might be a
curving.
language thing. Do you mean, when you say globe Earth, do you just mean pictures of the Earth from space as opposed to a map? Because there is no globe Earth
Yeah,
map.
NASA. Yeah, well, yeah, and the map is also just like that as well. Like
Which
it is
map?
curved on a ball.
Which map?
NASA, the ones produced.
He's saying, go ahead.
Every map that's publicly available fits on a globe surface so far.
None of them are on a globe.
I've
All of
not
them
seen
are
a
flat.
better map yet.
Hold on, I'm just confused. I just need Tyler to clarify what he means, because all maps are flat. They have to be. That's how they functionally operate with the world.
The NASA map. The NASA maps, the one in which
Okay, stop. Okay.
He's talking about how they
I don't need you to tell me what he's talking about. He's here.
He's talking about how they take a flat Earth
I don't need you to tell me what he's talking about. He's here.
Dog?
I'm talking to him.
Talk to me like that
I don't need to talk to you about what he's talking about. Thank you. I can talk to him. And I was till you interrupted. Thank you. Yeah, Tyler. No, there is no globe Earth map. If you're talking about the NASA map, it's the transverse Mercator projection of a globe that came from elevation angle measurements and the latitude grid off a flat plane. That's the NASA map. That's flat also. That's a transverse Mercator projection that's flat. Why am I getting interrupted?
Yeah, I get it. Nathan, calm down. Okay, I get it. I understand. What I'm trying to say is that, the impression that they give us. No, listen. The impression that they give is that the Earth is a globe by using those pictures and saying that those are the maps, even though we know that the distance that they calculated was based upon a flat Earth map. We know that. That's not even a secret. And even they use it for radar communication and every single thing because they know that the Earth is actually a plane. It's not a globe. But they always produce images. NASA always produces these globe pictures in which we have the globe maps. Okay, in which we have the curvature. Like every continent has a sort of curvature.
One? What's that map? That's the original thing I objected to. Then there was a lot of hustle and bustle. Which is this globe map that you're talking about?
The globe that you buy in toy shop or something.
Not a map.
In which, it is like it's just like a map.
No, it's not.
Like it does actually. Well, not formally a map, but it does show you that the Earth is a globe, and this is the distance between these countries. I mean, it's put on a globe, right?
No.
So they are presenting it as a curve.
No. I just need to correct you. No, there are no globe maps. Functionally, every map and chart is flat. It has to be, because that's how it functionally operates. When you're juxtaposing a globe map with a flat map, no, they're all flat. There are no globe ones. And you're like, well, no, the one you buy that says this is a toy on the bottom of it, that's not a map.
In order to make you understand what I'm trying to say, I'll just show you.
Okay.
What he's trying to talk about is the celestial sphere derivative function, where they apply the Haber-Sign formula and take the flat plane measurements of elevation angles and apply them to the zeniths on the celestial sphere.
Yeah, transverse Mercator projection, but that's still a flat map.
No, it's not flat.
Well, of a globe, though. Not of a flat Earth. That's the problem. Because you can't map a sphere onto a flat surface without distortions, and the inverse also doesn't work. There has to be something that's wrong about it. And the point where it's wrong is the point where it doesn't work. Like the thing that it's...
I don't think
Wait a minute,
are you suggesting that the transverse Mercator doesn't work because it's come from a globe?
Wait a second.
It has to not be able to work. It has to be wrong in some way or another.
Look at the side chat. This is what I'm talking about. So if you buy a globe, do you really think that is an accurate depiction of the surface of the Earth? I don't think that is indeed the case.
No.
It's disclaimed not to be. It says not for educational use.
Yeah, but
it indicates that the Earth is a globe, right? Which it is not, by the usage of this map. So this is what I'm talking about.
Not a map.
But I'm talking about a globe map.
Not a map. There is no globe map. I keep saying it like there is one.
I know.
All maps that are publicly accessible are of a globe. There is no flat Earth map.
They're all flat.
Bro,
hold on. Let's just talk to this guy a second.
Yeah, they are being flat doesn't mean that they are off a flat Earth.
Sorry. Okay. How do you get latitude? How's that measured? If they're from a globe, how do you measure latitude on a globe? How do you do that?
One way I can think of would be the altitude angles of Polaris.
Oh, so angles off a flat Earth then? Altitude angles. That's two straight lines meeting at vertex, one being a straight flat baseline. No, excuse me, I'm replying to you. Yeah, that would be excuse me, I'm just second attempt trying to reply to you. That would be a flat Earth measurement then. So two straight lines, one not curved. Are you going to talk through every bit of this response? That's a flat Earth proof. That's how the system's made. You inferred that the inaccuracies of the Mercator projection come from transposing a globe onto a flat map, because it's a flat map that's used. Not a globe map, a flat map. But its inaccuracies, according to you, come from the fact it's been... I'm in the middle of my response. Come from the fact that it's come from a globe and been put flat. No, I'm still responding. Latitude, according to you, you've just told us, is an altitude angle measurement to Polaris. It's the fourth interruption.
What did I actually say?
You can shut your mouth while I respond to you. You've just proven a flat Earth, mate. Altitude angles can only take place on a flat Earth. You don't need to interrupt for the fifth time. I'll try again. Sixth time. 6 attempts. You said altitude angles to Polaris. That can only be done on a flat Earth. Yet you inferred the inaccuracies. That's the 7th attempt. How many more attempts am I going to have to make, mate? 10?
But however many
Shut
you
up!
wanna,
Shut your stupid mouth! You've proved the flat Earth with your angle measurement, Dumbo. Now I'm going to say
You've
it
been
once,
talking for 50
unimpeded.
minutes straight. How can anybody not interrupt you?
Yeah, I'm just going to shut the
Everybody
line
stop
to
for a
Discord.
second,
If I
please.
can't make my rebuttal unimpeded 8 times, I'm not going to listen to you objecting to me. It's now 9 attempts. 9 attempts. Is this reasonable? AK. AK. Not anybody else. Not Spunky Monkey. Nobody except the guy who specifically said altitude angle measurements to Polaris. Only possible to measure on a flat Earth. So the inaccuracies aren't as a direct result of a globe transposition to a flat map. The original longitude and latitude grid that map uses was measured on a flat Earth with Polaris according to him. So no, the inaccuracies aren't because it's transposed from a globe. The origin of the transverse Mercator isn't a globe. It's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to Polaris as he just conceded. Fact. Flat Earth required for that angle. That's the 9th interruption from him, right at the very end of the conclusion. 9th interruption. 9th. You require a flat Earth to measure altitude angles to Polaris. Globe can't. It's the 10th interruption. 10 Are you an abject coward?
You repeated yourself.
Yeah, I've had to because you've interrupted it 10 times.
Nathan, I know you're
Bro, stop interrupting us.
I haven't got to say it unimpeded once. Now there's 4 people talking. I just got to talk to my own audience. That's what you get. When one of the fundamentalist religious zealot globe-believing numpties tells you that the map's only inaccurate because it's a flat map come from a globe, and then you say, well, where did the latitude system come from? Well, it came from altitude angle measurements to Polaris. Yeah, you'll need a flat Earth for that. I don't get to say that 10 times. It's constantly interrupted.
No,
yeah, I'll need a flat Earth for that.
And we don't need to argue about it. And no offense, I know you guys did a show, but we're not like that over here. We like to keep it calm and collective and chill and relaxed. And this is not necessarily a show here. I know you guys are doing your thing, but let's calm it down a bit. Let's try to bring it to something of a intellectual conversation that we're not yelling at each other going back and forth.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for
and
that,
we have
Stacey.
to make room for everybody to have the floor. I know you have a big panel too. Okay, guys? Let's try again.
Thank you. I'll just make the conclusion hopefully interrupted without people getting triggered and making it a very uncomfortable argument rather than a nice calm one about how we just measured a flat Earth to get angles to Polaris to make this latitude grid. Nothing to do with the globe when you're measuring things off a flat Earth, the angles therein that he conceded to. So, now I've made it once after 10 attempts. I wonder if he's got anything to say about those flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris that give him the grid. We'll see.
All right. How many more times do you need? You finished now? All right. Cool. That's sorry, I didn't know how many more times you want to say that you need a flat Earth to make altitude angle measurements to Polaris in one statement so that you're finished. But it was a bit difficult to figure out. Yeah, that is just plain incorrect. You don't need a flat Earth to measure elevation angles.
Okay, how do you measure an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
You're not.
Oh, so you will need a flat Earth for it then. You need a flat baseline then.
Yes.
And that would be the ground. And that would be the ground for the latitude lines. That would be the ground then. The latitude lines are on the ground, aren't they?
Yes.
Yes, so we need to measure a flat ground for these lines on the ground on the flat baseline, and it can only be done that way. We absolutely require a flat Earth for this angle measurement, my friend. You need a flat Earth for this.
All right, I'll try again.
What, try again to tell us how you need a flat baseline that's not curved? Not answer how you get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline. You want to try that again? You can fail again if you like. Maybe you can talk through me when you're asking me something. You asked me if you could try again. I'm trying to respond. He's talking straight through my response. He asked me a question. I'm not going to stop till I get to answer the question I was asked. Obviously, it's going to be deemed that I'm the unreasonable one while I'm talked through incessantly. Yeah, he asked me something and I'm answering him with constant interruption.
No, you're not.
Can you try again? Can you rinse and repeat? You asked me if you could try again. And why am I the one being interrupted when I've been asked something? It seems very unreasonable. Yeah.
No, Nathan, because you asked for respect, he gave you the floor and I muted him. And then he goes to speak, and as usual, you can't stop. Nathan, you have to have respect when you go to other people's servers. I don't know what you're doing here. You disrespected me even. And all I've done is respect you. Now, this is not the same way as your server. If you do not like that, you have your server to go back to.
Oh,
Don't
sorry. He
disrespect
asked me if
people
he could try
That's
again.
so
That was a
rude.
question,
Let me
was it
talk
not?
over you. Are you going to talk over me? Are you going to talk over me? I'm like the biggest person on flat Earth. You have to listen to me. It's my server. It's my shit. Nathan, what are you doing?
I don't know. You seem to be losing
That's
control,
how
though.
you sound, Nathan. That's how you sound right now.
Yeah.
You seem to be losing control.
Damn.
Why are you losing your shit, Stacey? Calm down.
No, you make people lose control because of what you
It's my
speak.
fault that you've lost control.
You do
Okay,
this to
my bad.
people.
Sorry,
You
I've
and your
made you lose
attitude,
control.
the way you
Sorry.
cannot even
Never
calm
heard of
yourself down.
instigation?
Your contradictions.
Listen to this fucking
You
idiot.
literally
Can you not
speak
swear,
over
please?
people and expect respect. You want
Why is he
respect?
still unmuted?
You don't
I know.
deserve it now.
No, she'll
What's
hopefully
going on?
tuck herself out eventually.
So,
Hold on, I just got
I'm
in
sorry.
here and
I'll make my
everybody's screaming.
apologies. I'm sorry I made
Let's-
you lose control, Stacey. My bad.
let's
Do you get
point out
treated like
again
this when you come by
simple-
our show, Stacey?
I'm acting like
No,
a
you
real
don't.
cockhead,
You
so
get
my
small
bad that I made it.
the simple non sequitur that Nathan.
Excuse me.
There's a nice,
I'm trying to mod
nice
here.
amount of distance now between the fact that you can only measure this on a flat Earth. I was asked if you could try again. I'm going to go with no, because you've already failed to prove you can get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline.
I
You
wasn't
agreed with
asking you
me.
if I can try
Maybe this
again. I
is
was
me
stating
losing
that I'm gonna
control.
try again.
Maybe this interruption from this man is me being unreasonable, demanding respect I don't deserve.
You are.
No, it's just him interrupting me. He asked me if he could go again. I've answered
You
no, because
interrupted
you've already
me for him
failed.
just
But he doesn't like that. He doesn't like the answer to the question that apparently makes me unreasonable when I answer it. No, you're not going to get another attempt. You failed. Flat Earth required.
Does this energy make
All
people
right.
feel good? Because I know damn well this is not a good.
Wow.
Yes, try and keep control, Stacey.
right.
Someone's muted
So-
you because you seem to keep losing control of yourself and blaming it and projecting it onto me, saying it's my fault that you're losing control. I would just, yeah, someone's muted you for that, Stacey. Try and get control of yourself.
Fifth interruption.
Listen to yourself.
Sorry, so flat Earth required. Elevation angle measurement to Polaris proves we are on a flat Earth. It's how it's been measured, as conceded by this man I was talking to before this long obfuscation.
you're good.
And now yet another string of interruptions. Maybe I'll get blamed for these too.
Well, you're in the process of interrupting me.
I'm being
so-
mod here. You can have fun with this shit. This is ridiculous. Welcome to Flat Earth and the absolute nonsense y'all bring.
What, like elevation angle
Disgusting
measurements to
behaviors.
Polaris, proving we're on a measured flat plane?
Right.
That kind of nonsense, Stacey.
Yeah.
That's the bit I'm trying to get to.
This proves that
The
people want
ground
to
is
stay
not
in the
required to
argument.
measure the angle, and the fact that you get the latitude angle that is on the ground with that measurement of that angle does not mean that the ground therefore has to be the baseline for the elevation angle itself.
I'm going to trim that out and play it at nausea for my audience. The ground that we're measuring the angle of with the ground and the lines on the ground isn't the ground.
We're not measuring
Okie dokie. Yeah, it is the ground. It's the lines on the ground we call latitude to navigate with. They're measured off a flat plane with Polaris.
We are measuring the angle with eye level. That is not the ground.
So what are latitude lines again?
Latitude lines are one of the two coordinates to specify locations.
Coordinates where? In the air, right? Or on the ground?
On the ground.
So it's not
the earth.
the
But,
ground.
It can also,
So
you can
it's
also
not. So let me just be
determine your
clear.
position in
Let
the
me just
air,
be clear. I
actually.
need to
That is-
clarify. These positions on the ground that we're measuring with the ground are not the ground. Is that clear? Am I
Oh,
understanding
if
you
you're in
correctly?
the air, you're also over a location. You also have a location. Yes.
On the ground that we're
So
not dealing
latitude
with
lines
according
are
to
also
you.
in the air. in
Okay,
that
so
sense.
it's a position on the ground that we have coordinates on the ground to
It's
navigate
not
the
just on
ground
the
with,
ground.
but
Even
your
when you're
constant
jumping, you're
interruption, me
still on that
pointing
location.
out your contradictory statement that that position on the ground is not the ground, you need to interrupt that. Maybe I'll get blamed for that interruption while I summarise again, hopefully uninterrupted for the second attempt.
It's a
You're
position
still
that
interrupting
extends
it.
all the way over
Yeah,
ground.
still interrupting. I'll just do it for my audience if I don't get a third attempt. So the ground positions we call latitude, coordinates we navigate the ground with, are not the ground when we measure them with a flat ground. How we measure them. Okay, I'm pretty sure I understand your contradictory nonsense now. I'm just going to correct you. It is the ground. We're measuring latitude. That's a coordinate system on the ground. It's drawn on the maps with a grid. The ground. It is the ground. It's measured flat with Polaris. Two straight lines along a baseline. The ground. For latitude. On the ground. That is the ground. You're just a muppet. You are wrong. We're measuring Earth flat for this grid.
You are incorrect.
Excellent,
So,
Hamway.
first of all, latitudes, locations extend all the way over the ground as well. So even if you're like 100 kilometers above a location, you still have the same latitude when you're over the same location. So they are not just on the ground, they are not physical objects. Latitudes extend east-west. So they do not provide the baseline to measure an angle towards the north, which is where Polaris is. Okay, so even if they were straight, which they aren't, because east-west latitudes form circles, they don't provide you for the baseline in the direction of the angle that you actually want to measure. You measure the elevations angles, you determine positions, latitudes with it, which are not the ground itself. Okay, so you do not need the ground to be a flat baseline to measure an elevation angle. That's just plainly a non sequitur, and you can dream about it all you want. It doesn't make it true.
Okay, so how do we measure an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline? Second time I've asked.
It's not from a curved baseline.
It's flat then?
It's not the ground. The elevation
it's not the ground because it's not curved, so it's not the ground. I see. It is the ground, it's latitude.
The first interruption. So the elevation angle is the angle between eye level, horizontal, which is straight by definition. It has nothing to do with the ground. The ground underneath can be a mountain, can be non-existent because you're in the air, whatever. It doesn't matter. And the line of sight to an object, or in this case, a light in the sky. That is the elevation angle. Those are the two straight lines, a sight line and an eye level. Both straight by definition, neither of them having anything to do with the ground itself.
I say, why are we doing this exactly?
We're doing this in order to determine positions, locations on Earth or over Earth.
On the ground.
Thank you.
On the ground. On the ground. Is it positions we're navigating on the ground? Because it's not the ground, right? So I'm just a bit confused. I'm just trying to clarify with your third interruption. I heard you, and now I'm clarifying. Maybe if you talk through me constantly pointing out your contradiction, it'll work. Maybe I'll be deemed unreasonable as I try to respond to you. So I'm clear. I've already clarified this 4 times.
To you.
Maybe constant interruptions through the clarification. I'm just trying to understand the contradiction. That it's definitely not the ground, it's eye level. Nothing to do with the ground. I ask what we're doing with finding our position on the ground, says you. You're just a moron.
Yes.
Okay. This ad hominem attacks blocking people, but then he wants to act like everyone else is the problem and he's not triggering anyone.
If you get triggered, that's on you. Please don't do any personal attacks, even though.
Right, not the ground. The ground it's not a personal attack when I call him a moron.
No, when you say calling somebody a moron, it's an attack on the person.
No, it's a description because of the contradiction. It was exemplified by my attempt. It got interrupted quite a lot to point out that when someone says it's eye level, it's nothing to do with the ground. Then I ask, what are we doing exactly? And the answer is navigating the ground. That makes him a moron. It's not a personal attack. It's a description based on what he said about it not being the ground. You're now interrupting me as I explain why it's not a personal attack. It's a description based on his contradiction of not the ground. The ground that we're navigating is not the ground. It's eye level, not the ground, but it's the ground that we're navigating. That makes him a moron. Right. That's a description, not a personal attack, just so we're clear.
Or a moronic statement.
Measuring the elevation angle doesn't use the ground. That doesn't mean that we can't use the elevation angle in order to determine a position. Right?
Oh, so latitude, you're saying when we establish latitude with that angle, that's not the ground. Yeah, it is. It's the latitude on the ground that we're navigating with the angle we measure to Polaris to establish. I'm still talking. Yeah, that would be the
elevation.
Yeah, I'm still talking. That doesn't require you embarrassingly to interrupt how annihilations are going to go when I take the reins. Maybe Stacey can tell me that I'm being unreasonable as he interrupts me. Tell me it's my fault that he interrupted me. Tell me it's my fault.
You and your ego.
Yeah,
it's cute.
The latitude is an elevation angle measurement with a baseline that represents the ground. The positions on the ground are going to be the latitude lines that we're navigating on the ground. I've already gone through this 4 times. When we measure latitude, your example, that's the third interruption, your example is the ground, it's latitude lines. very specifically for navigating the ground, and we get them with an elevation angle measurement, that's 2 straight lines, one being the baseline, to Polaris. And the line that you draw is the ground, because that's what we're going to be navigating, 5th time.
The line that you draw is the latitude, which also extends above the ground, and measure the elevation angle itself is not the ground. The elevation angle is an angle, right? So it's not the ground, the elevation angle. The elevation angle is the elevation angle. You get a position that you can have on the ground, but you can also have above the ground with the elevation angle, but that's not the same thing.
Oh, so you're saying elevation angle measurements have nothing to do with the ground?
I already explained that.
Because that's how it's defined.
Nope.
Oh, really? Let me give you a definition. The altitude, I'll define it for you then. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. Sustainable by design. Altitude angle. So when I say it's the ground, it's very specifically the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. By definition.
He left the.
Do you have a definition of elevation angle that says it's not the ground? Go ahead.
He left the call.
Of course he did, because it's the ground. Maybe I should be told off for how unreasonable I am. How I'm the great I am of flat Earth, when I've just proven that man's example of elevation angle measurement to Polaris proved a flat Earth was being measured. And then he left at the point that I defined the horizontal plane the observer will be standing on to measure this angle that gives you positions on the ground. The flat ground. The flat Earth that was measured. Anybody unclear that we measured a flat Earth when he described how he measured an altitude angle to Polaris to give us latitude and then denied how it is the ground? Anyone tell me how I'm unreasonable? I am the great I am flat Earth, if you want to call me that, Stacey, because I just got my opponent to prove Earth's measured flat.
Honey, I don't care what you've done. Your attitude is and your ego is so out of check that I'd rather talk to a normie. Have a good day.
Good. Bugger off. While I prove Earth's measured flat with my opponent's example, you can go and have a great old time talking nice and pleasant to people who tell you you're wrong. Or maybe object.
To be fair, an hour ago, my attitude towards a master was exactly the same.
Well done, Tyler. Go ahead, John.
Say it again. What's up, Elon? Give me a big old hug.
I thought you were buggering off. Sorry, is this you buggering off? Or is this you just still here out of control?
Pasha, are you talking over me again?
Yeah, you out of control or buggering off? Which one are you?
One time, did you talk over me? As a mod.
I mean, all I was saying to Stacey is that I literally had the same exact energy as Nathan an hour ago when I was talking at Basto. Same exact energy.
Yeah, because it's frustrating when you're explaining something like Nathan has broken it down and they're still saying it's not the ground. And then you get your own side telling you that you're rude. Come on, it's ridiculous. You just want to stay in the argument. That's what it is. We're ending the argument.
So, any evidence you can have gas pressure without a container?
I thought we answered it, but
I'm appealing to the.
Is there any evidence that rockets? Is there any evidence that rockets can propel in the vacuum of space?
What vacuum of space? That's the point.
What the?
By asking that question, you're asking your opponent to enter into the presupposition that there is a sky vacuum.
Yeah.
Got a long road to hoe,
proof
Nathan.
there isn't?
Hold on a second.
Within
guys
the
in G+.
context of the
Just 1 second, guys in G+.
question
Go on,
asked, you can show a video.
hold on 1 second, guys in G+. Whoever that was from Discord, go ahead.
You have any proof that there isn't?
Isn't what?
A vacuum.
Well, that's two
Yeah,
things.
we're alive.
That's two things. That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy, because it's not my claim. And it's an attempt to make me prove non-existence. Not reasonable.
Right. Well, he asked, like, how could you have propulsion, breaking the third law of thermodynamics? Obviously, we get that due to laws of thermodynamics that this vacuum can't even exist, right? So what makes the laws, these natural laws, God?
They don't. They're just descriptions. You mean God? You're just describing how stuff occurs. Gas fills space. That's what it does. That's a description of what gas does. You're saying what makes that God? Well, nothing. If you want to rewind the arrow of time to the beginning of time and get to the ontological primitives and claim that God is the only reason we can have entropy, I'd accept that. But that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm saying it's just gas fills space. There is no sky vacuum.
Theories, all these laws are not laws to begin with. I mean, they could be flawed as well. They're not always consistent with experimentation, are they? I don't think they are.
No, that's a category error. The descriptions of laws are things that occur always. If you can find a flaw, feel free. But they're not science. The two things are completely separate.
That is my point, Nathan. That is exactly my point. So these laws are not laws because they're not consistent on a lot of occasion, are they?
Give me an example.
I mean, a lot of times, well, example, I don't know, maybe like gravity, the whole theory of gravity, the gravitational waves and all these things, like the theory of the law of gravitation, are they actually consistent? Because we know that the Earth is the globe.
So that's not a law then. Okay, I got you. So you're saying gravity's not a law. That's correct. Second law of thermodynamics, dispersion, that is a law. That always occurs. Never to be violated. Gravity was never a law because it's not something that occurs always. It's defied by gas behavior, and the description of that would be second law of thermodynamics, dispersion. So gravity's mass going down towards the center of Earth. No, gas doesn't behave like that. It disperses in all directions. That is a law of nature.
Yeah, but then even then, it was a law of gravity. It was considered to be a fact, right? Law of gravitation. But we know that is not true.
Yep.
Yeah,
so
similarly.
The law that gas falls down was considered to be a law.
Yeah, it just never was
a law. So Boyle's law is consistent.
Yeah, people can call things
Boyle's
laws.
law is consistent.
Sorry, go ahead. My bad, I'm trampling on you. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, Nathan. I mean, Boyle's law and all these other laws. How do we know that they are actually factual? I mean, they could be flawed as well, just like the law of gravitation. Does it occur all the time?
That was never a law, though.
Gravitation was a universal law within heliocentrism.
Yeah.
So you would have to define the paradigm that you're trying to say that this law doesn't apply within.
No, my point is this, all these laws, they're not consistent. I mean, they could be flawed as well, just like law of gravitation.
Yeah, so you have to show
exactly what I'm saying.
No, hold on, Neil. Yeah, that's fine. You can state that. But you then have to, if you're going to falsify a description, show how the description is wrong. Now, with gravity, perfectly acceptable. It was never a law to begin with if you can debunk it. To call it a law was false initially. And as John pointed out to you, to say that gas goes down, go boom, boom, because a law says so, well, it doesn't do that. It's not an accurate description of what occurs always. Meanwhile, the law that you would use to describe the effects of gas, second law of thermodynamics, would describe how it disperses accurately. There are no exceptions unless you can give one to debunk that law.
Well, there might be. We don't know about it as of yet.
There might be a circumstance that defies natural law. That's an appeal to the future fallacy.
Appeal to the future fallacy, maybe. I'm not trying to be fallacious, but still, my point was that, the laws cannot be trusted as, a constant phenomena. They might not be as constant as we think.
No, laws aren't phenomena. Point. Hold on. What do you think a law of nature is?
Well, our expressions, that's all it is. Our descriptions of how nature works, that's what they are. Our descriptions, the way we describe it.
Almost. What are the descriptions of specifically?
Because we are the ones who are making it. That's why.
What are the descriptions of?
Phenomena that is taking place in front of our eyes.
Always.
Trying to make sense of it. That's
right. So it's the description of a phenomena that occurs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not a phenomena. It's just a description of something that's occurring always. So when you describe that which occurs always, that's a law of nature. To describe that which occurs always. Now, if you're saying that which occurs always isn't the case simply because we've described it, well, no, you can still observe that which occurs always to always occur. But if you're going to say there's a flaw in the way we describe that which occurs always, then fine. But the things that we're describing in the case of dispersion always occur, unless you can show me an example when they don't.
Yeah, and listen, and things fall down, right? We see things fall down, onto the ground.
Well, like
so according
clouds.
to that logic,
like clouds.
Yeah. So according to that, wait a second. So according to that logic, universal law of gravitation might be right. Is that what you're trying to say? Just because things fall down, so the description
like clouds,
is always.
You keep saying it like clouds fall down.
Yeah.
So we don't observe things always falling down then. So it's not an accurate description of that which occurs always, because it doesn't always occur. So when you say the universal law of gravitation describes things going down, like clouds, so it's not a law of nature. It's not describing that which occurs always. Dispersion, on the other hand, always occurs. Without exception. Entropic increase always occurs. There is no exception. The arrow of time always occurs. There is no exception.
Time is an illusion. Yeah, but that's my point. Time is an illusion, right? It doesn't actually exist. It's just our construction of it. We have a mental creation. That's what time really is. So our arrow of time and all these things, they are not actual real things. They are just theories. So these laws could just be theories.
They're not theories. They're descriptions. Laws of nature aren't theories. They're descriptions of that which occurs always. But you're saying maybe
but
not.
Descriptions could vary. Yeah, I get you, Nathan. I understand, but descriptions could vary from person to person. Everybody could not have the same description everywhere, right?
No,
people
the second law of
thermodynamics
is pretty much set in stone. You might decide to describe the second law differently to how it is, but the second law is what it is.
I can say surely that the idea that there is an arrow of time and all these things, they are just imaginary things. I mean, it's not factual per se. Like, they are just theories that people have created. I mean, time is not a real thing. It's an illusion. I mean, if you see through it, you could understand. It's just a construction, social construction, in my opinion. There's no such thing as time. States change, right?
I'm sorry, can I jump in just with an observation just to say that I believe time is a measuring device? I don't think that we can really say time is imaginary when we actually can administer and honor things by the thing that we're measuring.
Yeah, but what is time in reality? Does it have a property which actually defines it from other things like space and everything? No, it doesn't. It's just our way of describing things happening.
But you're being, I would argue that you're being overly adversarial, because your whole point is that laws of nature can be shown to be wrong. Then you gave an example as the law of gravitation. Then Nathan said it was never a law to begin with, because laws of nature describe phenomena that happen or occur always. And you gave an example of something where it doesn't occur always. So all I'm saying is that in order to disagree with his point, it had to actually be a law of nature, something that always happens and then doesn't happen after the fact. But that's never happened.
No, my point is this, maybe, perceptions differ as well, right? In that regard,
So
the way we describe it.
We all hear the conversation, and we're like, because I've tried to point out to you what may be missing. Nathan has pointed it out. So it's like, is our perception collectively not allowing us to address what you're saying, because you're repeating yourself? And I think we addressed what you've already stated.
I'm just saying, the laws might be flawed. That's what my point was.
Fine.
It could be.
But you don't have a justifiable
appeal to the future
argument
fallacy number 2. Yeah, I've covered that. Yes, they could be, and in the future you might find flaw with them. But for now, they just describe things that occur always. And in this specific example, while we might lean on the law of nature, that which occurs always, and its description in the case of dispersion of gas, the only real point here is that gas fills space. I don't need to describe the law of nature, as in the second law of thermodynamics, to make that statement. Gas fills space. It disperses in all instances without exception. No mention of the second law, just a fact of life. Gas fills space. There are no exceptions to that. Yeah. Therefore, if the sky was a vacuum, gas would fill the space, because that's what they claim it is, a space. They even call it space. So gas would fill that space, because I can
unless there's a permanent barrier blocking it.
Well, a container.
I agree. I agree with that observation, Nathan. I never disagreed with that. I'm just saying that the laws, the theories that we have actually built up, they don't need to be consistent. They could be wrong. That's all I was actually trying to say. I'm not disagreeing with your observation.
You've done that. You said, I'm not trying to use a fallacy when I addressed it the first time. Okay, well, maybe use the same fallacy 3 more times, because the appeal to the future that they could be wrong. Yeah. Meanwhile, they do accurately describe our gas-filled space, though. So I'm not too concerned that they might be wrong in the future when gas is filling space and the second law just describes that process with something called entropy. Meanwhile, gas-filled space, the sky is not a space for gas to fill because we are experiencing gas pressure. Therefore, space is fake. No men have travelled to the moon. There is no outer space. The whole heliocentric premises that we're on a ball flying through space is flawed fundamentally because we wouldn't have any gas to breathe because gas fills space, as described by the second law of thermodynamics.
Right. And with laws, you can give better descriptions and more accurate descriptions, but that doesn't make the previous description wrong. It just means you have a better description now.
We got to be careful, though, of making claims of saying that space, which may or may not exist above us, above the firmament, outside the terrarium, is or is not a vacuum, water, lava. We don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's making any claims?
We weren't. The claim is that there is a sky vacuum without containment, and that we can debunk with the second law of thermodynamics and gas behavior. Gas fills space. But your speculation about what might be on, your speculation about what is containing said gas pressure is, again, not something we would ever claim or try and debunk even. Like, you feel free to believe what you like about what's beyond the containment. We don't even know what the containment is. But fine, believe what you like.
Also,
he also said time, and time is...
Hold on, John. Go on, George. Sounded like George.
He also said time as a concept. Yeah, but it's based on elevation angles from a flat plane with a description of the celestials overhead. So not quite.
That would be the longitude system.
Earth for that.
Yeah, the longitude system was defined by an elevation angle measurement, and in that case, solar elevation angle measurement off the horizontal plane of reference that you're standing on to get the measurement. Yes, that would be the longitude system in the maps that we negotiate Earth flat with. Yes. Flat Earth required. It's good to be nice and calm now. It all got very heated in the pre-show. I don't know why. I think it was probably because there was a fundamentalist religious zealot that told us that to measure latitude, you needed a flat plane to do it when you measure an elevation angle. Then he went on to deny the ground, and apparently that was me causing problems. It's all calmed down now, though, and now we're in a live show, which is all great.
No, he denied the ground and then went on to detail the ground.
Any evidence that you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
The term elevation included in the compound word elevation angle, you would have to use the ground.
Yeah, the latitude system is very specifically the ground when you're measuring those circles with respect to angles along the ground flat and the line up to Polaris that will recede as you back away from it. That gives you a latitude system. Circles from Polaris. I mean, you can transpose that through have a sign onto a globe and then transpose it onto a tube, roll it out flat and call it a transverse Mercator, and then you've got a nice square grid system. Obviously, that's going to have distortions. Things that seem straight will actually have a curved path if you drew them that way, because it's a circular system that's been changed into a square system. So it's going to have problems. It still works. Has to be flat, though, otherwise it wouldn't work with elevation angle measurements anymore. Those grid lines on the flat map we call the transverse Mercator wouldn't match up with the latitude lines along a flat ground to Polaris. It has to work flat, because that's how Earth is.
It is. I agree. I mean, that is not even debatable.
Totally agree. Not even debatable. It's a what is question. Absolutely.
He actually left midway. Could have actually proved it.
That sounded like Indian.
Well, he wasn't Indian. I can assure you that. But yeah, the thing is, when I was speaking about the globe Earth map, what I was actually getting at was the globe. The way they present it. That's exactly what I was talking about. You were saying there is no such thing as a globe Earth map. There is. the way they present it. The globe picture that I just put out over there on that side chat.
In misnomer
Hold
alone?
on. Can you grab that for me, Eli?
You mean just
Hold on,
in
Eli.
name? Yeah, I got you.
Can you stick it into Skype? Sorry, you were about
One
to talk
second.
as well. That's really bad when you were about to make a point asking you to do something. Go ahead first, Eli. Sorry. My bad.
So what is it in rhetoric and in name alone? That's a misnomer.
I want to know what hyperbolic means.
Hyperbolic or hyperbole? It's
Earlier.
when you take something to the extreme. So when I say all people do this, I'm being extreme because I don't mean all people.
Oh, because I heard stereotyping fallacy because your opponent made a stereotyping fallacy. Then you did the same, but when I don't want to be hyperbolic, and I'm like, well, hold on. You're categorizing a large number of people as thinking this similar way. That's a stereotyping fallacy. But then you use the word hyperbolic, and you're saying hyperbolic means to take it to the extreme. Okay. Cool. Learn something new every day. Did you want to say something, Tyler? You should hot mic it if you're not.
No, I was just going to ask, what was that thing about the jibe at that guy being Indian, just because of the way he was talking like it? He didn't sound like Indian to me. I don't know why did you say that?
No, it's just the words that came out of his mouth sounded Indian to me. I couldn't understand. I thought it was you talking, actually, Tyler. Are you even Indian?
No, I'm just asking you. The words that he actually spoke sounded English to me. I don't think English is the language of Indian people. I mean, natively.
He was referring to your accent, sir.
No, I wasn't. I was referring.
No,
I wasn't. I was referring to the words that came out. It didn't sound like English. I literally meant it. That sounded like a foreign language to me. I said Indian. I don't even know if Indian's classed as a language, but you know what I mean. It sounded like a foreign language. I wasn't trying to be derogatory to the accent.
Was that a joke? Was that a joke? I didn't get it.
No, it wasn't a joke. It actually sounded like a foreign language to me. That's why I said it. I was being very literal.
Indian is not a language.
I know it's not. I realised that. That's why I disclaimed it. Is that even a language? But what I meant was it sounded like Punjabi or something. As in, it didn't sound like I was hearing English. Anyway, who cares?
It didn't sound anything like Punjabi to me because that was English that he was speaking. So I don't know why you said he sounded Indian.
Because it sounded like it, but it wasn't. That's all. So, Fokami, is that your name?
That's Tyler. Tyler Durden.
Yeah.
Is it this diagram?
Which one?
At 24 minutes past the hour, with 35 degrees, 55 degrees. I'm looking for what you dropped in the chat.
Yes,
yeah,
you said in the side chat, and I've asked him to get it so I can present it to my audience.
Okay. I'll actually get it. Wait a minute. It was a picture of a globe. That's it. So my point was this. Side chat means this VC side chat, okay, not the other one. Can you see it? So that one. So this is what I was actually talking about. They kind of give an impression that the Earth is a globe by using the flat Earth map and pasting it on a sphere.
Okay, yeah, that's obviously what you had in mind when you were saying it and I was arguing against you. So it would be nice to actually see that so I can... Eli, you hot mic.
So now you understand. So now you understand what I was actually getting at.
No, we haven't got it yet.
I wasn't saying that.
No, I haven't got it yet. I will do, hopefully.
No. My point was this. This is what they are doing. When I use the word the globe Earth map, I mean this. If you click the link and go, I'm in the globe. So this is the map that they use. Even though the Earth does not actually look like this at all. Right.
Okay, where's this? Where's your citation?
Wait a minute. You didn't get it? I'm on the link. Wait a second. Let me check it once again.
It is possible that you are in two different live chats.
No, well, I'm in the chat that is linked to the server. So, and everybody else is typing in chat saying yes, this is the right space. So.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll get that shortly.
Wait a second.
I would like to discuss when this gets rounded out is why I got an earful in the pre-show from Stacey. What was that all about?
In the side chat, did you see the side chat? Wait a minute.
Okay,
Come
by
on,
Tyler.
actually,
I see. I got it.
this is what I was talking about.
So,
Feeling.
hold on.
Oh God.
Hold on.
Okay, well, I'll put this up for you, the audience, in a moment when Eli's got it into Skype. Hopefully we'll talk about, because in the pre-show I was arguing with this gentleman, Tyler Durton, that no, there is no globe map. So we'll see what he was talking about in a second, hopefully.
This is what I was talking about. The fact that they present this as the map of the Earth. The picture. Did you get it? It's in live stream on text.
Yeah, I got it now.
I uploaded it over.
That's just a globe.
Yeah, but the map that they're presenting, the distances, that they present it as, that is actually wrong, right? They're using the surface as a curve. They're presenting the surface as being some sort of curved surface, but it is not. If you actually walk around, you can actually see it's flat. And if you travel places, you can see it's flat. It's not a globe. It doesn't indicate a globe. So that is exactly what I was getting at.
This doesn't have any scalar values.
It doesn't.
Right,
but
that's why it's not a map. But do you know how they create that globe? Do you know how they create it?
Yeah, I know that. They actually use the flat Earth map and then they, paste it over a sphere. That's what I said in the side chat. They know that the Earth is flat. They don't calculate based on the fact that this is the shape of the Earth. That's my point. That is exactly what my point was before that AK guy came in.
Yeah, to get that globe is like 4 steps down the line from measuring the Earth as flat and mapping it as flat. Then you wrap it on a cylinder. Then you put it on a transverse Mercator. And then you apply a Haversine transformative equation to turn it into that toy that's not for educational purposes.
I know, but that is what they do. This is how they actually deceive people. But the map that they use for navigational purposes and everything, that is actually a flat Earth map. The one that they use for radar and the one that is on the UN Charter as well, it's actually the map of the flat Earth. They don't use this for anything. This is just for brainwashing kids. That is what my point was when I used the word globe Earth map. Nathan disagreed that there is no such thing as a globe Earth map. I said no. What I'm trying to get at is this deception. That's why I know that they use flat Earth for calculation. That's obvious. Everybody knows that.
Fair enough.
I mean, honestly, bro, it's still a projection. Even the Gleason's map, the UN map, they're still projections, and they're not accurate at all of the actual surface of the Earth.
Yeah,
we know this because Australia is distorted. As you get out,
we don't know what's going on in the south.
It's distorted, bro. It's still a globe projection, bro. It's a globe projection. That's all you got to say.
Yeah.
Silly argument. I don't know why we're still talking about it.
No, I was just getting at it because I was trying to explain this. Before somebody interfered, that AK guy, he interfered and he started talking about the fact that you don't need surface to be flat to measure latitude, longitude. So it kind of got diverted into that. This is what I was trying to say when I used the word the globe Earth map. Nathan said there is no such thing. My point was this.
Go on, make your point.
Well, they kind of trick you with that global projection because it's not a global projection. It's a special sphere projection.
Well, isn't it, oblongated spheroid or something? It's not even sphere, to be fair. It's like he says, pear shaped.
It's a little chubby around the stomach area.
Yeah. Pear shaped. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, it's like a pear. What a joke! The entire thing is a joke.
Could I say something?
Feel free.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the key to coming up with a working flat Earth map is in the Haversine formula because it works on Earth. So if we can find a flat Earth map that, or any sort of grid lines and whatever that makes the Haversine formula work on a flat plane, which so far hasn't been done, but if we
hold
can,
on one
then
second.
that
I'm really
would be
sorry
the
to
key.
interrupt you. Tyler, can you mute, please? Because all we can hear is your rumblings in the background. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm working, so sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, can you start that again? Go ahead.
Oh, sure. Well, I was almost done. Basically, the Haversine formula can take any two longitude, latitude coordinate sets or points and tell you the surface distance between those 2 points on Earth within plus or minus 5%, half or 0.5%. So if we can find any sort of grid system that we can put onto a flat plane that works with the Haversine formula, which so far has not been done, then that would be a working flat Earth map.
The Haversine formula is calculated from the equatorial plane. A plane.
Right. So why can't we just put it on a? Why can't we come up with a mapping for a flat surface that works with the Haversine formula? Because the Haversine formula
I don't think you're hearing
allows.
Hold on. Before you repeat yourself, John, just say it again, because I don't think you picked up what you were putting down. It originates with a flat plane. You're saying if we can just do this, we can get it onto a flat plane to work, but the Haversine comes afterwards. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, it's already done.
Yeah, the Haversine is calculated from the equatorial plane because it's using angles, elevation angles, to calculate those distances. It's in a globe on a globe. They put you in the celestial sphere and tell you you're on the celestial sphere, but it's calculated from a plane.
But it works on Earth, right?
Jesse, I don't want to side with Nathan, dude. Come on.
Not getting it.
Yeah.
Of geographers, 60,000 globes of the world are made every year. Like restoring the skin to a peeled orange, the colored printed sections exactly cover the surface. But the covering process calls for a keen eye and steady hand. A fraction of an inch out will put the world miles out of joint. The different types of globe include celestial, political, and relief, or slate-colored spheres for use with chalks.
Jolly good. We're asking how globes got made. That's how they're made. It's nothing to do with mapping. I didn't mean that to kill the conversation.
Are they talking about the mass production of the toy globe?
Yeah.
Or the actual like formulas and measurements used to create it?
That's originated in a flat plane. That was the point we tailed off with. Shout out to Unitox Femu. You can't have sea level on a sphere. Just that. Yeah. It's all derived from sea level. Thanks for the super chat.
Right. Eye level. Yeah, when that guy conceded eye level was a horizontal plane. Well, level can't be a horizontal plane at your eye, and then at your feet, it's a curve. That doesn't. That's
Yeah,
not.
Oh dear.
They would never concede that, but the ground runs parallel. At that point, they either have to concede that to negotiate the ground with eye level, it must be running parallel with the ground for it to function on the ground. At that point, what they do is deny it's the ground. Well, it's not the ground, it's just the eye level. And what we're using this for, I ask? Well, navigating the ground, but it's not the ground. That's what we got in the pre-show. As I said, I was hoping to move on to this, and I will now, as I've given myself my own segue. Why was I cast out and shouted down for that happening while I was interrupted 10 times while I tried to reiterate the fact that the opponent's own measurement of Polaris required the ground to be flat, and he denied it. Then I got told off. What was going on there?
Because you weren't being nice,
we get
Nathan.
it, man. We get it, dog. Please go on, dude.
No, I'm asking.
I know, but we don't want to have another
question.
20-minute chat about an hour of you being a dick. Like, let's just move on from it.
Excuse me?
Oh, being a dick by pointing out that Earth is flat and making that guy look like an idiot. That is what you consider being a dick.
No, it's
Thank
the way
you
you
for
go
having us.
about it. All right, whatever, bro.
Oh, we're not being nice.
Fill me in. What way of going about it? Whilst giving a rebuttal, getting interrupted 10 times, and then continuing.
There's
with
a
my
way to
rebuttal
talk like
while
a
I'm
human being.
Interrupted is me being
And
a
then
dick.
look at you, dog.
Because it's kind of happening now. I'm still talking, but while you're interrupting me, the chances are at the end of this process, while I'm still in the middle of the same exact sentence without having taken breath. You've talked through it. And at that point, I got deemed unreasonable. I'm asking why that happened. Your answer, because you're a dick. Well, you've just talked straight through the middle of me like that guy did 10 times. Stacey jumped down my throat while I didn't get to the end of one response in 10 attempts. I'm just trying to figure out why that happened. Not because I'm a dick. No, me responding to someone who told me that measuring Polaris with a flat ground that isn't the ground didn't require me to be interrupted 10 times like I'm getting interrupted now. It just wasn't necessary. It certainly wasn't necessary that I got told off or claimed to be a dick whilst pointing that out, alongside lots of interruptions of me pointing that out. Just wondering, that's all.
I'm sorry, you do that to all of us. What are you talking about, bro?
Why I got told off by you? Thought that was made clear.
Do you know how many people you tell off and X off in the community, just even like Witson, tell people to go away? You guys and QE and all of us, we are done with it. You guys try to design this community and run it. Go ahead and mute me. Bye, Nathan. I tried for you. Even Sven supported you and the UK people, but you know what? Enough's enough. Show this in your actual behavior. Because in honesty, we've talked about it. It's disgusting. But your truth is right. You're intellectual and you have some actual points, and I'll give you that. What you're saying is right, but you're an asshole. I want nothing to do with you. As a flat earther, you're a fucking asshole. Make your money.
Please don't swear at me.
Come on. So
As
your
you're
answer.
saying, as you're talking to him that way,
You guys
Stacey.
heard me trying to
Really?
get in before both.
Yeah, that's all right, Neil. She's talking to me that
No,
way. This
y'all
is
pay him and keep supporting this, and this is why he's here. And he's supporting it. And I supported you too, Nathan. But when you keep talking to people like disrespectful, like you did me, and the rest of this community, and how I've heard you talk to other people who've actually tried with you, you need to check yourself. As another human being, I want nothing to do with this community. You can mute me, you can get rid of me. We're still going to be around. You guys are going to lose because you guys are this little design, right? Running shit. You ain't running nothing. 2024 isn't your year. 2024 isn't. You don't run shit, Nathan. We are regular human beings that can do our own thing.
Okay, may
That's
I
what it
speak?
is.
Don't tell us how to
Yo,
speak,
Neil,
what to
please
do,
help
how
me.
to
okay.
Help
live.
That's
me.
okay.
Eli.
You can have your opinion.
If she's
Stacey.
fucked up, you
I'd
might
like
get
to
in,
respond to
Eli.
her if my panel gives me the chance. Yeah,
Let's
it
get
is
back.
my year, Stacey. 2024 is my year where I tell people like you that Earth is measured flat, and you moan about how my attitude offends you. I don't care about your attitude. I take ownership of this year. 2024 is my year. Earth is measured flat. You don't have to like it. You can bleat and moan about my attitude all you like, and you can tell me that you're done with me. If you're done with me, go away. Let people who respect and acknowledge the fact that I'm pointing out how Earth is measured flat is incredibly useful. You can worry about
Good
how
for
I do
you.
it
You're
in my
right. And we
attitude's
don't.
sake,
Well,
while you
can I?
perpetually interrupt me and swear at me and tell me that I need an attitude adjustment. No, love. While you swear and interrupt me, tell me that you're done with me, actions speak louder than words. You told us you were going to disappear earlier. If you were done, you'd have disappeared. You haven't. So you're a hypocrite. And I don't care whether or not you like me taking ownership of this year. I will, I am, I have, and I'll continue to do so in the way I did earlier, telling people like the guy when he gave me an example of a Polaris measurement that proves Earth's flat. I'm going to get to the end of that statement, even if it takes 20 attempts, and some woman telling me that I'm unreasonable when I do so. I'll continue. Thank you very much. But you're entitled to your opinion.
Well, I'm just trying to point out that we took probably 5 minutes to address a red herring. Well, okay. So we heard you out, Stacey, and I understand how you feel, but that really wasn't the answer to his question as to why. Like because I mean, I know the answer can't be the reason that I interrupted Nathan is because Nathan interrupts people all the time, and that's what he does. That's obviously unreasonable, right?
That's projection.
Because
You know
we're
me,
just trying to ask
Eli, you
why.
know.
So the question really just was, why this time did you feel the need
Okay.
to do what you did?
Okay. Because I actually was trying to help Nathan. He was already disrespectful in a way to Flatman. I then tried to keep everything calm. I even muted, right? Whoever was talking earlier, I can't remember his name right now, right? I tried to stop it. I gave Nathan the freaking floor for a good minute. And this is what he does. So if it's please let me finish. He'll go on. As soon as I go to speak, and I'm a mod here, he disrespected me, wouldn't let me talk, and continued. And disrespected continue on like 6-7 times. People have even looked at it on other servers. And you don't give a shit.
Oh, I
I'm a
continue
good human being
talking.
and I care about you. You're a good human being. But when you have disrespectful behavior like this, honey, a negative, you know the energy, which really this is what it's all about.
It's
You can
about
think it's
measuring
flat,
Earth
what it's all
flat.
about. It's actually about energy, honey. Because
No, it's
you
not.
haven't gotten deep enough.
I see. So it really wasn't that you were upset that Nathan was proving the Earth flat. It's really that you tried to
No.
get in there because this is your server, you have my capabilities, and you were trying to gain control. And one of the things that you guys typically do is ask all of the people to calm down first while you guys take control, and then do your mod thing, and then give the microphone back to the speaker. Obviously, Nathan, you got to admit you're like, who gives a shit about that? Look what he's doing. He's being an ass. I at least understand in the moment when Stacy was trying to do that, and you're like, "Fuck that!" This dude's. I do that all the time.
Please don't
So
swear.
then people don't like me for it too. So to be fair, it's like, yeah,
Want to
sometimes
be
you can be a
fair?
dick,
Step back
but
and just let Nathan be.
you're aiding and abetting criminals, and so sometimes we it's just we don't give a fuck. Like, I don't know.
Eli, here's the thing. Eli, here's the thing. I don't try to change Stacy. I don't try to change you. I don't try to change anybody. But everybody wants to try and change Nathan. Just step back and let him go. Oh, you gave him a minute. Really? You're giving Nathan Oakley a minute. You think it's going to be resolved in a minute? Come on.
Not true. I gave him plenty of time.
So I just let somebody walk in my house and just start punching me in the face and just let him do his thing? Cool.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Stacey is a mod. As a mod, she should have been able to mute. You're gonna stop. Like a mod, this is what mods do. They mute the person that they're actually trying to speak when that they're interrupting. As a mod, Stacy, you should have muted whoever was talking over you and and calm the room down. Again, that's what you do. But you did not do that if Nathan was still talking over you. So next time, do what you need to do.
How can I mute Nathan? I cannot mute Nathan, okay? I got muted. I tried to mute everyone else and I let Nathan have the floor. I did exactly that. In fact, even though he was being disrespectful, I gave him the respect and I got nothing back. You
You don't have to. That's not the way it works here. When somebody's talking over you and you're trying to mod, that's what you do. Doesn't matter who it is. Now, you were being disrespectful and very loud and outrated. You're being very. Anyways, sorry, lost word.
Shout out to Daniel Samaniego while I'm on mute in their server. Thanks for the super chat. Says bye Felicia, stationary. Thanks for the super chat.
So that's the reason what happened.
Oh, and I never complained about being muted to you, did I?
I got something to say. Why is Neil always there to hold Nathan's hair back when Nathan's just vomiting?
Shut your freaking mouth, because I back my people, especially when he's destroying the global.
Guys,
can we just talk flat Earth?
The big difference, yeah, let's talk about that, because like most of the time when I come into hostile situations, or not necessarily that anyone is hostile, but sometimes people are hostile to a position that they think you hold, or they hostile to a character that they think you are 100% of the time, and that can ignite fires. And so when people say the things that they say, instead of doing what some of my friends do, I just straight up ignore it and appeal to the moderator for allowing me to just stay on course with what I was saying instead of addressing people, because that never works. Having a fist fight between two factions means absolutely nothing to me. It's boring. We're not actually talking about information. The bottom line is we got very well distracted from the fact that elevation angles to Polaris is exactly why there are latitude lines on the ground, and the ground is related to the Earth, obviously, when we're talking about navigation, in which it would have to be a plane of reference.
Exactly. That's all I wanted to get through. 10 attempts later, it suddenly becomes a discussion about my attitude and the server rules. I just want to get to the end of my point that Earth's measured flat. But obviously, that's very unreasonable if I'm stepping over a mod who's trying to do the job of moderating. My bad.
Let's just let it die, guys. Just let's not beat a dead horse anymore. Let's move on. But please, yeah, guys, come on, everybody.
I would love to hear a measurement of flatness and with a margin of error, if possible.
Oh, perfect.
I'll let
latitude.
you know right
latitude.
now.
That was the example that my opponent gave me. And obviously me reiterating his own measurement back to him it was denied to be the ground that we're using to navigate the ground. Were you not here when that happened?
No, I'm on the West Coast in America, so like I'm always late.
No, that's fair enough. It was about an hour ago.
I don't know if you guys like this answer, but also the Siberian Plains, like that's a lot of straight flat land there. So specifically, I mean, their words, not mine.
The whole world straight and flat, Eli. I know you know that.
Their globe religion comes from flat Earth measurements, specifically latitude, when we've discussed it for the majority of this show, right? You're talking about haversine and transposition of latitude measurements that give you extended circles, ever increasing in size, that's then transposed onto a ball. Okay, well, you've got to get those in the first place, and they're referencing the ground. Latitude lines are on the ground. Yeah, I appreciate that they're not real lines. There are no actual lines on the ground. They're elevation angle measurements with respect to a horizontal baseline that represents positions on the ground you can navigate with when you take an angle to Polaris. That's a measurement of a flat Earth. That's how the whole world has been mapped, charted, navigated. That's how all the world has been discovered, expanded, colonized. That's how the world's been dealt with from year dot as far as history is concerned. And it still is. Now, you might stick some little Weasley, we've converted it to a globe and then converted it flat again, in between. It doesn't alter how the systems ultimately function and how the globe came to fruition in the first instance with those measurements of a flat Earth. Yeah, I hear flat Earthers, well, does that measure in a flat Earth? And I hear globers going, well, that's how we measure the Earth. But it's not the ground. It's like, nobody else picking up what I'm putting down? Maybe I shouldn't take ownership of 2024 with this very weak measurement of a flat Earth that's been used to navigate and expand the known territory that we live on. Obviously, that's weak. How dare I take ownership of this year? No, I will.
I get it. Not nobody. I get it. I understand it. It's just that it devolved into this kind of a fist fight because of that guy. He's kind of a troll. That guy. That's the reason why. That's it.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, trolls will be trolls. It just really annoys me when I get blamed, when I get interrupted 10 times like I'm being a dick or something, and I'm just trying to prove Earth's flat with measurements and that. But there we go. That's how life goes.
No, it's okay. Yeah, your argument is strong. We just got to be careful not to be a victim. Like, woe is me. I've been interrupted 10 times. Blase, blase. We can keep it civil.
Well, we can just drive through that shit and just keep trying to get your point across. No, because you get shouted down by someone like Stacey if you just try and drive through that shit and ignore that nonsense waffle from trolls. I tried that. That's why I got told off, but obviously I'm not allowed to bleat about it because I'll be a victim. Yeah, I seem to be caught between a rock and a hard place, don't I?
Wait. So if the water is flat and the land sticks out of the water, and then now you're saying the land is flat too?
It's measured that way. All of the navigation systems are with respect to zero elevation change. It's all flat in navigation.
There's no elevation change on lands?
Did you stutter?
Did he say
navigation.
that?
Did I stutter? Yeah, that's what I just said. It's all flat. No elevation changes in navigation. That's correct.
No,
were you unaware?
On a horizontal
you sound surprised.
It sounds like he's trying to get into the topology versus the baseline and the height of the topology above the baseline and how we average out to get a mean sea level from that topology.
Oh, I see. No, navigation's not topographical measurements. We're not measuring the terrain with a deviation with respect to the horizontal baseline. I mean, obviously, the altitudes and depressions of hills and valleys are also measured with respect to a flat Earth. They're all described from zero. So everywhere's got a zero that you can reference how high or low stuff is with respect to zero everywhere. That's a flat Earth reference when you're talking about topology changes. But navigation doesn't have those. It's just flat everywhere. The Earth, that is. That's how it's dealt with when you navigate it. And when you chart it and map it, it's flat.
Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. I see what you're saying for navigational purposes.
Well, you can also reference the topology changes with respect to a horizontal plane of reference also. That's a flat Earth that is needed and is used to this day to describe how high or low things are with respect to zero everywhere. That means everywhere's got a reference to a flat plane because that's what it is when you describe how high or low things are.
Have you guys heard of the Buenos Aires Pacific Railway in Argentina?
I haven't, but I'm reasonably familiar with how railways work. They're a good flat earth proof. It was one of the first things I covered about 10 years ago. Go right ahead, SE Montreal. This sounds great.
Let me read this out. Railway features dead straight lines. The world's record for the longest stretch of railway belongs to the Transcontinental Railway of Australia, which is dead straight for 328 miles across the Nullarbor Plain, but not dead level. Next in order probably comes the Juan and McKenna stretch of the Buenos Aires Pacific Railway of Argentina, which is dead straight for 205 miles and level also in the United States. Well, and that's another thing, but it stops there. Level also 205 miles, dead straight and level.
So that's crazy because they say that level and straight aren't synonymous.
That's just stupid.
Correct.
And it's only locally flat.
Please.
So that
really
was for my
local when
buddy
you're talking.
Jesse, who asked.
I wouldn't really call that local. That's a fairly vast distance to just disclaim as being
Good find,
level.
SC. Good find, buddy.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, that was a joke, Nathan. Sorry, but you're right.
Yeah, I'm slightly on edge. My bad. I should have just laughed. Everyone loves a bit of sarcasm.
So if anybody asks you for a level straight surface, you can slap that on them. The Buenos Aires Railway System.
You would consider that a measurement, right? Wouldn't it?
That was definitely measured, yep.
So how do we determine whether it's just level on a curved Earth or is actually flat?
How can you have level on a curve,
Those
Jesse?
are contradictory terms.
Because it's straight.
That's a contradiction. Go on. We're both trying to say the same thing, clearly.
Because it's straight.
There is no level on a curve. That's a contradiction in terms.
But not in the surveying books that the surveyors learned from that surveyed that rail line.
But they said it's straight, which is straight is straight.
Well, if you go to surveying school, they teach you that level is a
Straight is
curved line.
curved.
All right, that's a contradiction in terms.
No, I said level is curved. I didn't say straight is curved.
Yeah, level means having no part higher or lower than the other. So a curve is a deviation from level. So to say level is curved is a contradiction in terms. You're saying they teach this in surveying. Okay, right. Do you want to provide us a citation? We'll have a quick look at it, have a good laugh.
Certainly.
Because it's a contradiction in terms.
What he's talking about is in geodetic surveying, there is in some of the writings on geodetic surveying, they say that the Earth is a globe, so level is equidistant from the center of their globe, right? But they don't measure any of this globe. That's the problem. If you understood geodetic surveying, you'd understand none of them measure this curve, this consistently curved Earth. It's pre-assumed afterwards. Things like spherical excess, that's a claim from geodetic surveying. What they do is they'll measure right between three mountains. Right, I know this because my mother's partner is a retired geodetic surveyor, and he retired prior to the likes of GPS and stuff coming in. He retired back in the 93, 94, and he was like 30 or 40 years at it. Right, this is what they do. They'll measure from mountain A to mountain B, and mountain B to mountain C, right? We have three mountains, let's just say. So that's an angle, right, between A and B, and another line between A and C. They will have known distances, right, already, right, and they will make a triangle between those 3 points. That's what they'll do, because they have an angle and two known distances. Or they'll have two angles and a known distance, either way, right? They will have the information they need to determine the distance between C and B, right? Then they might go to B and do the same thing, and C and do the same thing. But what happens is, these are triangles.
So they must adhere to trigonometry. So they use 180 degrees. What they do then, right, they don't do it in practical terms, but what can be done after that is you can then pre-assume mathematically to place that triangle that has just been measured onto a convex globe surface, right? And what happens to that triangle then is within the center of that triangle, because it's not a triangle anymore, because now it has more than 180 degrees and it has curved lines. So what happens is that those three angles, if you wanted to measure them now, right, you'd have to use straight lines over the curved lines and measure three angles that will make more than 180 degrees. But because they've measured it in reality with 180 degrees, treating the position between the three mountains as three straight lines, what happens is they end up with what they call spherical excess. Because once you add that actual triangle onto the surface of a convex surface, it creates an area in the center of the triangle that doesn't exist. Because you've increased the area within those three lines. When you curve and when you place them onto a convex surface, those three lines are bowed out the way. So you increase the area in the center. And that's what's known as spherical excess. It's kind of a slimy way of saying we've just created a part of the Earth that doesn't exist, right? And that's what they do. But when it comes to actual measurement and distances, they've got to use the ones they actually measured, which was with an actual triangle with 180 degrees. Most of what my mother's partner did was surveying in that way. Now, he did every part of geodetic surveying, but most of it was in that, and he had to do all the trigonometry himself, right, because he didn't have GPS and stuff, and he had to stick to 180 degrees. He never, like, he'd laugh if you asked him, how did you use a triangle with more or less than 180 degrees? He'd like, what are you talking about? So every measurement he made, right, when it came to trigonometry, the use of trigonometry for distances between 3 points, he had to use 180 degrees, which means he was treating the baseline between those 3 points as horizontal. So the whole claim of whatever they say in the books or online about, its level in geodetic surveying is equidistant from the center of a globe of radius, blah, 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 that means nothing. Because in reality, none of them measure this nonsense. It doesn't happen. This is all mathematical afterwards.
Perfect.
So who cares what it says?
Right, Divergent Droid put a link to Brian's Logic YouTube channel. So click on that and subscribe to Brian immediately if you haven't done so already. He is ace. Thank you very much, Brian. That was brilliant.
No worries.
And no more racism in the live stream chat. That's just how he says 3. It's not tree mountains. No need, okay?
Oh, Nathan, I tagged you with some scans out of a surveying instruction book.
Okay, talk us through them.
Well, they've got little diagrams. They show a level line as being curved. They show elevation being with reference to that curved level line. They call it like an equipotential level or whatever. I'm not sure what there is to say. That's what surveyors train and practice. The title of the book is Surveying, Theory and Practice by Raymond E. Davis, MSCE, D. Engineering. So, and Francis S. Foote.
Could I ask a question? Did you listen to anything I just said a few minutes ago?
No, he didn't. He just waited for his time to reassert his point that you fundamentally overcame by pointing out that every measurement is done with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, and then the inference of sphericity comes afterwards. He's now gone to a diagram where he describes with a diagram of something that isn't level, that's labelled level, what a curve isn't level. You're saying that an equidistant or equipotential level is a curve? No. Level means having no part higher or lower than the other. What you're describing is a curve that's been labelled as level. Now, that's a contradiction in terms. That's the 4th time I've told you. Showing me a diagram that's got a curved line labelled level is just moronic.
But if
just one second. What you're stating there, like what that surveyor will be stating there is that he measures elevations but the drop from the 8 inches per mile squared of drop from the horizontal or from the straight line is not an elevation change.
How can he have a drop? How can he have a drop from the horizontal when horizontal is also curved? Is it a drop from the curve? Because the horizontal would be level, wouldn't it, Brian? But to describe this, you need to have a description from a drop from the horizontal, which is a level line, but also have a level line not be level because it's curved. It's an equipotential level line. So when we describe the drop from the horizontal, is that a curved line? No, of course not. The principles of geometry fall apart if you don't have level be level. But this contradiction in terms has been asserted to us now 5 times. It's like he doesn't listen, Brian.
Sorry, Nathan.
But in the surveying book,
rinse and repeat it much. So he just wants to rinse and repeat again. He will not acknowledge a single word either of us have just said. He'll just rinse and repeat it for the 4th time, won't he?
Yeah, just let him respond, please. Thank you.
well, the only point I'm making is that the surveyors who surveyed that long railroad, that long straight railroad, were probably working from this paradigm of horizontal.
Planar surveyors do railroads.
And what do you have to say about
please
that?
hold on. Jesse was in the middle. Please let him finish.
So my point is that the surveyors who surveyed that rail line were almost certainly working from the paradigm that level was curved, and they were probably measuring elevation with reference to a spherical datum. So just because they say that the rail line was level, to them, that might have meant curved. That was my point.
Yeah, but that's incorrect because geodetic surveyors don't deal with railways or like motorways, freeways, roads. That's planar surveying that do all that. So isn't it funny that planar surveying that treat the Earth as having a horizontal baseline? Isn't it funny that they do all the longest distances? You see, what geodetic surveying surveyors do is a bit different. As I said, they're talking about.
You went through it and he didn't acknowledge it.
Distances between 3 areas.
Yeah, you went through it, Brian. Brian, you went through it. He didn't listen or acknowledge a single word of it. But now he's gone to railway lines, and you've pointed out that planar surveying would be performed when doing that particular function. Let's see if he acknowledges that.
But planar surveying still compensates for Earth curve if it were present.
Yeah, they don't. The only ones of the 2 branches of surveying that claim to compensate for Earth curve is geodetic surveying. And as I pointed out there earlier, they mathematically add in or afterwards. They don't measure any of this. They have to use trigonometry all the time because they're using angles. They're using vertical angles and azimuth angles all the time. In one of the main branches, one of the main parts where they're talking about, let's say, area, they're talking about area between 3 mountains, that kind of thing. And they have to use trigonometry, which means they have to be treating the baseline of the Earth as a horizontal when they're using trigonometry. Because then afterwards, they can start doing mathematically, pretending that the Earth is a curved ball, whatever they want to do. After that, mathematically, if they choose, but it doesn't matter what they measure. When they're measuring, they're treating the Earth as having a horizontal baseline at all times. They have to. There's no way around it.
You've got to understand, Brian, who you're dealing with here, right? These people are convinced that level curves. I don't know if you ever hear me go through my spirit level thing with them, where I ask them if you put one spirit level next to the other, they think it forms a circle. So you got to understand the mentality of the people you're dealing with.
No, he got that. He told me level doesn't curve. I told him 5 times it was a contradiction in terms. He didn't acknowledge it. And in order to have a geometric principle of curved deviation from the horizontal in this respect, level must be level to describe that in geometry. So you can't have level be level to describe things as being curved deviation from the horizontal in geometry and also claim in geometry that level isn't level. It violates the very principles. Again, I think that's the 3rd time I've told him this. It just never gets acknowledged. He says, yeah, but in this book, there's a curved line with the word level next to it. Really, that's a contradiction in terms. It doesn't matter if it's 6, 7, 10 times. Level cannot not be level. It's absurd. to describe a drop from respect to a horizontal line, that's level. But what, we're going to describe the drop from the curved line? Because the curved line would be a dropping line, so you can't have a reference to describe how much it's dropping from. You need level to be level for geometric principles to stand true. But they're going to violate them because that means that the Earth isn't a curved surface, and they want it to be. So level can't be level anymore for a fundamentalist religious zealot globe belief. Suddenly level isn't level. Yet we know you think level isn't level because what is level, that's the ground as we measure it, wouldn't be curved if it's level. So level isn't level anymore. Yeah, it is. You've just got a fundamentalist religious zealot globe belief that needs you to justify how level isn't. It's absurd and a contradiction in terms 7 times.
What I would say is that when planar surveyor goes out and deals with, like SE said there, that railroad in Buenos Aires, I think it was, they just come back and say, this is what it is, this is what the railway was, this is, this is all the stuff we did for it, that's it. With a geodetic surveying, I'm not saying every geodetic surveyor does this, but geodetic surveying in general, they make claims about the whole Earth. Now, when they're treating the parts they're measuring, when they're dealing with the parts they're measuring, they're treating it as having a horizontal baseline. They can't not. But then they want to add or in and give you this thing, a globe. When have they surveyed the seas? The only thing they've surveyed is the land masses, which are only, I think they say 30% of the world, if even that, is land mass. So, and when they're surveying them, they must treat the land masses as having a horizontal baseline, which would be mean sea level. But then they turn around and try and hand you a globe. It's completely contradictory. And as Nathan said, you can't. How do you deal with elevation changes if you're not treating a curved Earth as an elevation change? Which one is the elevation change? How do I reference elevations from each other or deal with any elevation changes if I'm not also taking in the claimed 8 inches per mile square drop as an elevation change?
Drop from what?
From the straight line.
Drop from the straight line, drop from a level line that isn't level anymore to make that description work. Yeah, it's a complete cluster screw, isn't it? I mean, the very doubtful that the guy who's put this to us will acknowledge any of that. We'll see. Let's see if he responds.
Well, the problem is if you actually, you're talking, Pat, you're avoiding the point that if you actually went and got the blueprints or the as-builts or the survey data, you would find that they were referencing elevation with respect to some curved or spherical vertical datum. And so that's the issue, because you couldn't name a single planar surveying method and tool that did not compensate for Earth curve, if present.
I can order level. The order level.
Okay,
there's no what you're saying is you get the blueprints and they're telling you it's a core. There's an OR involved, but when they're actually measuring all this, there's no OR involved. There's no OR. They geodetic surveyors have to treat the land masses as having a horizontal plane of reference. That horizontal is mean sea level. So
what he's talking about.
Go on.
What he's talking about is the bottom-up obstruction that they use to calculate the what they call the Earth curve calculator to describe that resolution loss over the plane.
But even that's not even what he's talking about.
I bet you it is.
I know what he's talking about because I've seen him in the past. I know what he's talking about. He's talking about a claim that this is all the data from this survey, and it has, let's just say, the curve of a globe Earth involved. But yet not one of those surveyors, and I know this for a fact, not one of them could show you how they measured using this curved Earth. You can't do that. You can't. The process of dealing with elevations, and which elevations mostly being done by planar surveying anyway. But what geodetic surveying do, they don't deal. How are they going to address any elevation if they're not taking in a drop from the horizontal or from the straight line of 8 inches per mile squared? when they're doing their actual work. They're not taking it. How could my mother's partner, right, for 3 to 4 decades, use trigonometry in large areas between mountains on a regular basis, making maps, and also be taking Earth curve into account? How can you do that?
You can't.
You can't.
I just explained it, but it's not Earth curve. It's just you lost resolution at the horizon.
But with that,
there's another point I want to drive in too, because yeah, his audience needs to hear this one.
Montreal?
Yeah, we just
That's me, buddy.
reconnected, I think, to their stream, so they were already.
What's up, Montreal?
What's up, bro? Everything good?
Yeah, I just said hello, so that means everything's good. I like what you're saying.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's better we be friendly, right? Than scrap with each other.
Yeah.
What was the other point you wanted to drive home?
Well, I wanted to be. If Nathan's back on the after show, I want people to hear this, because our side has heard this before, but I don't think your audience has heard this one.
What's our side? I don't know what our side is.
Well, I mean, I shouldn't have said it that way. I mean, your server, your audience.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead.
Jesse, you there?
We're on the same side here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I don't think that's what he meant. Go ahead, Montreal.
Okay, so let's see how this works out. I've done it before, but let's see how this works out with Jesse. So, Jesse, we go to the Home Depot. It's a hardware store for the British people. And we get a spirit level, a 6-foot spirit level. With me so far?
Yep.
Okay, we take said spirit level, we put it on the ground, and we level it. We're good?
Yep. Within probably plus or minus 25 arc seconds.
Well,
15
we look at
if
the
it's a good
bubble.
one.
We do our best, we do our best to level it, right?
Okay.
All right, so now we get another one. We get a whole bunch of them. We buy hundreds of these spirit levels, right? And we put one next to the other, right next to the other. We got a level one, we got another one right next to it, right?
Okay.
What is there any difference between one spirit level and the other?
Well, did we level them each?
Yeah, they're both level.
Sorry, what's that mean?
Perfectly level.
Sorry, what does that mean? Level meaning
that
they're
means
both
not
curved.
one side
Sorry,
is higher.
you've got a cross purposes, SU Montreal. I need clarity. I'm really sorry to interrupt the flow of things. When you say, are they level with each other, do you mean your level? Are they curved with each other, do you mean? Is that what you're asking him? That makes no sense in terms of your contradiction in terms where level isn't level. You're asking if they're level with each other. Do you want to define what you mean by level? Because my understanding from what you've told me thus far is that level is curved, right? Equipotential level?
Good point.
Do you mean are they equipotentially level with each other? Is that what you mean? Because that's a contradiction in terms now, isn't it? What do you mean by level? Can you define that for us?
When I say level,
I need 2 of the plastic wheels and I need 4 push rods, 5 push rods. Yeah, and 2 of the plastic lifter holders.
I think you're hot micing, buddy. Yeah,
I need to keep this on somewhere else, but yeah, 2 plastics and 5 push rods. And
could somebody please mute him? Okay, so Nathan, good point. So level, not 1 point, not higher than the other, right? That's level. 1 point is the same exact as the other. Level. So back to our thing.
He hasn't agreed. Stop. Is that you agree, right? When you asked him if they're level with each other, that's what you'd define it as to have that question make sense. That's what you'd mean, what he just said. Right? You agree, right?
I never got clarification on his statement. Are the
you asked
levels...
him what level, whether or not they're level with each other. And I interrupted to say, well, what do you mean when you ask him what level means? And if they're level with each other, then that would mean that they're curved with each other, equipotentially level. I'm asking you, given that this is the point where your contradiction in terms makes your question whether or not these two spirit levels are level with each other make sense. Because are they equipotentially level with each other, aka curved with each other? I'm asking you to define your question you asked of him when you asked if the levels were level with each other. Because that level definition is going to have to mean level, won't it? But it doesn't for you, does it? That's the point.
Continue, Montreal. Are the levels
No, we won't continue. You'll define what you mean when you asked him whether or not these levels were level. What do you mean by level? Given that you've contradicted what level actually is for your question to make sense, you will now define what level, not ask him to carry on. I'm interjecting because your contradiction that you had with me now comes to the forefront of the conversation, so you will define what you mean by level when you ask him if the two spirit levels are level with each other. What do you mean? Define it, please. Gonna show you one of your own diagrams where level's fricking curved? Will that suffice for your question? Or will that be a contradiction when I show you your diagram with these geodesic surveyors saying that level's curved? Does that make your question make sense? Hello? No, it does not, because level means something specific. It does not mean curved. Like you with your fundamentalist religious belief where you've got diagrams from surveyors' books where level's curved. But then when you ask someone if two spirit levels are level with each other, having a curved diagram from a geodesic surveyor's book doesn't really make much sense anymore, does it? Because level means having no part higher or lower than another, and a curve very much isn't that. Like in your diagrams? So I'm asking, when you ask if these two levels are level with each other, does the level that you're asking about be comporting with the one in these diagrams I've got from you, where it's a curve? Because that seems silly.
Well, if level were defined as, or if elevation were defined as the distance from, say, the center of a sphere, then would not all points being the same elevation, as in the same distance from the center of that sphere, wouldn't that be a curved line?
Well, how would you define the sphere in the first instance? Would you not need a level plane to define its sphericity with?
No, you could have a radius.
Oh, sorry, in a
define its
radius.
sphericity.
Wait, is that straight or bent?
The radius is a distance.
And
Sorry, are these lines, this radial value, is it straight? Like, could you describe it if you laid the radius horizontally? Would it be a straight line, or would it be bent?
Straight. If you drew a line from the
so we
center
could
to the
describe that straight line horizontally as level then? Or would that suddenly make the geometry fail? If we describe that level, straight line we'll call a radial value, would it not make sense if that was curving now? Because your version of level isn't level, is it?
Only if higher or lower is referenced to a flat plane. If higher or lower is referenced to the center point, then something that is of equal elevation at different locations will follow a curve if elevation is referenced to a center point, right?
Oh, I see. And how many geodesic surveyors measure with respect to the centre of Earth?
Yeah.
What's a
I was about
geodesic?
to
Sorry,
say.
don't ask me something. I asked you. Do they drill to get this measurement?
I've never heard of a geodesic surveyor.
Sorry, geodesic surveyor. Do they drill to the centre of Earth to reference their measurement to the centre of it, as you suggest we should do when describing level as curved? Do they do that?
I think they measure using surface techniques.
Sorry, do they drill to the centre of Earth like you've said we would need to do in order to infer this?
I didn't say we would need to do that.
But you said we would need to reference the centre of Earth, the radial value, you said. I heard you. Do they do that,
No.
yes or no?
No, we don't need to drill to the center.
So we won't need to define level as curving with respect to the centre of Earth because we don't measure it that way, do we? No need to reiterate, I've got my answer. So we won't consider it that way then, because we don't do it that way, do we?
So could you
Not
derive
so,
the radius
just
of-
acknowledge we don't do
we
it
gotta let
that
him
way.
respond.
We don't measure it from the centre of a sphere. We don't do it that way. You've already said
We have
no.
to let him respond, Nathan.
He already did. He said no.
He was in the middle of trying to respond, and you interrupted him. Jesse, please go ahead.
Thanks. So do you deny that we could could accurately and reliably find the radius of, say, a basketball without poking something inside it?
False
How do
equivalence.
we
We're not
measure?
measuring
Hang on,
basketballs.
Nathan,
Why am I
please,
being helped?
Nathan.
What's going on? No, we're not measuring basketballs. We're measuring Earth. And I'm asking if your surveyors take a drilling measurement to the centre because you told me that we would have to consider it that way when measuring it. If we measure horizontal that's curving, level that's curving, and take it to be the measurement with respect to the centre of a sphere Earth, then it would be so. I asked if we do that, the answer is no. So we don't have to take it to be that, then do we? Making your nonsensical curved levels nonsensical.
Well, if we can measure the rate of curve, we can derive a radius from that, even if we do it by some means other than drilling to the center, right?
So if we derive a rate of curve with respect to a horizontal plane that we'd have to describe it from, that would be a level, wouldn't it? Straight, not curving level, a level to describe the rate of change of the slope. That's with respect to level being straight, isn't it? I take your dumbfounded silence as your abject failure to appreciate that your rate of change of slope is with respect to a level that's not curving. Hello?
No.
No. So rate of change of slope is not with respect to level. It's a level that curves that gives you the curve of the rate of the change of the curve with respect to the curve. No, my friend, when you describe the rate of change of a slope, it is with respect to level being level, a geometric principle that you won't violate because we're not drilling to the centre of Earth. I've overcome your crap religious rantings with your diagrams of levels that aren't level, because it violates a principle that you must use to describe the rate of change of slope as you just described it. You said no. Yeah, level has to be level to describe the rate of change from that level. Do you deny that the rate of change for a slope is with respect to a level that is not curving? Do you deny that? Fundy zealot globe believer? Are you fundamentally insane? Yeah, you do need level to be level, moron.
Level is level.
So not a curve then, crackhead?
Well,
so your diagrams are wrong then, you raving bloody lunatic. So your diagrams are wrong then. Level has to be level. It's not got a rate of change of slope. It's not drilling to the centre of Earth. This is me winning before someone tells me I need to let him in. Finish his stupid point that's been overcome. Why am I being chanted through by Die Slow? Someone mute this asshole. Yeah, I won. Now I'm going to revel in my victory without Die Slow interrupting me. What a scumbag. This is my victory. This is why I get pissed, Stacey. Yeah? Since you're doing a great job, moderators. At my point that I'll win.
Please be respectful of our rules here, or you can take it to your own.
Or I could just mute you in my own show. Yeah, I can locally mute you, asshole, and just talk to my own audience with my win. So level has to be level to describe the rate of change of a slope. That's a fact. Whether or not Die Slow decides to steal my thunder at the point I win, decide to take it to the same point Stacey did. Oh, well, it's obviously your attitude when you call him a moronic lunatic, because his rate of change of slope needs level to be level, fundamentally pissing in the faces of his argument that he's just lost. But yet Die Slow feels the need to ruin that. Thank you very much.
Die Slow's a bitch.
Easy. Everybody just take a breath.
He's acting that way. Every time the point comes to being hammered out, they interrupt.
Yeah,
Am I supposed to believe that they're on the same team?
Level is level. This moron gave us diagrams from a book from a geodesic surveyor that asserted that level's curving until he needs to describe the rate of change. Then he needs level to be level, contradicting him. It's the 8th time I've gone through it with him. It's a contradiction in terms, my friend.
Everybody should be cheering and kind of laughing him out of the room.
Yeah.
Not allowing him not to address the point, because that's obviously what he said no to that, bro. Like, come on, bro.
Exactly. He said no.
He said no.
My exasperation then suddenly descended into Die Slow, taking it to whether or not I've got an exasperated attitude about a moron that's asserting something that can't fundamentally be true. It's a contradiction in terms. Is he going to acknowledge that? Maybe he'll get some help from Die Slow while he segues away from this point. That's not going to happen. I won. Yeah, maybe I'll be told it's not my year. So, to continue the discussion that I just won, level is definitely level then. Your diagrams you sent me were wrong. Because you can't describe the rate of change for your slope if you haven't got level being level. Do you want to respond to that, please? No, he can't. He's got absolutely nothing. Because Earth is measured flat. Level is level.
I mean, if level wasn't a horizontal plane of reference, you'd have to throw everything out the window that we utilize in today's world. You know what I mean? Like Earth curve maths would go, orbital mechanics would go. You wouldn't have anything to work with.
No, you wouldn't. Perhaps the server would like to put some pressure on the person that was waffling on and on about how level isn't level to maybe make a concession at this point, because we've just got nothing from Silence. That's it, what we've got. Silence? Maybe tell me off. Maybe put some pressure on him to concede the point he just lost. No?
Are we still connected?
Yeah, he's just gone silent.
There?
He's gone silent after the point that he described the rate of change. Yeah, for a slope, to describe it, a geometric principle he needs to employ is level be level. He's gone silent after that. Dicelo had a little attempt to kind of ruin a moment when I won. But beyond that, he's just gone silent.
Just give me a minute and I will calculate it.
Wait, Jesse, you're saying that the levels will start to curve?
No.
That's what he's saying.
No, but they will start to go out of level.
Yeah, so because each level is level, right? So each level gets leveled.
So
but
out
then
of level.
Each level, according to Jesse, is leveled to the other levels so that they would be, imagine the ends would be perfectly contacting each other, essentially extending the other levels. But we are ensuring that each level is still
Y'all are
level.
missing it. For him to say out of level means he relinquishes his idea that level is equidistant from the center. Because he's saying level.
Correct.
Yeah, he lost.
No, because if level is curved, if theirs is a ball and level is a curved line, and you create a straight line, it will be like a straight line against a curved line, and it will have one point of level that's the tangent point, where that straight line touches.
Sorry, how can the tangent be?
Well, let's say we use an auto level.
Can't have
let's say we use an auto
tangents
level.
with respect to level surfaces that are straight, because it would ultimately be bent. How can you have tangents to curved surfaces with points that extend horizontally in that maths if the horizontal position that you're describing it from isn't horizontal? How many times have we got to go through this? It's a contradiction in terms, because within the principles he's utilizing, he needs level to be level.
Well, how do you measure a radius or curvature without having a level to measure it from?
You can't.
Yeah, they've been convinced, Brian, because they read it in a book, that level is curved. Level is a circle. I've talked with them and they tell me these spirit levels will form a circle and meet up on each other on the other side.
So then,
the bubble sextant. Just 1 second, Eli. The bubble sextant. The purpose of that is it creates a horizontal, creates a straight line. So, is that a curve? That can't be a curve because it's going to be measuring an angle. So that the auto level creates a straight line, horizontal. So is that a curve? Do you know what I mean? So go on, Eli.
No, it's not.
Yeah, people hate when we address
sorry,
logical
Eli.
fallacy.
It wouldn't be.
Okay,
it would be I don't want to leave it rhetorical. I'm really bad. Sorry, Eli. No, you have to describe it with the principle of level being level, Brian, rather than it being rhetorical. Level has to comport to having no higher or lower than the other in order for your description to hold true. Yeah, that fundamentally pisses in the face of Jesse's nonsense.
Right. Yeah, so this is it. Hold on. This the most important part is semantics right now, because the argument is about how level is defined. So, seeing as that that's the point of inquiry, when he uses level in two different ways, that's just equivocation. Another fallacy, where you use a term ambiguously, can mean one thing, it can mean another. So when he's arguing that level is not straight, he's also talking about how much out of level something is going to be. His words, not mine.
Exactly.
And that's a contradiction, which equivocation falls under the category of.
Precisely. Good summary.
And he said, if Earth is a sphere.
No, you've got a perfect description of the fallacy. It's an equivocation. He's got one word with two meanings.
Mic check. Is it just quiet in here or is it me?
We hear you.
It's you, bro. Go out and come back in.
They're using an equivocation
Sorry,
fallacy.
let's continue.
You've got one word with two meanings, Jesse. Level meaning level, having no part higher or lower than the other, and level meaning comporting with a sphere, equidistant for the centre thereof. So that's two meanings, one word, equivocation. It's fallacy.
I got your numbers, Montreal.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so each level to the next would measure a difference of 0.05 arc seconds, which is they wouldn't show because they have.
Sorry, Jesse.
They have.
I have to stop you there.
Hold on, I'm almost done.
Aware. This is your calculation. Yes.
But he asked me a question and I'm answering it.
But this is your calculation based off a pre-assumption, not based off of any actual measurement.
Exactly.
Yeah. So just to let everyone know that.
Give him.
Yeah. Give him 30 seconds to finish his thing, guys.
I don't even need that.
Jesse?
No, I only started, but I don't even need 30 seconds. It's 0.05 arc seconds per level, but since they have a margin of error of plus or minus 15 arc seconds, you wouldn't know it. You would need to string together 200. That wasn't 30 seconds.
Please let him
If I had to have arc seconds, you can't have arc seconds.
Bro, every
without
time
level.
you interrupt him, you sound scared, bro.
It's because he's using a principle of arc
All right,
seconds.
continue, Jesse.
He can't have arc seconds.
You'd need to string together 287 levels.
They've been server muted, so I'll just mute them, arseholes. So, Brian, go ahead, make your point to my audience. They can talk amongst themselves if they're going to server mute me in there. Go ahead, make your point about arc seconds.
Yeah, arc seconds would be derived from what?
Horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? That's when you're talking about arc seconds. You're talking about degrees, you're talking about angles. You know, you can't have that.
Oh, can't have angles on a ball.
It requires a level for those arc seconds.
It's all right. Raki is too busy interrupting you, Brian.
We wasn't interrupting, dude. You don't have to be a dick to me. About the
no, he's just interrupting Eli.
Okay, when is this going to stop? He didn't do it right here. When is this actually?
Well, when we got server muted, we just muted y'all, and we have an audience over here. Just mute us until we're done, like you already did, because we're talking amongst ourselves. No need to get upset, right? So yeah, I just started talking at the same time as someone else.
He doesn't have to make that comment. Who's the other guy talking? Because I can't hear him.
Ryan asked a question.
Well, forget me. Well, forget Brian too, I guess. That's true. He did ask a question.
You know, in the book, the emperor has no clothes on. It was common for the when the kid pointed it out for everyone to say, "Hey, let the emperor explain his point." It's really important that he get out his explanation for why he has clothes on.
So to get us back on track, the arc seconds you described requires horizontal planes of reference.
I don't know. Somebody must have muted
level. Maybe this interruption's me being unreasonable. So level being level, Jesse. For the arc seconds
not a
description?
hot mic. Whoever's saying I'm hot micing. I don't know what order we're going in here, but I obviously tried to get in, Nathan, because you were the one saying I was talking over someone, so you knew I was trying to get in. My question was before when I was trying to get in before is in what direction would that level be off?
Who is this question regarding to?
to Jesse's final thing that he answered SC 200 and something levels, and he's saying the arc seconds and all this, he would need that many to show a difference, a drop or a rise in the levels. In which direction is he measuring the levels being off?
It would show the end. It would show the end that was away from the tangent point to be higher.
Which would mean what?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean would mean what.
There would be drop with respect to a level. That's what
You
that
see,
means.
the fabric is invisible, guys. You can't see the fabric, but it's real. The emperor has clothes on. This kid saying that he don't, just ignore him.
So yeah, that was Brian's.
Are we in Bizarro world?
It's about the 6th time. We'll try again. So Brian's point was to describe the arc second measurement to have these levels not be level. You're going to describe their drop with respect to level. So the principle violates itself in your description of the arc seconds that you used. You need level for that description. That was Brian's point.
Well, Montreal asked me what I thought would happen if you laid a bunch of levels end to end, but in a straight, straight.
Indeed.
And not.
And your answer used arc seconds. Yes, your answer used arc seconds, didn't it?
But that wasn't my full question. My full question is, if you keep lining them next to each other, what happens, Jesse? That's the question.
Oh, well, if you can get them actually straight, they would depart from a level line, like depart from the surface of water at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared for the first couple hundred miles.
Sorry, how can they depart from a level line when level's already curving in your description of level in your books that you sent me? How can it depart from that?
Good question.
Well,
yeah, it can't. It's a contradiction in terms. It's nonsense. Yeah, it's just where your religious belief has led you, because in your mind, the surface which is measured as level and defined as level isn't level, even though to have it not be level defies the very principle that you'll describe it not being level with. That's level.
So that's why I said what I said about the equivocation fallacy, because it falls under the law of non-contradiction. So the conversation ended when it began with level was curved.
Yeah, it isn't. There's a contradiction in terms. It's the 12th time.
So I think that the key point here now is we've got two competing claims. One is that flat and level are always the same, and the other is that flat and level are not the same. So
no, that's not. No, that's not the position. No. Can I just correct that? That's not false dichotomy. One is the definition. The other is your claim that defies the definition. It's not our claim that level's level. That's how it's defined, and also utilised by you when you defy that definition by using that definition to describe how things will deviate from the level. So you have an equivocation fallacy, and now you're trying to reposition your equivocation fallacy into a false dichotomy where the definition of level becomes a claim I'm making. Now it ain't. And you need that definition to hold true for you to define how things deviate from that level, making your nonsensical level isn't level nonsense exactly that. Nonsense. 13th time.
Can I ask Jesse a quick question? Jesse, can a straight line be level? Can a straight line be level?
Not on a globe. It would only be level at one point, at the tangent point.
So a straight line can't be level?
Not the whole thing.
So by asking you, so if you're saying a straight line can't be level, then what's an auto level doing? And a bubble sextant?
It's projecting a horizontal line that is level at the tangent point, which is the point where the auto level is located.
Horizontal can't exist on a sphere.
Neither can a tangent. A tangent would also be bent, because we can't have straight lines. You should find that at the beginning for you, Brian. So what do you mean straight line tangent? How can you have that? That would be bent also.
You mean due to refraction?
No, I'm saying you can't define a deviation from a straight line if a straight line isn't straight.
Hey, Brian, do you know why...
Maybe ignore it. Ignore it entirely and go back to Brian. How can you define, as you defined and defied, straight lines as being straight, and then go on to describe things like tangents, which are straight.
So straight, in other words, has an angle of 0. If you Google it, that's basically what you get. So 0 angle, meaning straight, meaning just no part higher or lower. Like, and then when you have an elevation angle, it's a deviation from straight. That's why it's a horizontal baseline. So when you're saying, well, level is curved, what you're saying is that everything that I just mentioned is bastardized because there is no straight.
Yeah, we've done it 14 times with him.
Yeah, and he said
because
that an
0
auto
for
level
you,
is
0
not
for
creating a
you.
level.
Well, my bad. Because 0 for you is curved. Because if I'm at 0 altitude, you think that we're just on the surface of a curving globe. That's 0 for you. But you can do. It can't be simultaneously straight, but not straight. Can't be.
Yeah, well, how can an auto level create a horizontal line and still be termed as an auto level, surveying to it? Wouldn't they just call it an auto horizontal and keep the word level out of it completely?
An auto curve, Brian.
You know what I mean?
We got an auto curve.
Yeah, an auto curve.
But it is level at the point of tangency. That's the point.
I see. So when we take I'll accept that. Okay, let's just hold on, Brian. Hold on 1 second.
You can't have a level
One
at
second.
a point. A level is a line and a relationship between them. A point of tangency. You only got a point, not a level. Not a point. Why you use the word at the point of tangency?
Exactly, Adam. A point is not a line.
No, but you can define a point along a line, right?
Well, a straight line, you're going to name a point on that straight line. Yeah? So you're now dealing with a line, not a tangency.
That you don't have.
A point on your line that you need to define and then rechange the definitions to give you your new definition while simultaneously using the definition of a straight line. This is full-nomics, isn't it?
Exactly.
So
a point is not a line, and only a line can be a level. Sorry, Effie.
No, my bad. I was just making a joke. He said that as if something was wrong. Yeah.
Okay.
So if we had a flat, level, planar surface, and then we had, say, a sagging rope that formed a catenary curve that just touched in the
Your
middle.
logic's already flawed. You put this in an if statement.
What?
Right. He
Yeah.
put this in an if statement. His logic's already garbage. This isn't an if statement.
Yeah, we're not going to. I already tried. You tried this on with me, trying to put a statement of a definition in terms of level into a false dichotomy with it being a claim. Yeah, we're not going to take this as an if statement. So, for example, if you measure your horizontal baseline to represent positions on the ground for latitude, that's a straight line for an angle. Obviously, it can't be curved like your stupid books say, because it wouldn't be an angle anymore. Straight lines form angles at vertices. You don't get those from curved lines. Therefore, when we're measuring the elevation angle of Polaris to give us points on the ground, they all run along a long, straight, flat, level line for the angle for the baseline. Well, that's not curving. It can't be. It wouldn't be an angle anymore. So your absurdity in these books where level isn't level anymore, even though you use the definition of level being level to describe that curved line, you can't get elevation angle measurements to Polaris to plot points on the ground on a straight, level line.
So you don't want to answer my question about the curved rope touching a flat plane?
No, you put it into an if statement. We overcame it by pointing out it's not a false dichotomy where we have a claim because I give you an example. That's how I overcame it. Then I gave you an example to overcome it with, and that was with level line to Polaris for elevation angle measurement for positions on the ground. That's a practical use. Now, if your rope example that I've already overcome with its if statement that puts a false dichotomy into this discussion has some practical relevance, like saving your life, finding your position at sea, things like that, mapping the territory, maybe we'll give it some credence. But as far as I can tell, it's just a false dichotomy you're attempting. For a second time, I have overcome it. I've then repositioned that which you asked into an actual practical example of level being level, with an elevation angle. It can't not be level, i.e. curved like your reference, because it wouldn't be an angle anymore. So, when we're measuring angles to Polaris, for reference to the ground, that violates your descriptions of it moving with reference to the centre of Earth and curving away from you, because then it isn't an angle to a point on the ground anymore. If you say you're just standing at a point of tangency, and you measure an angle which cannot be curved, it wouldn't be an angle anymore, then the line along the base for the angle, with reference to points on the ground, won't be on your sphere ground anymore. So, in conclusion, the points on the ground with a level line for an angle is with respect to the ground which is flat. Definitely not curved, because angles can't be formed from curved lines. Are we clear? Earth is being measured flat for latitude. Not if we get a rope. Not if we decide that level isn't level in a false dichotomy. I have addressed your point. How dare you suggest that I didn't? I did. Now would you like to address my point about measuring Earth flat for latitude with angles that aren't moving to the centre of a sphere Earth on the ground? Go ahead.
So do you deny that a sagging rope would be level at exactly 1 point?
But what was the practical application of this?
It can't be level at 1 point. A point can't be
Yeah,
level.
it's a nonsense. It's a point. It can't be level. It's a point. You're not comprehending basic geometric definitions. You're trying to conflate things that can't be put together to try and make a ball point that you're desperate to do. But in doing so, you're denying just basic geometric definitions. Making a point.
Yeah, they ignored you the first time,
How can
Adam.
a point be level? It's a nonsense. Yeah, the only reason is to try and make a straight line curve, which is what you're trying to do. But the only reason for that is to get it on a ball. But you can't just form your own bit of geometry just to redefine words for a ball Earth's sake.
Okay, so no practical application for your rope. Meanwhile, longitude, latitude systems are definitely used for navigation. And I'm asking about a level line that runs from your position to Polaris's GP to establish positions on the ground. You understand that that line cannot meet the definitions in your stupid books with lines that aren't level being described as level. Do you understand that?
I'm not sure what you're asking. Please explain. Are you talking about when you use the water horizon as a reference for your sextant?
No, I'm talking about latitude.
I don't
He's talking
understand
about
what.
when you use a level line as your baseline, and then you use a line to the star from that baseline to create an angle. You call that an elevation angle, and it runs all the way to the ground position below the star.
That's pretty much what I just said, just repeated by John. So,
What level line is it that we're talking about? I'm not sure.
third time's
There's
a
no
charm.
level line.
Latitude. Are you deaf? Latitude.
Latitude is not a level line.
It's a straight line from the GP of Polaris.
Yeah.
Straight line from the
You've
GP of
explained it,
Polaris.
Brian. I've explained it. John's explained it. I'm asking him, that line to the GP of Polaris from your position with the angle for latitude, that's a ground positioning system, a grid, yeah? Will that comport with your stupid lines that cannot be angles because they're curved according to your definition? The answer is no. You're
That's
just
nonsense.
idiotic and interrupting as I destroy your stupid nonsense from your surveyors that claim level isn't level. It must be for this angle measurement to Polaris with respect to a ground positioning system. That's latitude. Fourth time. Do you understand that the line to the GP cannot be curved as per your stupid citation?
You mean the surface line from the water under you to the water under the GP of the star? Yeah, that would be level.
So that would be tens of thousands of square miles of level Earth. No curve, no drop, no sphere, no reference to the center of Earth. A straight line from your position all the way to Polaris that is level, not deviating, not a single point, a line from you to that star's ground position that's flat. Earth is flat.
So, do you have any evidence-based argument to demonstrate
How
that
dare you?
level
So
is?
when I absolutely unequivocally prove that Earth's measured flat, you ask me if I've got any evidence. Yeah, latitude. I just went through it.
Yeah, could you demonstrate that though?
Yeah, it's used daily.
No, no, demonstrate it. Not talk about it, Nathan. Demonstrate.
How
So
would it be
demonstrate
different?
latitude? Yeah, pick up a map.
Prove it for you if you want.
Are you having a laugh?
Yeah, how would it be different on a
Sorry,
globe?
do you acknowledge that the line can't be curved to
yeah.
Polaris's GP? You haven't acknowledged it yet. You've asked me a question in response. Someone else has then white knighted. Do you acknowledge that the line cannot be curved as per your definition? You said it had to be level. Right, so that debunks your assertion from the surveyors then. You understand that? We're going to take this
No,
discussion to its
I don't
conclusion.
agree. I think the line could be curved and still be level.
How could
If
it be an
Earth is
angle?
small-
Okay, you think it could be a curve. I'm trying to respond. Don't need white knights. It could be curved. No, an elevation angle is a straight line meeting at a vertex with the line to Polaris. That can't be curved. You're wrong.
No, he said it could be curved and level.
No, level means straight. For it to be an angle, it's straight. It definitely isn't curved to be an angle. He's saying it could be. I'm saying he's wrong because that violates the definition of an angle.
So
no, you're opposite side of the angle. So there's no way you can have the angle, yeah, and then have the line that the angle is referenced to be curved. The simple fact that you have the angle means the line is straight. All lines are straight. There's only in Bornomics that you need to, but by the simple fact that you have referenced it with regards to an angle, it further proves that that is a straight line, not a line that could be considered curved, yet parallel or level with the surface of the Earth. It can't do that if it's also being referenced to an elevation angle.
On screen.
Are the vertices of two straight lines.
Yeah, on screen for my audience now. Line along the ground to the ground position of the star is straight and not curved. It can't be defined as an angle. If it was curved, it can't meet the definition of this globe-believing zealots. Curved level, because then it isn't an angle anymore. He said, I think it could be curved because my fundamentalist religious sphere belief with reference to these curved levels says that level could be curved. No, it won't be an angle. That's where we're at. To address your point that you put back to me in rebuttal, no, it wouldn't be an angle anymore.
Can I just
That's
add
not
something
true.
to that?
That's not true.
So what exactly would be different if Earth were a sphere when we're taking a zenith angle to, say, Polaris?
It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work because it wouldn't be a... It wouldn't...
That's completely wrong. He just said zenith angle. You're not taking a zenith angle. An elevation angle that would be saying subtracted from 90, and that would then give you a zenith angle. What you're trying to do is try and deny that they need a horizontal for a zenith angle, which is completely wrong. You need a horizontal for a zenith angle and an elevation angle.
Yes, what would be different? It wouldn't work because level wouldn't be curved, like your definition that must be the case if all levels run to the center of a sphere, then elevation angle measurements don't work anymore. They do work, they are used, but Earth must be flat for them to function. Level can't be curving. Level must be level. Earth being the reference for the ground position of the star, in this case Polaris, and the grid system that is developed with angles along a flat baseline. Circles, in essence, coming from Polaris's GP. That's latitude. Flat Earth required. Cannot be curved, won't be an angle, won't be functional. That's why all the maps are flat. Because Earth's flat. That's how it functionally operates and is measured in this instance. Off a flat line that cannot comport with your definition of level being curved. You understand? You're just wrong.
Very simple.
No, that's just not true. Because you can take the angle. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to butt in, but you can take the angle and you can assume that it's flat. And surveyors do this. They'll make an angle and assume that it's flat, and then after the fact they correct for the radius.
No, they
No,
add
they
an
don't.
R in. They don't correct for the radius. They add an R in
Yes,
afterwards.
they do.
Mathematically,
Every book, you can look at every
you
book
can't
you
add
talk to
R into a
they correct
measurement.
the radius.
It's not part of the
Sorry,
measurement.
Don, someone's responding to your claim. Chanting, no, they do every book. You could say that after. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, my bad, I didn't even do that.
Yeah.
But they objectively do, though. It's in every
They
book.
don't do
You
it.
can look.
I
You
went
can
through
Sorry,
this
Google it
earlier.
me
right
telling
now.
you that maybe I should reiterate. We have heard you chanting, yes, they do, it's every book. That's the third time I've heard it. But ideally, I'd like Brian to actually respond to you without you chanting it for a fourth time through the top of him again. Is that
Oh, my
absolutely
bad. I
clear?
thought he was done. You can calm down. I thought he was done.
I don't need your
Sorry,
permission. I
Brian.
need
You
you to
can go
shut
ahead.
up. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, they don't do that. What they do is all the measurements reference a horizontal plane, and afterwards, if they decide to do it, they can then add an R value in if they decide afterwards. Every time they use trigonometry, they're dealing with 180 degrees. They're never using what the claimed spherical triangles. They don't exist as a measurement. They don't do any of that. They just add R in afterwards. There is no measurement of R. They don't measure R. It's not part of the measurements they make. They only add it in afterwards. And they can add it in afterwards mathematically all they want and put it in 50 million books. It doesn't matter when they're out in the field, they don't do it. My mother's partner is a retired geodetic surveyor. Nobody measures R out in the field. They're using triangles with 180 degrees. Nobody is doing what you're saying. Absolutely nobody.
Well,
So you're going to say nobody is
we
doing.
can always test the assertion.
So you're going to say that nobody's doing what I'm saying, and then proceed to say they're doing exactly what I'm saying, which is adding in the R value after the fact for correction.
Add it in afterwards. Yeah. But they're not measuring. They're not. There's nowhere in the measurement. It's part. There's nowhere where it's part of the measurement. They're using triangles. I went through this earlier. Maybe you weren't here. They're up on a mountain measuring two other mountains, making a triangle between the three mountains. They're using 180 degrees, and each mountain could be 30, 40, 50 miles, depends on how far away they can see away from each other mountain. They're talking a huge area of land, and they're using that triangle to make another triangle off, and another triangle off of that, and another triangle off of that. That's 180 degrees being used all the time, which means they must be treating the baseline, which is mean sea level, as a horizontal plane to do that. So that's all their actual measurements. What calculations they want to add in afterwards means nothing. All that matters is what they actually do in the field, and they don't measure any earth curve or radius or any of that nonsense out in the field. Doesn't happen.
Well, yeah,
Right, so they do what I said. They take a measurement, and then they can make.
John's trying to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say it's real simple. You know, they got this Earth curve calculator that has ground level in it. I mean, you're saying there's curvature. When you go to that thing, it uses ground level as a straight line. So how does that work? Huh? I don't even want you to say anything back. This is ridiculous. People should be laughing at this, not giving you an opportunity to rebut.
Right, so they correct for it after the fact, and that's why it works. When they're using it in actual engineering, the reason they correct for the R value is because it's curving, and when they do it, it works. The fact that it works is proof
You don't know
of the
what
R value.
Okay, shush, guys in G+.
Hang on.
Okay, hold on, Brian, just 1 second.
What R value?
I was just about to ask the same question.
Who measured this
Hold on,
value?
Brian, just 1 second. Brian, please.
Okay.
Don, you're saying that they add in the R value, so they correct for it because after they've measured it flat, they add it in mathematically because it's curved. Okay, I've got your claim. Where do they get the R value from in the first instance?
From the circumference.
Where do they get that?
The R value is already known. It's already known. You could take 2 points,
No,
right?
it has to be measured. It has to be
One
measured.
angle. Hold on.
Value has to be
Before you go on, okay, I'll just try and take control again. Everyone be quiet, stop. So we're asking where it's been measured. Don.
I'm trying to answer that. Take 2 points.
Okay.
Right? You measure it. You get an angle. You can get an angle of curve from that. Then you can extrapolate that into a full circle. Once you have that, you can get the radius value. It's very easy. You can Google it.
Okay, thank you.
And you can see.
Okay, just to clarify.
Tell
So
me that
just to
again.
clarify,
Wow.
thank
What
you,
was that
thank
again?
you, thank you. Just to clarify, you measure an angle. Yes, that's two straight lines meeting at a vertex, and you get a circumference. So I can take that into the reality of what's actually performed, which is the minimum elevation angle inferred from Polaris to give you a radial value of a circle. That's what you've suggested. But that requires a flat Earth be measured in that instance, if you're going to use Polaris.
No, it don't. So I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. You take 2 points. You know, the Eratosthenes experiment is something similar to that. You can use the sun
Yeah,
and a
Eratosthenes
stick.
measured a horizontal
Brian,
plane.
please.
Eratosthenes measured
Please.
Well, I know what I'm talking about, Nathan. So
I know,
deal.
we all know what he's talking about. He's about to talk about Eratosthenes measuring a flat Earth also. Let's just let him do it. He thinks he's measuring a sphere Earth with the angles of Eratosthenes. Let him talk about it. Then after he's talked about his angles off a flat plane, we'll point out that the shadows and the angles measured are off a flat plane for him to infer a sphere after he's measured a flat plane. But let's just let him say it first so he can delude himself into believing that he's measuring a spherical surface with straight lines and angles from shadows. Go ahead, my friend. I've contained my panel for you to blurt out your flat Earth angle measurements proving a sphere. Go ahead.
I like this to be funny. But anyway, I lost track of thought. But yeah, like Eratosthenes.
You were telling us
that's
there
just
about
one way you can
Eratosthenes
do it.
angles off a flat
Right,
Earth. Go
right.
ahead.
And y'all already know about that, so I ain't got to go into detail. But just
Yeah,
the
it
way
measures
that
a
he
flat
did it,
Earth.
you can
The details for it that you don't want to go into now prove a flat Earth's being measured with angles, my friend.
Know.
Yeah, we know it's
If you
measuring a
already
flat
know.
Earth. You seem to be yattering through me saying I already know that it's measuring a flat Earth. Yes, it is. It's angles. Two straight lines. One of them's not curved for your shadows. Were you unaware that that proves the flat Earth's being measured? Because it is.
It's the exact
All right,
opposite.
yeah, just
We're not doing any
denying it makes
measuring
it
of
true.
the Earth.
So,
We're
okay.
doing a calculation at this point with Eratosthenes. There is no Earth measurement. It's a calculation based on a measurement of celestial objects.
Right, that do physical things to the object you're standing on. But, just deny it and, just live
No,
in
we didn't
ignorance. It's all
deny
good.
it.
I'm
Sorry,
Do
why are you
physical
levelling
things
an
to the
idea that we
object
denied
you're
anything?
standing on?
We didn't deny anything. The shadows create a vertices that you're going to measure. That's a straight line on the ground for an angle. Was that me denying it? Or was that me saying this proves a flat Earth? Because it does. I didn't deny anything.
It doesn't.
Oh,
Just
hand
because
wave.
something looks great, I mean.
Sorry, okay.
Can I ask a question?
Okay, how'd you get
Can I
the
ask a
angle in Eratosthenes?
That's just a
You
question,
said
please.
no, hand waved. I'm going to ask you a question. If the angles
Sure.
used in your example for Eratosthenes, how do you get that angle if the ground is curved? Given that an
Right, that's
angle's
what
two
we-
straight lines. I hadn't quite finished my question. I'll make a second attempt. Given that you're dealing with angles, that's straight lines, how can you get the angle inference if the ground is curved and therefore not a straight line for the shadow being measured? Go ahead, explain how no.
From the deviations of shadow. Now, can I please ask just one quick question? It's a quick question in the thought experiment.
He doesn't know what he's babbling about. Deviation from a shadow or a straight line. Yeah, that's a flat Earth proof. You're talking really quick, Don, through the top of people objecting.
He doesn't know why you brought up the word shadow.
I'm just trying to ask a simple question.
Well, I think if all three of us talk at the same time. No, the shadow's straight lines. The angle from the shadow is a straight line. It's not a curved line. That proves a flat Earth. Second time.
They deviate from each other. They deviate from each other,
No,
right?
he doesn't understand
If you take
Eratosthenes.
if you
He doesn't understand the claims of Eratosthenes. He doesn't understand it. You don't understand it, my friend.
Okay. All right, cool. Just say I understand. That's fine. I'll concede that. Okay. So can I ask a question, please?
No. Given that you've wasted our
don't
time with your
understand it.
complete ignorance, I prefer you just shut up. You don't understand this. Yeah, now that you've conceded, why do you feel that you need to ask us anything? Yeah, you've humiliated yourself with the complete ignorance of the subject that you're trying to prove a sphere with. That's Eratosthenes and the angles of a flat Earth. But yet you don't know anything about it, as Brian's just pointed out. You think you've got the floor now to ask us something? No, mate, shut up. No, mate, we'd rather you just sat down and shut up.
Keep going through the same shit if you're just going to keep denying the shit. You're obviously not
Didn't deny
understanding
anything.
what you're saying. So
Didn't deny anything. I pointed out the angles are measured off a flat Earth.
But they're not. So I'm trying to ask you a question to get to that, and you won't let
You
me.
don't understand Eratosthenes. I just said earlier we don't understand
Eratosthenes is not a fucking good response.
Don't
I'm
have
trying
to
to ask you
swear
a
at us.
question to try
Just
to get
don't
you
get triggered, fundy zealot glow believer. No need to get triggered and start swearing at us. Yeah, angles are straight lines. That's not me fundamentally hand-waving any shape that you infer from these straight line angle measurements of a flat Earth. That's not me denying anything. It's not me denying your shape that you've got a zealot belief in either. No, we're proving Earth's measured flat with your example. That's what we're doing.
Can I address him, please? You brought up shadows. The official Eratosthenes claim is that if the shadows we see in reality, the only way they can be created on a convex surface of radius 3959 miles is that if the sun is really big, so far away, matching its angular size, and having almost parallel light rays hitting the surface of your globe. If the sun is close and local, then the Earth has to be a horizontal plane. The reason he said that is because he knew that he had measured an elevation angle, and he knew that there's no way for those shadows we see in reality to work on a spherical surface unless his claims concerning the sun were true. But the moon gives us the exact same shadows, no different. Ending all Eratosthenes, ending heliocentrism, ending every single bit of it.
You wouldn't be able to measure an angle from a shadow on a curved surface. That's
not the point. That's not the point.
It is my point. It is my point that you've rumpused all the way through me making it, Brian. Brian, you wanted to make a new point. You've rumpused me and John's now. Brian, I was trying to make that point 5 times. You rumpused it every time from the panel. John's now reiterated
you kept on saying the same thing to him.
I know we're not. I'm saying something else. You've decided that, no, that's not the point you're making, so you're going to make it through the top of me 5 times. Yeah, okay, you've got a different point. Fine. But my point is that the angle can only be made from a flat Earth. It might not be your point, but it's still valid. You know, okay, you've got a different point. A bad moon shadow. Totally agree.
Maybe it's you today, Nathan.
I don't know what I've done wrong. I'm passionate for it, and I'm pleased that Brian's just as passionate. Don't take it the wrong way. Go ahead, John.
I was just, whether you're talking about parallel lines creating 90-degree angles on the surface or divergent lines creating angles, for the angle to exist on the surface, it must be a plane of reference.
Yep. Obviously, Dom hand-waved that in spite of his ignorance that he self-confessed.
Brian's 100% right. He has no idea what he's claiming.
That's not true, because you can just take the angles from the shadows from 2 different locations, and you can formulate the curve from there.
We're going to explain this again to you?
He said formulate the curve from the angles.
He's just changed his claim. He's just changed his
post
claim.
A picture of it. You will understand it. Maybe if I post a picture. Maybe if I post a picture of how he did.
If the shadow is measured off of a curved surface, I don't understand how you're going to have a proper angle.
Let me post a picture. I'll post a picture.
Dom doesn't want to hear it, Eli. Yeah, Dom, what Eli's trying to... You don't want to hear me either. What he's trying to point out to you is that the extrapolation after the fact comes from an angle. Yeah, well, that means you've measured a flat Earth to get that angle. And what you do with it afterwards doesn't change the fact that you measured a flat Earth to get it.
Adam was saying he changed his claim.
Yes, he's changed it now to back to what it is, which is
I'm saying the exact same thing that I was just saying before.
As he said, you can take
He's
2
trying
angles.
to explain it.
Neil, shut up.
And then formulate it was what the gentleman's just put back to us now, which I would agree with. You can do that, but that would require the recognition that you admit you're not measuring Earth, you're measuring angles, with the disclaimer just previously said, and then assuming and doing a calculation to generate a calculated R value. You've not measured R in anything. You've taken separate things and then calculated an R value.
Right, and then the R value works, which shows that you were right. which is why I was just trying to ask a simple question. If you took a pen and you drew a line a mile long, right? And you made that line curve by 100th of a degree,
It wouldn't be
would
a
it not
line
look straight?
anymore.
Thank you.
Okay. Wouldn't it? Second,
Okay.
you stop it
You
being a
just-
line and
you
curve
just
it,
told me
you
on
stop
there.
it being a
I'm gonna mute
line.
up. Okay. All right. Well, I'm just gonna mute up. That's all I need to know. I'm sorry, y'all. Carry on.
First and foremost, we're talking about 1/60th, right? So we're talking about 1 arc minute. If you're talking about the ground being curved, which would be 60 miles of DV fucking nation from straight.
Right.
From straight. And that's 60 miles. That's not a very big distance, is it? So when
You're
we're talking
curved.
about
You're not straight.
navigation, when we're talking about Eratosthenes and what he did between supposedly Cyan and Syene and whatever, Alexandria. Basically, since you guys are saying that the Earth curves 60 miles per degree, then what you're talking about is a lot of deviation from one point to another.
Which would not give you an angle.
Thank you, John. I needed to end that with that. Thank you.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, we're going to need a flat Earth for these angles.
Nathan, can I ask a clarifying question for the room? It'll be short.
Yeah.
Is it true that with geodetic surveying, it's measured? It's measured 100 square miles level flat. And if you had two people that started 200 miles away and they started going towards each other, measuring level, you would have 200 miles with no deviation from level, and that debunks the globe Earth, correct?
Yeah, Brian went through it earlier. Although he's gone because I presumed you told him off.
Well, I've been listening the whole time, and I love you guys' effort. And I'm a flat earther too, but we're battling people's belief. So they try to tell you a single point can be level, and like what Jesse was saying, up to 129 or however many 200 levels, it will be level, but then it'll start to curve. That they want to believe when you use a sextant or if you shoot a laser out perfectly level that it goes off into space and a planet dips away from them. That's not what is going on in reality. And we're fighting the belief that it's a globe. That's all. Their personal beliefs. Correct.
Well, I think I would say this. That is actually a symptom of something else. And it's a symptom that majority of the people listening right now, I'm not talking about sides, I'm talking about the people listening, all have a problem with logical fallacies, as in you take it for granted, as in when someone's committing one, you kind of say, well, let's give him the room to explain himself. It's like, well, if I'm calling out a logical fallacy, that means there is an error in the premise or the premises to begin with. But people don't care. I said, hey, it's equivocation, which falls under the law of non-contradiction fallacy. Like, no one cared. Well, I'm being hyperbolic.
Yeah, I agree.
There it is again.
I just didn't
Hyperbolic.
hear the penny drop for the room. You know what I mean? Like, because usually when I go to different servers and I'm pointing out a logical fallacy, it's like, oh, we just want to hear him out. I did hear him out. That's why I'm calling out the logical fallacy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to call it out. So why are we letting him to continue on this faulty premise when the conversation should have been concluded with, hey, that was a logical fallacy you tried to argue with?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
He started out with it first. This is sphere, so that's a fallacy too.
Well, okay.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was trying to get to with the Emperor's New Clothes. It's like, you call out the Emperor's naked, and then they say, well, hold on, let him try to explain himself. Maybe he's not naked. Like, what? He's naked.
Right. That's it's the meals, right? It's like, so if the Emperor had clothes, then he would appear naked.
No,
Is
no,
that- that's
no, no,
basically
no,
what-
no. If we can redefine the meaning of the word clothes to mean that you haven't got any clothes on, then
that's right.
We can move forward.
Alternatively, we can redefine what naked means. I mean, there's many different options. We just need to explore them and hear them all.
That was 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice.
And I'm mad. I'm so
But
mad.
that's what they do.
I'm so mad because when you hear an analogy, it clicks. It's like eureka. Like, oh my gosh, that made so much sense. I wonder. I wonder how many people have floors of cotton right now. Can you hear a penny dropping? Because I don't think I can.
Nah, because
Stop
that guy
letting
was
these
right.
people-
You're dealing with. Sorry, Eli. I just want to say that guy's right. You're dealing with people's beliefs. They got a belief system.
But see, the problem is not that they believe it. The problem is that they can't come out of it when pointed out that their reasoning is fallacious.
Right. You would think that would snap them into reality, but it doesn't. It's a very strong delusion, this heliocentrism.
I don't think we help. The only people are so, you're in the Western world. You like doctors. Oh, I love my doctor. He's a good doctor. It's like trying to diagnose something after it's already a problem. And I'm saying, hey, systemically, it's just that fallacious reasoning you have. Why don't you address that? No, let's just talk about the topic. All right, Eli. No one wants to hear that. Let's just let them have the conversation since all you're going to say it's a logical fallacy. So the same thing that's wrong with the earth from your perspective is you're a part of the problem if you're not going to address the actual problem, the actual issue. It might be boring, but if you want to stop the problem, you have to address the propaganda, because the propaganda, the TV, and people having arguments on TV is why we've grown up thinking that those arguments are real. When in actuality, if you watch, I don't know, in Law and Order, so many logical fallacies getting thrown out. But people think that they're operating from logic and reasoning and good will.
Wait, I want to talk about that comparison. So you're saying that if you walk into a doctor's office with your arm hanging, you know it's broke, right?
Yeah, it's broken. Yeah.
So what's the point in the diagnosis?
Because maybe they can say, well, actually, broken. What does broken mean? Actually, before we move forward, let's define it so we're all on the same page.
Define broken.
The broken's where your arm actually isn't snapped in two. Yeah. So that means you can walk out. After redefining the word broken, your arm is no longer broken. So you work out absolutely fine because they've redefined the word broken. So
It really depends on your frame of reference.
Which he did with the straight line when he tried to curve it. And that was good, Adam, that it's no longer a line.
Could I ask a question of the flat earth and on navigation?
Is it
Go
on
ahead, bro.
navigation specifically? Do you have a citation that you're reading from about navigation, or?
No, I've got a question. If indeed navigation can only be done on the flat earth, celestial navigation, getting three elevation angles, getting a fix. Why has no one ever demonstrated that to me?
Oh,
what do you mean? It's being
that would be the what's it called, an argument from ignorance fallacy, right? No, argument of ignorance.
We got to get a fallacy. We got to get a fallacy. No, nobody can demonstrate this. They preach it for 3 years, but I've not seen not one flat earther demonstrate finding a fix using your premises.
Well, when you want to take this, John?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. The elevation angle requires a flat plane of reference. That is the end.
Yeah, you're saying that. Just Show it to me. Show me how you do it.
You
Well,
take
in order,
a flat plane of reference, which you could call your eye level, and you get an angle from it to the front.
No, I'm not asking for a demonstration.
so
I don't want to hear
what
more
happens
definitions
is
and claims. I want to hear that. I want to see it done.
what happens is you said to get a fix. So what happens is you take 3 angles to 3 known stars. And so then you get 3 circles of equal altitude in which all of the radii from you to the midpoint of those circles are actually parallel.
That's a lot of flat.
Although I haven't done it myself, I've watched it being done whilst being on a boat. So my sister's
Nobody on the Flat Earth debate panel has done celestial navigation.
Yeah, I was just literally describing how I was involved in it while it was being done. So my sister was many years ago quite into going out.
So you're a
boats.
Selnav simp. You just sat and watched it.
So no one's going to stop the people that are interrupting now.
Just try
now
once
it's
more,
not.
please.
Where are you,
Eli,
Stacy?
hello, Neil. Thank you. I'll just try a third time. Yes, I watched it happen. He's asking, I haven't seen a flat earther get a fix. Okay, I've watched it being done.
So you're a simp.
So the premise of this is if you have not performed the process yourself, you're not allowed to talk about the process.
Yes.
Yeah, if you haven't shot a gun, you can't talk about a gun.
That's their argument, yes. Or Left Lane's argument.
No, the argument is that you would be more credible if you had actually performed it yourself.
It's irrelevant. It's not about credibility.
Just as if you were talking about guns, if you owned and shot guns, your opinion on guns would be more credible.
Do
you follow?
That's irrelevant. Do you think a gun
No,
expert
of course you don't
has to
follow.
shoot a
No.
gun? The guy
trying to-
that designed the gun for the first time, did he shoot a gun?
No. No, John. No, the guy who designed the very first gun had never shot a gun before he designed the very first one. Obviously, that means he couldn't have possibly designed it by this logic, though, because what right has he got designing things that don't exist and making them work when he's never experienced them? How dare he? That logic doesn't stack up, I'm afraid, my friend.
What are you suggesting? Nathan designed celestial navigation?
No, it's a process that you know the name of, right? So nothing to do with me. It's just a process. You're well aware of it. You know the name of it. It uses a flat Earth.
And but you've never done it ever.
I've watched it being done. And we've just covered this about 2 minutes ago.
Yes,
I just stated the flaw in your logic. You don't have to do the process to talk about the process. Like, what are you on about?
But it gives you more credibility.
Whoa.
I see. So Jeremy Clarkson. So okay, let me just follow this logic with a different example. So Jeremy Clarkson really has no right talking about cars and how well they're made, given that he's never worked on a production line of a car factory. He's got no right talking about them. He's never built one, right?
No, that doesn't really make sense at all. Because,
no, it doesn't, does it? No, it's amazing that.
Reviewing.
Isn't that amazing how my parallel doesn't make any sense? No, it doesn't. He can talk about cars and how well they're made without having built them.
No,
and I can
Jeremy
talk about
Clarkson is not
celestial
comparing
navigation and
production
how it's
processes.
performed with a constant interruption from a fundy that knows his argument's crap. Yeah, maybe I'll get told off for reiterating the winning point, which is that, no, by parallel, someone who's never built a car or worked in a car factory can talk about how well-made cars are. You don't have to have actually made them themselves, and likewise, I don't have to have actually performed the function of celestial navigation, of which you know the name, in order to lend credence to how it's actually functionally being done by others who I have witnessed doing it.
Yeah, but the difference is Jeremy Clarkson doesn't comment on the production process of the cars. He's commenting on the...
Oh, right. How long have you been reading Clarkson's articles? Does he not clown shoes? We could make this about Clarkson, but I'm just going to stick to the fact that we don't actually have to have performed celestial navigation to know it proves a flat Earth. That's the real point here.
The Saab production line would be a great example of that as he goes through the way Saab operate, function, build their own things from their own things, even though it's more costly. Actually, I can cite that. So,
no, Clarkson didn't point out how they completely redid the GM satellite navigation in production level. He's never mentioned such things. Why would he? He's never been to the Saab factory. How could he have?
He's never built a
Clown Shoes.
himself.
Clown Shoes, you're having your ass ripped through your throat, my friend. You're a moron by demonstration and your own words being ripped apart by us. How do they taste?
So if you had a 45-degree angle, elevation angle, Nathan, what is the distance to the GP?
If
2,700 nautical miles.
How many?
2,700 nautical miles.
With respect to a flat plane. Don't forget that part, because y'all lose respect for the flat plane if we don't tell you every 5 seconds.
Correct. So is that Polaris you're talking about? Maybe
it's a flat plane we're talking about.
It's celestial bodies.
So the
stars.
Yeah, so the GP to Polaris is what? What angle is there?
Ground position on the ground. Flat line to it, proving a flat Earth.
What angle from the GP to
Damn,
Polaris?
we're getting mad far away from what I wanted to.
What angle?
Yeah, it depends on where you are. What do you mean by angle?
Got a 45-degree angle from the observer to Polaris. You said the distance was 2,700 nautical miles to the GP.
That's right, yeah.
And the GP is a right angle?
There's a right angle at the GP, yeah.
Yeah, minus from 90 times by 60.
What is the distance?
Polaris.
What is the distance from the GP?
I was just going to explain it to you. Sorry?
What is the distance from the GP?
We don't know the distance.
We don't
Neil,
measure. Hang on, Neil, please.
Neil, he's been asked. He's answering. Go ahead,
I'm trying to answer. Right?
I want to hear his question.
No distance.
Hold on,
there was
Brian.
No distance.
I didn't hear his answer because Neil rumpused him. Go ahead, Edabear. I didn't hear it all.
Brian heard it.
Yeah, I heard it. Edabear is asking, what is the distance between the GP of Polaris and Polaris? Is that what you're asking, Edabear?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody knows what that distance is. Hang on.
Hold on.
Nobody
I
knows
need
what that
to. I need to understand the question.
Nathan, am I answering or not?
I just need to know, I want to know the question.
I don't need you. I don't need you for this. Thanks. Yeah, there's no distance claimed or known between the GP of Polaris and Polaris. Nobody knows what Polaris is. Nobody knows how it functions. Nobody knows its composition. Nobody's measuring a height. They're measuring a horizontal distance between the
That's why I said
and the
nobody
GP
knows
of
the
Polaris.
height of the sun. Sorry, I thought you were done. That's why I said nobody knows the height of the sun.
Neil, I'm trying to finish something. Even in celestial navigation, nobody claims a height. Nobody tries to measure a height to the celestial bodies. They do use right angle triangles, but they're not using trigonometry.
You have a triangle.
That's all I was trying to say.
Yes,
sorry.
but they're not using
I didn't mean to jump in.
Yeah, but they're not using trigonometry. They're using right angle triangles, but not using trigonometry.
You have a right angle triangle with 3 angles and the length of one side.
You are not using trigonometry, Elnora.
You just described a triangle.
Yeah, you're using a right angle. You're using 2 right angle triangles, but you're not using trigonometry. You're not solving for the internal angles and the length of sides.
You have
you're just measuring a horizontal distance from its GP.
Or to its GP. 45, a 90, and a 45, haven't you?
You can have whatever you want, but you're not using trigonometry. When you start talking about trigonometry, you're stepping outside of celestial navigation.
Thank you.
The triangle is the triangle.
The stars do not obey. The stars do not obey your concept of geometry. Is
So
what
how
it
do you
comes
get
down
an angle then? How do you get an angle to something?
Point a measuring device at it and measure it. You should point a device at it and measure the angle. It's that simple. With respect to a horizontal baseline, though.
You just have an angle then.
That's how celestial navigation works.
Yeah, you take an elevation angle, Bear, between Polaris and the sea horizon. And after you do your height of void correction, you then have your angle. Let's say it's 45 degrees. That 45 then is subtracted from 90, and whatever is left, which is going to be another 45, that 45 is multiplied by 60, and that gives you your horizontal distance between the observer and the GP. There's no height of anything. Go on, Adam.
You're going to resolve this.
You have a triangle.
2 triangles. You're using 2 right angle triangles, one on top of the other, but you're not using trigonometry.
He's stuck on a triangle.
The length of one side.
Yeah, you're not trying to resolve for the height. You're trying to
you're
find the distance on the ground. He said that.
You're not using trigonometry.
He said it 2 or 3 times.
Triangle resolves for that, though.
No, you're not. You're asking about the resolving for a height that isn't being utilised
Properties of a
functionally.
triangle are that.
My bad, I'm just answering you. No, they're not trying to functionally resolve the height. No one's going to Polaris. But you might want to find your way to its ground position that's directly below Polaris. But that's what we're actually functionally doing, finding out the second attempt. Trying to find our way along the ground. Functionally, we can use the angle measurement that we do use, even though I haven't personally done it, to find our way along the ground. But that's not finding the height that you keep asking about.
Let me give Elderbear a bit of history. Do you know how they started this, Elderbear? They determined what 1 degree of angular change was, either as they moved closer towards Polaris or further away from the GP point of Polaris, in statute miles. At one time, it would have been a different ground, would have been, can't remember the name of it now, a different surface measurement. But it's in statute miles. Statute miles are horizontals. So they determined that between that 1 degree of angular change to Polaris was 69.048 horizontal statute miles. And then they divided that by 60 because they wanted to divide that degree. There's obviously 60 minutes. So they wanted to know how could they place 1 minute of degree on the surface of Earth as a distance. And when they divided 69.048 by 60, that gave them 60 nautical miles, and it gives them the ratio of 1.1508 between statute and nautical miles. But it all starts with statute miles. So it started with them moving away and going closer to Polaris and determining, based off of landmarks and known distances between landmarks, eventually they got a precise 69.048 horizontal statute miles of distance, gives them a 1 degree of angular change to Polaris. And that's what allowed them to then have nautical miles. That's why they're only dealing with that horizontal distance. They're not making claims about the height of Polaris or the distance to it or anything else. They're using 2 right-angled triangles, but they're not using trigonometry. They're not doing that. They're not using right-angled triangles like they're used in surveying and other things like that.
Yeah, it's a crappy globe Earth straw man.
Yeah,
There's no need for the height of the star.
Yeah, no one's going to
Polaris.
Also, when you look up statute mile.
1 sec, Eli.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Edinburgh.
I said, so a triangle doesn't have defined properties then, is that what you're saying?
No, nobody said that.
I didn't say that at all. I never said that. I said they're not using trigonometry. I've already laid out the process for you. I even went to BEVS one time. That was the last time I was on BEVS. And I did a small presentation on this, and no one there could understand it. So I just, what can I do? I mean, if you want to go back, Bev will have, because I know you're hanging with Bev will have the presentation I did, the small presentation I did. I mean, I've tried to lay this out for you, and you tried to straw man me saying, which is really low, tried to straw man me saying I was saying, you tried to say that I said something about triangles I didn't say, so why would you say that when I didn't say that?
Anything about this? Nothing to do with Bev. Sorry? It's the first time I asked you about it.
You said you
straw man me. Yeah, but you tried to straw man me. You tried to straw man me.
No, I'm inquiring about the triangle.
I'm not the one. See, you think this is nonsense. You're told that this is nonsense, aren't you? You think this is nonsense.
You have a triangle with 3 angles and the length of one side.
Yeah, but you don't solve for the internal angles.
So we heard him.
Just 1 second, Edinburgh. Hold on a second, Brian. Just 1 sec. Go ahead, Eli.
That's what I'm trying to do.
I'm trying to take control, Eli. I've got to clear the airwaves before you start. Go ahead, Eli.
From the Smithsonian, a sextant is used to measure the altitude of a celestial body above a horizontal line of reference. Altitude in this case is a special use of the word describing an angular measure, not a distance above sea level. End of citation.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's pretty
sweet. So you have an angle, then you made a horizontal. You assumed a horizontal. To the 290.
We're going to move along.
That's 2 angles. That's 2 angles.
We're going to move along because the reason for your point of questioning was to ask how high the star is. And Brian said, that's not what they're concerned with. Brian then said that's not what they're concerned with. And then we just had this long-winded conversation. Well, QE pretty much put it to rest. I'd like to move forward because another thing that Brian said, he brought up statute mile, right? So I just looked up the definition real quick, and it says a unit of linear measure, right, equal to approximately 1.6 kilometers. Now, when I look up linear, of course, what's the definition of linear? Well, arranged or extending along a straight or nearly straight line. So, I mean, there's nothing to argue about.
No, I'm just asking about the triangle.
Well, you've been
can I ask you a question?
You've been addressed and it's over now.
All of
somebody's got a new
navigation that people throw at me, I've got a triangle there.
Okay,
I was
thank
just
you.
asking about it.
Brilliant. It was wonderful discussion. Thank you, Edibear. What was who wanted to add something? Andy, go ahead.
Yeah. Elderbear, have you done celestial navigation? Have you?
I'm just
you
looking
done?
at a triangle. It doesn't matter about that, does it?
No,
I mean, Nathan
don't
hasn't done
ask
it
him.
either,
Let's
but
move
he's got
on,
lots.
man.
No, I know,
Like, he can't. We already
You said it
addressed
doesn't
him,
matter.
but he only had one problem. There's another
You
thing
said
that
it doesn't matter whether you've used a
there's another
sextant or
thing.
not. That's got nothing to do with it.
I just wondered if you had the experience. That's all.
Nathan hasn't either, but he makes lots of claims. So why do I need to know?
All right,
Well,
so it's over.
no, it's fine.
No need to pull people into a row, an argument for no reason. Like, you're done.
It's already
You're
made.
done,
The
son.
claim was already made earlier.
So I'd like to say
rebuttal to
this,
somebody
right?
else. It
So
didn't
how
matter.
many times have people made the argument that a conclusion is true because there's no evidence against it? Meaning, for example, I'll give you an example. We don't see the geometric horizon, but it's there. How do you know? Well, what's your evidence against it? It's not there. Well, there's no evidence against it, but we see it. What fallacy do you think that is?
I don't know. I don't know how you make geometric measurements from something that's not geometric.
Oh, that's good, because it says the appeal to ignorance, also known as the argument from ignorance, is a logical fallacy and informal logic. It occurs when someone argues that a conclusion is true because there's no evidence against it. So when we say there's no geometric horizon, because the claim is that there is a line of sight, straight distance to the point at which it's going to touch the sphere, right? We say that there's evidence that that's not the case, and you guys say, well, you can't see it, but it's there.
What's you guys?
He's a Bev Earther.
Okay.
He's a Bev Earther, Eli.
Why you're doing it again? Another person
So why
doing
is he
that.
talking? Why is he
I'm an
talking
elder
then?
bear earther.
So why?
I'm an elder
hold
bear
on, I'm sorry.
earther.
So then, since I moved away from, why are you talking then? I'm talking to the people who have committed this fallacy, I forget the guy's name, but Left Lane specifically commits this fallacy every day.
Okay, well, you're not dressing me then. That's fine. I don't have to answer.
Absolutely not, because I'm trying to move on.
Jolly good.
I was just asking about the properties of a triangle that most people know.
So
Geometry.
the question was for the people who say that the horizon, the geometric horizon is there, but we just don't see it. The question to them is, how, if you're saying that you can't see it, but it's there, why are you talking again?
Yeah, why are you interrupting?
He knows I'm not talking to him. He knows I'm not addressing him. He knows that I'm talking about the horizon. Why is he responding?
Let me answer you, because he's waiting for his opportunity to rinse and repeat his triangle assertion that he failed with when asking us about the height of it. He's just waiting for his opportunity to wrangle that in again.
I asked you because you didn't know.
But do y'all really want to have that argument, or do we?
I'd like to address it on both points if I could. It's a common point of ignorance with regards to celestial navigation in either claim. So if we want to invoke trigonometry, we can when we're navigating.
But we're doing that with terrestrial navigation. And we will solve for all sides and all angles to be able to navigate. When we do celestial navigation, that isn't necessary, and it isn't using a trigonometric relationship to do the calculation, as John highlighted with his citation. Now, the only thing I would point out, though, is that from the viewpoint of doing it on a flat Earth, we still have triangles. Everything's a triangle. But if you actually try to do this on a globe, you don't even have a triangle. What you have a point of optical dissolution, where you have two parallel lines, the GP and the observer lines to the object are parallel. They only meet at optical dissolution. In terms of distance, as you raised, the height of the star, we do not know. And we don't presuppose it's not necessary to do for resolving with celestial navigation to know the height. The strange thing is, if you take it from a baller's point of view, they do assign a height for every single star, and it's all exactly the same. And it's all a made-up number called infinity. Finished. Thank you.
Infinity is not a number.
I would agree, but that's not me that's using it. It's a baller that uses it as infinity, making it again unresolvable, ungeometric.
So look, damn man.
No doubt.
Yeah.
All right, fuck it. Look, anybody gonna address that?
No, he explained it enough. That's it. It's the end of story.
There's nothing to address.
Anybody is like
if
more
we
than one person now.
I'm trying to address
and you
it.
gonna answer for everybody.
Yeah. We as flat earthers, when we describe how celestial navigation is performed, have no requirement, either in our claim or in the methodology, to assert the height of the star. Heliocentrists, on the other hand, have an inability to acquire an elevation and angle measurement in the first place. Earth must be measured flat to acquire said angle measurement, but further to which, when they infer that they do acquire their flat Earth angle measurement to the stars and then infer a radial value also derived from a flat Earth, they have to set a set distance that doesn't comport with their extrapolations based on occultations of the Sun by Venus and a derivation of an R value that's been extrapolated by either Alberuni or the minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris. So when they do it, they have to ascribe an infinite distance to the stars, which doesn't match their claimed distance when they use Kepler's interplanetary motion scaling. So they've got a problem. They need a height. They can't get it. They ascribe infinity. We don't need it. Don't assert it. Don't require it. And it's not part of the celestial navigation process, to summarise. Well done, Adam.
Yeah, but as far as us
Very
not
good.
being able to close the triangle, I think it's because we're not getting the actual position of the stars. So that's why you're getting you get different numbers every time.
You
That
only
is
get,
right.
but you only
the
get
sextant
different
isn't a tool
numbers
for
if
that.
you're doing something that's
that's why.
outside of the method. Like,
Well, hold on. No, he's right,
Yeah, we
because
know
you're
there's
getting
not.
an actual height to the apparent position. The star is not actually in that position. You're only getting an actual height to its apparent position to you, where you take the measurement.
That's why. Yeah, that's why. That's why the triangle doesn't work. Yeah, that's what I think.
What do you mean it doesn't work? It does work.
It doesn't work. That's what they're using, but they're not
Doesn't
using
work. It
trigonometry.
does.
It's an angular. All angular height is not actual height, whether you're using trigonometry or not.
Well, no, he's saying the triangle doesn't work to get the height, is what he meant.
Oh,
just
yeah,
to
fair enough.
clarify.
If that's what he's saying, yes,
sorry,
fair enough.
sorry.
Yeah, my bad. Yes, that's correct. It doesn't work to get you the height, but that's not what it's being used for.
You don't need height.
Triangle forms itself.
Well,
The angles.
I think a lot of this is about the appearance of an argument rather than actually having an argument. Like, to go back to the previous analogy, the little kid says the emperor has no clothes on. If the emperor can give the appearance of an argument that he does have clothes on, maybe somebody will still believe he's got clothes on.
He's wearing his birthday suit.
You can redefine naked as having clothes on.
Yeah. Or you could, like he said, a birthday suit is still a suit, and a suit is clothes. So is he naked?
Very expensive. Threads making that invisible birthday suit. Very expensive. I mean, let's question why there'd be money exchanged at all. If he wasn't wearing anything and there wasn't any clothes, why would there be money exchanged? Let's calculate the money.
Right. And if you can calculate the amount of money spent on this birthday suit, then how are you? It'd be more expensive to fake it than to actually do it.
Exactly. We have all seen the trucks arrive at the palace and unload the invisible thread. We all saw that. Are you telling me that trucks don't exist?
Obviously.
Is the Emperor's clothes the triangle that doesn't exist? Is that what you mean? Is this the analogy?
What triangle that doesn't exist? Which triangle would be referring to when you say one that doesn't exist?
The triangle that was formed when you measured 45 degrees and 90 degrees and the
Well,
other
that would be a
45
triangle
degrees.
that's formed, though, isn't
the
it?
length
So
of
when you
one
say it
side.
doesn't exist,
Yeah.
when you say the triangle that doesn't exist, which one? The one that you formed when you made that triangle? That is a triangle. It's the one that you formed, as you just described.
Well, he's trying to throw in the one that's formed between the actual position of the star, the ground position of the star, and the point of measurement. But it's not the actual position of the star.
I think I know where the problem is. I think I can explain a little bit. We don't actually go to the star. We look through the sextant at the star to take the angle, but we don't go there. So we don't need to take that measurement. It's not necessary for celestial navigation. Is this where the confusion? Now, if we were doing terrestrial, then we might go to the lighthouse. We could go to the lighthouse and we can measure that and we can resolve that trigonometrically as a calculation. But if we're dealing with stars, then we're going to use celestial navigation to give us the distance of that flat baseline of the triangle that we've just taken the angle to.
In other words, the distance to the radius from you to the center of the circle of the star.
That's what I'm going to glean using celestial navigation. I'm going to get that distance from the co-angle, resolving that side length in a different manner than terrestrial navigation, where I just use trigonometry to resolve that side length. But in celestial, you don't do that. You use the co-angle and the relationship with the nautical miles to give you that straight line distance to the GP of the star.
You have a triangle, though.
Yeah.
Let me throw something out there that a lot of people don't. Well, I know that the FED crew know, but I don't know if everyone else knows it. That when you raise an altitude, if I'm at 45 degrees north latitude and I take an angle to Polaris via the horizon, the sea horizon with a marine sextant, then after I do all my corrections to get 45 degrees, then an airplane that's 6 miles above me takes the same angle and gets the same exact measurement, same 45 degrees. And you can be 1,000 miles above the airplane, you still get 45 degrees. Because it doesn't matter what your altitude is, whether it's at the sea level or 6 miles above in an airplane, the angle never changes.
Ah, the majesty of the heavens. Isn't that amazing?
How would you measure the height to that? How would you measure the height to a celestial body?
You can't.
If the altitude doesn't change the angle. It's impossible.
You can't. Unlike this lighthouse.
You didn't. The triangle does itself, though, doesn't it? The properties of the triangle would.
Oh my God!
No, if you want to believe that, you can. But Elder Bear, you're trying to be smart with us, and we're trying to actually give you information. I don't see the point of that. Why are you trying to be smart?
You've got a triangle,
why are you trying to be smart with us? Why are you trying to do that when we're actually trying to? You're asking questions or giving you information. What's the point of that?
Maybe let him talk.
Because you said you had the information, so that's why I was asking.
And I gave it to you. And I do have that very, very politely and calmly. And I think Brian has a good point. Doesn't feel genuine, this conversation now. We're giving you that, and you've come back with the same, oh, it's a triangle, confused semi-question. Yeah. It's not feeling genuine anymore.
What are the properties of a triangle then, Adam?
See what I mean?
There's no triangles. There's no triangles in celestial navigation, are there?
Okay, guys, well, then that's fine. If how we've explained isn't good enough for you, I know it's good enough for most of the audience, so we don't need to repeat it. We'll just have to leave you confused as to what triangles are.
Yeah,
maybe you'll have to go away and work on it on yourself. Google it, maybe.
Or for the audience's benefit, those triangles have been on screen, flashing by on the slides that we have running daily. Just for your benefit. Obviously, the people we're talking to deny and now talk through me pointing out that the pictorial examples of the very triangles that are being denied at the moment have been on screen for the audience to peruse while we've been discussing them. Just so we're clear that we are definitely going to be interrupted while we point out the ludicrous nature of the objections that will come through the top of us pointing out how ludicrous those objections are and pointing out to my audience that the triangles being denied are on screen, scrolling by as we talk about them and question whether or not they're real. Just so the audience know how stupid this non-stop interruption fest of me pointing out the idiocy of the questions we're being asked comes. I mean, maybe the non-stop interruption flow that I'm getting while I point this out to my audience with the same triangle still flashing by on screen, maybe I should be told off for pointing out that the triangles that the audience need to know how stupid these people are on screen for them right now. You can see them. They are triangles. They're not the imaginary, non-existent, non-functional triangles that don't exist in celestial navigation. Yeah, those are triangles. Yeah, they're used. Yeah, you're all morons. Your incessant talking through the top of me won't change that. Your questions are moronic. They demonstrate to my audience just how moronic you are, and your constant, incessant interruptions to me pointing out how stupid and ludicrous your questions about triangles that don't exist while my audience can see them on screen is. It's stupid. You're stupid. I will point it out. I don't even have to take breath. You can object and bleat and blart through the top of me all you like. It doesn't change the fact that you're moronic. That's a fact.
Hold on. Let's not do it with the
problem is
insults,
you're
though, please. Let's not
non-flat Earth.
interrupt. Guys, hold on, Neil. Let's not interrupt, please, guys. And let's not do it with the insults.
Yes, indeed. Let's not interrupt Nathan while he points out how moronic the questions are when we've got the triangles for my audience on screen. That is moronic. Not insulting anybody, just pointing out that those questions, while I start to receive the same interruptions you've just asked to stop, are continuing. Yes, those interruptions will come through while I summarise that the questions about the triangles, or as Dave McKeegan's got with a speech bubble now on screen saying, triangles, those triangles don't exist according to the morons we're talking to. My bad, the moronic supposition that they're put forth that they don't exist. My bad. Here's the BBC with those same triangles.
If it's okay with you,
just for the audience's benefit, Nathan, while I haven't actually taken breath yet, here's the BBC's example of those triangles. I'm being asked about their existence and being constantly interrupted. There's the BBC's example of them, just so we're all clear that they do exist. Okay, I'm done.
If it's okay with you, Nathan, can Elder Bear and Brian have a back and forth? That'd be great, without interruption for a couple of minutes.
Why?
And well, they didn't because there was a lot of interrupting. Because I'd like to hear it.
What, on the nature of triangles?
You're kidding me, right?
Well, Elder Bear, all I've heard is a lot of rumpusing, so I'd like just a clear back and forth with no interrupting. That'd be great.
See, I just on what specific point? That's what I was asking. What would you like them to discuss?
On navigation.
We've kind of made it clear. Yeah, we've answered in a genuine way, and I think our answers have just been ignored. And we've just rinsed and repeated. So if there's a specific point that wants addressing, go ahead. But
I'd just like to listen to those two because
I would
every time Brian spoke.
Well, I was speaking.
Brian seemed to be getting rumpused as well. Oh, everybody's rumpusing Brian. Yeah, everybody's rumpusing Brian. Everybody's rumpusing Elder Bear. So if they could have a back and forth. That'd be great. I think that's what the audience would like.
While you rumpus Adam.
Yeah, I just totally got rumpused as I was asking what we'd like them to talk about. Not let's just have them, let's throw them two in the ring. I don't know why you'd like that. Is there a specific topic, or are we going back to the definition of a triangle?
Whatever they'd like to talk about, I'd just like to hear it without that.
You're just such a fanboy. As long as it's them two talking, you're going to love it. Piece of shit. This is a really weird conversation and smelling more and more disingenuous.
It is weird.
Yep.
It's really weird sounding, all right.
See?
It is.
It's not weird sounding. You're just showing that you're compromised with third grade geometry. That's all.
Sound like you're inhibiting a conversation is what it sounds like.
Please
What
continue.
about
There is
SE's
no
level?
conversation.
We did have the
Why did
conversation. I
SE
just
have to
summarised it.
establish his first level to be level?
Shut up.
Sorry, Elder Bear.
I don't
Why
know.
did
Can we
SE have to
get
establish his
some
first level to be
mods here
level?
that are from actually
I
Earth
don't know what's
Awakenings
being
that will
asked.
mod
I
this
couldn't hear
place?
Edibear either. Apparently,
Well.
moderation needs to take place rather than us hearing Edibear.
Guys, just stop.
Go
Let's
on,
let
Station.
Elderbear and whoever go at it if that's what they want to do. All right. Don't
you,
say
Ken.
anything unless you got something super important to say, please.
They don't want to do that. Somebody else in the audience, a fanboy, has decided that he wants a fight. It's not bothered what the fight's about, but it's got to be between Brian and Elderbear. Doesn't matter what it's about. Brian,
More
who's
inhibition.
going to win the next Super Bowl? Elderbear, who do you think's going to win the next Super Bowl?
Why are you inhibiting the conversation, man?
I
have no idea what he's talking. I just want to see them two talking.
Pointed out, there is no conversation. There isn't. This is what we're trying to say to you. You guys aren't
Well, I couldn't hear
allowing
it
a
anyway,
conversation.
Adam. I couldn't hear it anyway, sir.
Okay, well, that's unfortunate for you, Andy. But we concluded after hearing Edibear's points about triangles not being triangles and that they're not functionally operating as triangles. Then I made a conclusion, and after the conclusion, which was entirely ignored, you asked if the two could step in a ring. But we did hear all of Edibear's points. They were addressed by Brian, summarised by me after the fact, and then you said, "Can they go back in the ring?" For what is Adam's question?
That's fine. That's fine. If you don't want to do something else, I don't mind.
We want to know why they would need to, and we're asking you that.
I was enjoying listening to Brian, but he was getting interrupted, and then Elderbear couldn't get a word in as far as I could hear. So I wanted to hear what he had to say. Yeah,
I heard everything that moron said.
No need.
Neil, it's not.
What
we
moron
don't
was
do
that?
Here, Neil.
No need. No need.
No moron.
Let's not get into it.
Moron.
It sounds very much to me like the same
let's
society that
just
you
carry
tell
on,
us who are
please.
lying to us.
Say again, Edibear.
That's what it sounds to me. Like the same society where that you're saying that people lie to us. That's what I hear here. People shutting people down, silencing them, putting them into exile, being bigoted because they don't want to hear their question or they don't have an answer.
Really?
Just like QE now.
Hang on, one
Just
second.
like QE training
Hang on.
people.
Leave me address Elderbear. Elderbear, did I or did I not answer your questions when you asked them?
Well, to treat people the way they treat them.
Hang on, but did I answer your questions?
Yeah. Now there might be a hierarchy here. I don't have to respect it.
FED band.
Did you have an
we
actual
know.
point, or did you just come here to just insult
You're so
people?
mean. You're so mean.
Hold on, Adam. Hold on. Jeremy's trying to get back Edibear on track. Hold on, everyone, stop just for a second. Just for a second. Jeremy's trying to get Edibear back on track and take him away from his personal attacks. Do you want to make your attempt again, Jeremy? That was excellent.
Yeah, just stick to the points, and leave all the feelings and personal stuff on the side.
That is the point. That is the point.
Yes, we know that was your point.
Well, you're in the wrong arena.
The way the hierarchy and the structure of this whole kind of system here
He's
amongst
ignoring
the
you,
people
Jeremy.
who claim themselves to be leaders in this community. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
Nancy Snowflake.
Did you have a?
Is this
Did you
what you
have a
guys
point
think
about
is
the?
fucking good?
What is the
really?
Yeah, well,
Like,
the quick, short, and
come
sweet,
on.
the quick, short, and sweet of it, that should have stopped him from talking, because of how ridiculous he's being. Is YouTube, Chris Creetlean, February 28, 2014, Celestial Navigation Triangle Explained.
I mean, I think I had the best reason why I can't close the triangle. We're getting an apparent position to it, and it's not its actual position. I don't know what else it would be.
Yeah, you would think that would be it, right?
Well, even me,
Yeah.
I pointed out
What
that the
else would it
celestial
be?
bodies, even if you raise an altitude, Jeremy, if you raise an altitude, if you get a 45-degree angle to Polaris right now, and you raise an altitude, it'll stay at 45 degrees, which means that Polaris and the same for all the other celestial bodies, the celestial bodies don't adhere to our terrestrial geometry. They don't do that. And people, I understand people find it a bit strange. How come the triangle is not giving you a height to the celestial body? Because it's just not. The celestial bodies don't adhere to that. So nobody even attempts to try and get a height to the celestial body because you're wasting your time. You can't
the only
define
reason
the height
for
to the
that-
celestial body.
Why would you want the height of it?
I know, but
what
why
purpose would it
wouldn't you
serve?
want the height of it? It'd be information that we now have. Listen, I think the only reason you can even say though for why you can't formulate the whole triangle is because you're not getting an actual position from your vantage point. Why else would you not be able to get, do the triangle math?
But what do you want it for? Why do you want the height?
That would be awesome to know the
For
height of
information.
the
I don't
celestial
dispute that it
bodies.
would be cool. Okay, I'll acknowledge that. It would be ace if we could measure the height.
That's all.
What you can do, if you want, you can take a triangle, you can measure an angle to Polaris, and you can treat it using trigonometry, and it will give you a distance along its baseline, along the adjacent. But that distance won't help you when it comes to celestial navigation, because it'll be the wrong distance. And that's the problem.
Why would anybody want the wrong distance?
They're not dealing with trigonometry. I laid it out when I brought up how they started off with using terrestrial measurement, straight line, statute miles, and before statute miles, stadia and that. Straight line measurements. That's how they determine what 16 nautical miles are by finding out what 69.048 statute miles is. That 69.048 statute miles is 1 degree of angular change to Polaris. Statute miles are horizontal straight lines. That you just divide that up by 60, and you get a ratio of 1.1508 between statute, and that's where the ratio of statute to nautical comes from. Nobody is dealing with the heights of the celestial bodies. Nobody is interested in what the length of the hypotenuse or the opposite is. They're only interested in the measurement along the adjacent. That's it. But if you do trigonometry, that measurement will be different because you're using the angles within it. And that's okay if you're dealing with a mountain, but it's not okay, and you know the height of it or whatever. But it's not okay if you're looking to use it for celestial navigation purposes. It just can't be done. It doesn't work that way.
Perfect.
Exactly.
Perfect. So it would be awesome if we could utilize this methodology that we use for navigating the ground by taking an angle, minusing it by 90, timesing it by 60. That would be great if it did give us the trig for the height. It doesn't. Brian's pointed out 3 times. You raise an elevation, the angle doesn't change.
I would just point
but
out
if you use that method,
Sorry, hold on, Adam. George has been trying to get in for a while. I'm really sorry. Go ahead, George.
If you use that method, you'll come to the conclusion that all the lights in the sky will have the same distance from the ground.
Not necessarily. It's
That's
crashing
why I hear
into
that they're
when it
parallel.
reaches the horizon, it's crashing into the ground by that logic if you use that method.
Yeah, we're talking about height.
Yeah.
If you're gonna sort out, like he was saying, 45 degrees, yeah, whatever distance on the ground would be on the vertical as well. If you do that for all the lights in the sky, they all have the same geometry.
Correct. Well,
the sky flat.
except the wandering stars and the moon. But yes, so when we're doing celestial navigation, it is that a star field flat. Yeah, that's part of the assumed relationship. What I would say is nobody's been to check whether you are correct trigonometrically. It's only the ballers that laugh that the stars are 3,000 miles up. Yeah. Another 2,750 from the supposed ISS. So we don't know. It could actually work out trigonometrically correct, but of course a baller would laugh at you saying they're only 3,000 miles up. I don't know. But it's not necessary for me to know to do celestial navigation.
Precisely. We could argue about it, but what's the point? The method doesn't need it to be measured. It's not necessary.
We don't have any reference
I think it's
for-
not possible. Sorry, I just think it's even that line of inquiry is impossible the moment you realize Brian's point, which is regardless of how high in altitude you go, your angular relationship to the star will be exactly the same.
Exactly, that's where I was going to go to, Eli. It is impossible. We don't have a reference, a terrestrial reference that we can compare to the celestial bodies. because there's nothing that we know of outside of the celestial bodies that behave like the celestial bodies. Nothing terrestrially behaves like them. That's the problem. We don't have any reference in our 3D terrestrial world that we can say, oh, this is what they are and this is how we'd find the height. You can't. If something remains the same at all altitudes, that angle remains the same. No matter how high I go at 45 degrees north, my angle to Polaris will never change. How am I going to garner a height for Polaris? You can't.
Well, the properties of a triangle don't change either, but when you're using a sextant, you're just trying to find an approximate position of a boat, let's say, on the water. Approximate. It's never exact. It's not a surveying tool. It's not for measuring the Earth flat.
You are actually.
Is that what you want to say the whole time?
Hang on, Neil. I want to correct that.
On the water.
Hang on, I just want to correct. Hang on, 1 second, Elder Bear. You are measuring the Earth.
No, you're not. Where?
You are
Neil's
measuring the Earth.
response is correct.
Right,
there.
GP.
Neil's
What does GP stand for?
Hang on. I was going to make a good point. Forget it.
Oh, go on, Brian.
I'm going to go back to a point I made some weeks ago, but I'm going to add a caveat to it, something extra to it. There's 3 ways that the Earth is measured: surveying, celestial navigation, and aerospace. Now, celestial navigation and aerospace treat the Earth as a horizontal plane. So they measure horizontal distances, right? That's what they do, right? Across the Earth. Surveying technically doesn't measure the Earth. It only measures a portion of the Earth because it only surveys the land. Whereas celestial navigation and aerospace, they just treat the whole Earth as a horizontal plane, and they measure horizontal distances. So are they setting out to measure the Earth? With this latitude and longitude grid was the original measurement of the Earth, and it was measured out to the equator, and then it was extrapolated out from the equator to what they call 90 degrees south, right? But that is a measurement of the Earth. Now, are they measuring portions of the Earth when they're with celestial navigation and aerospace? Yes, all the time they are. With surveying, they're only measuring the land, elevations above and below mean sea level and distances between those elevations. That's what they're doing. They're not addressing any other part of the Earth, and the land is only maybe 30% of the Earth from what we know, or supposedly. That leaves a whole 70% that surveying doesn't deal with. And if you're talking about something like celestial navigation or aerospace, then they're treating the Earth as a horizontal plane, then technically they are measuring the Earth flat. Technically, because horizontal can be described as flat, and that's technically what they're doing. They're treating the Earth as a flat plane. Topography, elevations don't come into it.
You're getting straight lines.
That is not an untrue statement.
Well done.
How did they establish that zero?
Which zero, Elder Bear?
The horizontal Earth that Nathan keeps talking about that the observer's standing on.
Well, how do you establish the zero? Are you talking about
like
sea level?
Yeah, the horizontal.
Mean sea level.
The horizontal.
Mean sea level.
The zero. Well, that's something else. We're talking about this. You're talking about a sextant.
Yeah, but they're
remember, the imaginary line.
Let me right. When you're taking an angle between the sea horizon and the celestial body. The reason you're using an horizon with a marine sextant is because the horizon is the only steady place you'll have at sea. I don't know if you've ever been, but I've been out to sea about 100 times. Now, not a seaman, not a merchant seaman, but I've been out at sea, and I've been far enough away from where you couldn't see land. Right? I've been out to sea a bit, right? And when you're out to sea, the only thing that's steady is the horizon. It's the only steady place. So they're using that, and they're using the celestial body, and when they do height to void correction, then they're either making a parallel with mean sea level, and that parallel will be a horizontal line, or if you're talking about the corrections of your elevation angle, which are, if you want, for when you have an angle, you take 3 angles from your position, then you do the corrections on your angles with what's known as the site reduction tables in the nautical almanac. And that presumes that the adjacent of all those angles is at mean sea level. So they presume that the Earth, for celestial navigation to work, the Earth has to have a horizontal baseline. Same for
it's
aerospace.
Assumed horizontal. It's assumed. It's an assumed horizontal. I mean, the water's not
Yeah,
horizontal.
well, they're
So it's
dealing with
not
mean
that.
sea level. Mean sea level can't be anything but a horizontal.
Not
mean sea
assumed,
level's a point.
required.
Hang on.
You keep on throwing the word
Mean sea
assumed in.
level's a
It's
point.
required.
No, mean sea
Required.
level is not a point, Elder Bear. All those points.
Is
See mean sea level in 1 second. See the mean sea level on the datum in Britain. That mean sea level point will be in an exact horizontal with the point of Australia.
No.
There is no difference between
No,
those
it's
2
not.
points.
No.
So yes.
Are you saying that the mean sea level points are the same all over wherever
Yes,
you can
they are.
describe
The
as
tides
whatever
are
you
different.
describe
The
it?
tides are different, Elder Bear. Not the tides are different.
No, they're
Not
different.
the point.
They're different around Great Britain.
No, they're not.
They're not the same. Yeah, they
No,
are.
the tides are different. The
They're
tides
not
are
the same.
different. Not the point. What you're actually saying, you don't realize it. What you're actually saying is that mean sea level changes in elevation from place to place. How can mean sea level change in elevation?
Mean sea level is a level of the sea, the rising and the fall of the sea.
Yes, that's to do with tides.
And it's a
That's
point
tidal.
that is marked on a
Yeah, but
vertical
it's tidal.
datum.
It's an average. It's an average of the
That is an
tidal point.
average of that movement. Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
horizontal
and
though.
if that point is in a horizontal line, the point off of every one of those points in Britain is in a horizontal line with every one of those points in Australia.
Really?
Well, what you've just claimed is that the water level
How do
doesn't
you
measure
know
a level.
that?
Because it's mean sea
Really?
level. It's the average of all those tides. The only difference is the tides, not the mean sea level. That stays exactly the same from place to place. There's
It's
no
not
difference. That's
horizontal.
one massive. If you connect all those points up, you have one massive horizontal plane. Because if you didn't have, then what you'd be claiming is that water can be at different elevations to other water. Water at rest. How would you use? How would you?
Because the
You're
water
saying,
isn't at
how
rest.
do you know water at? You're saying, how do you know? You're saying, how do you know that the Earth is a horizontal plane? Water at rest creates
No.
water at rest.
You said the water
right?
was
Which is what
horizontal.
mean sea level. Mean sea level is water at rest.
No, it's not. Mean
It
sea
is.
level is the average point of that
It's the average
movement.
of all the. 1 second.
Brian,
It's the hang on, Adam, please. Adam, 1 second. It's the average of all the tidal. 1 second, please. It's the average point of all the tides. That is exactly the same in Ireland as it is in Britain. It's the same in Australia as it is in America. It's the same in America as it is in Russia. It's the same everywhere, Elder Bear. The tides are different. The point is not. The average point is the same.
If I had one of Bev's giant pipes,
Is that why it's called mean sea level?
Hang on.
Here he goes.
If I had one of
Here we
Bev's
go. Where are you
giant
going with that,
pipes
Adam?
that ran all the
Where
way
are you going with that,
from
Adam?
your house to Australia, would they be level?
Are you using your
Elder Bear?
bigotry there, Adam,
Would they
again?
be at the
We could
same-
hear Adam if you could shut the hell up while Adam talks there, Elder Bear. Maybe if you just
you
keep
could do
asking
that.
where he's going while he's going there, we won't get to hear it ever.
Not you. He then
I'll
brought Bev
start
into it.
again,
What's that
Elder
got to
Bear.
do with
It's
it?
not a
Why do
Shut
you
up,
keep doing
Elder
that?
Bear. Shut up.
No.
Go ahead, Adam.
Why does he keep doing that?
Shut up.
Shut up, Nathan. Shut up.
That's your exile. That's what I mean about this system.
Go ahead, Adam.
Well, so you want your way.
Okay, so I'll put the point to Brian because I understand what he's saying, and this is a fundamental claim of Bev's. It's his great support in that if we ran a water level from Britain to Australia, one giant pipe, we could do it. Would they be at the same level, Elder Bear?
You can address
Well, they keep doing it. They keep doing it, and I keep asking about it. Do what you like. You got power.
You got to ask your question, Adam, but he'd managed to cause audio chaos in Discord, so he didn't have to listen to it.
Well, when the moderators in Discord get control, I can ask again. It's not a problem.
Yeah. So he's muted. Go ahead.
Okay, so one of Bev's great proofs he used to use is water levels, running a water level. So I would ask the question, if we could run a pipe from here to Australia, would they show the same level, Elder Bear?
He didn't want to play. He only wanted to offer personal attacks against you, Adam, and continually ask where you were going.
No, I was busy. I didn't.
Hold on, he was muted. I just unmuted him.
He
Go ahead,
muted
Elder.
me, like you
Go
told
ahead,
him
Elder.
to, Nathan. Remember you gave your orders out.
Elder Bear, shut up with the personal feelings, bro. It's gay. If you have something to say about the point,
Whitsit's
say
in
it.
the house. Yeah, Whitsit agrees. It's measured flat as well.
Elder Bear,
How did you do that, Whitsit?
So for my audience's benefit, same thing again. So Edibear's now putting distance between Adam's question that he was content to ask him over and over again where he was going with the question. Now it's come unimpeded. He needs to put more distance between that question and him answering it again. Just my audience's benefit.
Where is your proof that all sea everywhere is the same mean sea level?
You were asked about a level by Adam in terms of a pipe going between here
You
and
said
Australia.
it's the same everywhere.
Maybe if you interrupt my reiteration of the question that you were asking where Adam was going with that question, maybe if you rumpus it, my audience won't get to hear me pointing out your cowardly behaviour. No, they will. I'll just close the line of you interrupting me, reiterating Adam's question about a line between here and Australia, whether or not it'd be level. You haven't answered. Just so the audience know how big a coward you are. You're not answering Adam. You asked him where he was going. I'm telling you where he went. You've ignored him. You were somewhere else. Maybe you were having a poo like Bev did when he was cornered too. You abject coward. Would you like Adam to reiterate the question again, Edibear?
Please, though, with the insults, let's not do that.
Yeah, but Oakley's allowed to do that. That's how he teaches it.
Yeah, and again, for my audience, they're not going to get a question answered. Adam's cowardly obfuscation is all we're going to get from Edibear. He's not going to justify the answer. Clearly.
Let me answer Edibear, because he won't answer Adam's question. Edibear, you're asking for what? Proof that mean sea level is the same everywhere.
You said it was.
That's what you're asking. Yeah, it is. What does the word level? The word level, what does that mean?
Well, mean sea level is an average.
What does level
it's not
mean?
horizontal. It's not horizontal.
He can't cope, Brian. You asked him to define a word. Hold on, Brian. He can't cope with that.
You're not helping me.
Well, he can't cope with it. You asked him to define level. He can't cope with that.
Yeah, no point higher or lower than the other. So how can one mean sea level point be higher than a different mean sea level point?
Because it's established at a different place.
Yeah,
Because
but
it's
that's because the
established
tides are
at a different
different in different places. The tides in Ireland are different in Australia. The mean sea level is not.
He has problems with triangles and
You can't have a mean sea level. You can't have a mean sea level and it not be level.
That's correct. It's in the definition.
It's just
all points being at equal elevation. All points being at equal elevation. No points higher than another. Following the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth. Yes. What do you want? What else you want?
Left lane, leave Elderbear answer. How can you have mean sea level when it's not level then? Because that means no points higher or lower than the other. What you're saying is the point in Australia and the point in Britain can be at a different elevation to the point to each other. How is that possible? How can they be mean sea level?
Mean sea level is about the relationship, the average relationship
about
between
an
the
average
highest
of
and
the
the lowest
tides.
point.
It's about the average of the
It's not
tides, and the
level.
average is the
In
same
that,
everywhere.
at that place. Now, where I live,
Everywhere,
we've got
it's the
4.5
same. The
meters.
average, the point is the same. The tides are different. Did you ever learn about
you're
mean sea
also
level?
interrupting.
Hang on, have you ever learned about mean sea level? What it is?
Brian, hold on. Can I get my question answered, please? As it seems very
you got a
pertinent to this
moderator trying
argument.
to settle the room down. We got audio chaos.
All right.
Everybody needs to learn to respect the moderation and the other person speaking. Please, guys.
Let Adam repeat his question, then let Elderbear answer. You can't complain about him interrupting and getting in his fills if every time that he talks he gets censored as well. So.
Thank you, Witsit.
Would you like me to ask the question?
Yes, go ahead, Adam.
So if I was able to run a pipe from here to Australia going over all the topographical things, I filled it up with water in Britain, would that level be level in Australia?
No idea.
No idea.
A water level.
Well, there's your answer. That's fine.
Establishes the horizontal plane of reference, Adam, isn't it?
No, this gentleman has no idea as whether a water level works or not. So, what's the point?
Listen.
Yeah. So, if that's where we're at, then I don't really know how we proceed. If you don't know how a water level works, are you able to proceed and maybe?
I know a water level works, but we're not talking about going to Australia. Be ridiculous. What a ridiculous question.
Elderbear, stop interrupting, bro. You're a grown man.
Really? Listen,
I
this
think
is the ordnance survey, right? Ongoing observations at these tidal observatories until 1921 indicated that there was good agreement of hourly sea levels between Newlyn and Felixstowe. This is in the UK. Those at Dunbar were of the order of 0.25 meters higher, confirming that sea levels varied around the coast.
Okay,
As
so
Newlyn was
maybe
ideally
no.
placed to reflect tidal surfaces.
Hold on, Adam, he hasn't finished. Go ahead, Ed.
Sorry, I thought he had.
Yeah,
It's
as
a
Newlyn was
distraction,
ideally.
and we've moved away from the point, though, haven't we?
All right. Go on, get on with it. Get on with it.
But I'll
Yeah.
realign the question.
Yeah,
for
you
your
police me, but
distraction.
don't police
So
yourself. Get on with it, a lot of you. You're just a
from
waste of
here-
time.
If from here to Dunbar, I can run a water level, fill the pipe up, will they be at the same level in the water level pipe from here and Dunbar?
Talking about mean sea level, okay?
No, that's not the question. I know you can't
And they
answer
vary.
the question.
And they
because it
vary around the
destroys
coast of the
Hold on,
UK.
Ed. Hold on,
They
Ed.
vary.
Hold on, both of you. Stop. Just got to get control
point
again.
there.
Stop. Hold on. From my understanding, Ed, your citation was just talking about the variations in the sea as opposed to the variations
the
in
levels of the
mean sea level.
Mean sea level, yeah.
No, a variation of the tide.
No, exactly, Brian. Your citation. Thank you, Neil. So your variations in the tide aren't variations in mean sea level, because that would be a mean average of the tides. You're saying how much we have variations of the tides varies from one point to another. Yeah, your citation didn't describe a variation of mean sea level specifically as you're claiming, though, did it?
Well, by Elder Bear's logic, that means Jamaica wouldn't have a mean sea level, being that it has no tides.
Thank you. I just put something to Edebear. No, it didn't say that in your citation there, Edebear. It didn't say that the mean sea level changed. It said that the tides changed from one place to another.
Elder Bear, address the point, please.
Yep. It says, those at Dunbar were of the order of 0.25 meters higher, confirming that sea levels varied around the coast.
Oh, so not mean sea level
level.
like you're claiming then. Definitely not the mean sea level changing then as per your claim. So this doesn't back your claim then. This is a total fail then. Doesn't say that, like I just pointed out twice. Reiterating it again that it doesn't say what you're claiming isn't helping you, Edebear. Not at all.
Really, Nathan? Is that so?
Elder Bear, do you understand?
Yeah, you dumb, stupid moron. It didn't back your claim, you complete clown.
Oakley, please.
Can I?
Oakley, come on, man.
Can I?
This is what happens.
Wait up, Elder Bear. Can you just address the difference between the two, please?
Well, you'd have to say whether the mean sea level that was established from the lakes in Canada was the same as the one at Newlyn.
Can we use your example that you just used from the Ordnance Survey? Could we not just use that?
They vary all around.
The sea. The lakes in Canada is not the sea.
That's where it's taken from over there. That's
yeah,
where
but the sea levels at the coast of America. Guarantee the sea levels, mean sea levels on the east and west coast. Yeah, but it is your problem because we're talking about mean sea level, not mean lake level. You can use lake level if you want for elevations, but we're talking about mean sea level. So I'm sorry, that is your problem.
And how can you have variations
sea level point can't John, how can a mean sea level point be different from a different mean sea level point unless level is not a horizontal?
He didn't back that. He didn't back that there's different mean sea levels.
Well, I think what he's talking about is the averages in that area would give you a different mean sea level from another place if you took the averages from that area. But the problem is to describe those differences. To describe those differences, you need a shared plane of reference to reference those heights and what they're changing from. So that would be your mean sea level that you described their sea levels from.
The tide heights are in reference to what?
But that's what I'm saying.
Mean sea level. Mean sea level.
Yeah,
how high or low those tides are with respect to the zero reference at mean that he didn't back when he said that they are different heights of the water at these two different points. That doesn't back his point that they've got different mean sea levels. He just failed. And his response to me was to mimic me. Yeah, great response.
There's a problem with tides and triangles. Go learn about them.
He doesn't understand what mean means, and he found a citation that didn't back it. He's got this misapprehension that the mean changes in different places, even though he didn't manage to back that.
You're trying to say that
know.
is the that means the sea is horizontal.
No, he didn't make any claim. You said that the means changed in different locations. They don't. And you didn't back that by your citation. You didn't manage to. You didn't manage to affirm what you claimed. You can talk through me pointing out what you failed to do all you like, Ed Bear. I mean, maybe the moderators will step in. We'll see. But you didn't back your claim. You failed. Then you mimicked me. That's the summary of how that ended. No, the means don't change, Ed Bear. You're just wrong. And you tried to back that stupid nonsense that you asserted. You failed miserably. And then I summarised your failure. The means don't change. The level of the sea does at the different points with respect to the mean, as John's just pointed out to you. That was your failure summarised for the third time, just so you're clear about your failure. Maybe you'd like to appeal about the leaders of Flat Earth or some other nonsense that doesn't address this failure of yours. That's what I thought.
This is the leadership. Thank you.
Called it.
Well done.
Called it.
This is exactly what I said about how you people operate.
Does the server allow these personal attacks or what? Now he's been annihilated. Does he just get to make his personal attacks against me and my leadership skills? Is that how it works in this server? Perfectly tolerable for him to rumpus me with his personal attacks once he loses? Is that acceptable here? I see. Very interesting.
We do try to inhibit the crying. Yeah, we do inhibit crying.
Yeah, so, but either way, guys, let's just be respectful of one another, even though we disagree.
Yes, when one loses their argumentation for mean sea level changing, yes, be respectful, accept your loss, sit down, shut up.
Disagree, agree genre. It's an objective.
Yeah, what's the value of this? What's the value of this?
Proving flat Earth.
Proving the measurement.
Whatever.
The measurement.
That's not whatever. That's proving flat Earth. Ed Bear, you lost. Your argument failed. You can shut up now. I'm talking to somebody else. That's not you. You failure. Thank you. You had your points. You pointed out. Your appeal to leadership skills failed. Eventually, the moderators will get sick of you. I'm talking to left lane. That's not you. Sit down. Accept your failure. No, the mean sea level doesn't change, moron. Sit down. Shut up. I'm talking to left lane. Thank you. Your moronic, stupid nonsense has failed. No, we're proving flat Earth's left lane. That's what we're doing. It's not whatever. We're proving our Earth is flat.
Yeah, I'm missing it.
Oh, really? Latitude. Just too complex for you, right?
He said, I'm missing it.
Yeah, latitude. What about latitude?
Oh, sorry, I thought that other guy was left lane. Sorry, whoever that other guy is.
You can't. How are you going to get latitude, your correct latitude on a globe left lane? Tell us about that.
I don't think it was.
Oh, really? Yeah, so each latitude is equal to the elevation of Polaris in degrees by 60 miles.
Yeah,
that's like a linear relationship, isn't it?
Hang on 1 second, Nathan. Above what? So your angle is between the sea horizon and Polaris, yes? Left lane?
No, well, yeah, you could measure the angle from the horizon.
The sea horizon and Polaris. You get the correct latitude.
But not to confuse that with cellular navigation. That's not celestial navigation, though, right?
Yes. Sorry,
with a marine sextant. 1 second, Nathan. With a marine sextant, that's north of the equator. When you take an angle between the horizon and Polaris, that is the sea horizon. You're taking an angle between there and Polaris. Yes. You get your correct latitude.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And is that sea horizon that we see? Is that the geometric edge of your globe?
Well, the problem is if you try to draw that out on a piece of paper, it doesn't work on a flat surface, according to what we observe in reality.
I asked you, no, but that's already described. I already addressed that earlier, but you didn't understand it when I talked about statute of miles. I ask you again, is that horizon that we see, the sea horizon that we will use to get our correct latitude between the sea horizon and Polaris, is that the geometric edge of the globe?
I call it the the horizon, the point at which you can no longer see the surface due to the geometry
Yeah,
of
but I didn't ask you
the
what I'm
surface.
asking you. Is that the geometric edge of a globe?
Well, I don't agree necessarily with that.
It's a yes or no question. It's a closed question. Is it the globe edge, yes or no?
Maybe I can make it more palatable.
Hold on, John.
John, please,
Hold
please,
on.
John.
Go ahead, left lane.
You seem to be having much trouble all of a sudden, left lane. You weren't having it earlier.
Yeah, it's just roboting. I don't mind. We'll just have to close that line while he sorts his shit out. Yeah, it's not, Brian. Definitely not. Not going to give you angles if it's curving away and representative of a geometric sphere edge. Definitely the answer is no. Shame that his mic failed at that very moment. What a shock.
It's worse than that.
He's going to have to claim yes first.
Yeah.
Wait for him to come back. It'll be better if we do get a definitive answer from him.
If he's going to come back.
Take him through it, bro. I'll shut up. But yeah, this will be fun.
May I suggest that you ask him if that is a result of the circumference of Earth?
No, I don't want to compliment. No, I don't want to do any of that. Please leave me off
leave
to
it
do
with
it.
Brian.
Please.
Leave it with him.
Okay, can you try and take left lane off server mute, see if he's sorted out his garbage connection? Can you hear us, left lane? Can we have a mic check? Wonderful.
Yeah, I find it a bit strange that left lane suddenly had mic issues. We wasn't having them all along. Not that I'm aware of.
What? When you've got his
Hey,
head on the
left lane,
chopping
go
block?
in and out.
When you've got his head on the chopping
in
block
and
of a
out.
med...
I'm just trying to bring him back so we can have this conversation. Left lane, go in and out, and then see. But if you're not going to, it's not going to work, obviously.
It's just a shocking coincidence that at the point that...
Left lane and for drama points, or not yet? Or am I just all the way?
You have a bad mic too.
No. What we've now got is snowflake white knighting to detach ourselves from this point that Brian's trying to keep on track. Wonderful.
Yeah.
At the coup de grace, no less. Shocking, isn't it? What a coincidence. As well as you were when you went away.
So is that a yes or no, left lane? We just need one clarity word. Is that a yes or no? That the sea horizon, is that the geometric edge of their globe?
With the description of your description of the horizon. To me, the horizon is the point at which you can no longer see the surface beyond that point due to the geometry of the
Yeah, shocking. Total garbage response that completely ignores what an absolute shit show.
Yeah. Well, I may as well give the conclusion, Nathan.
Go ahead.
So not taking up too much time. In celestial navigation, right, if you were to include globe, they have to claim that the horizon, that there's a tangent starting underneath the boat, and that tangent stretches straight out to the horizon, and it's met by a refracted horizon, right? Because they must claim a horizontal too, right? They don't know that, but that's what they actually claim in celestial navigation. And what they're trying to claim is we're getting a correct latitude. That would be a coordinate on the surface of Earth, a correct latitude between what they're claiming to be a refracted horizon and Polaris, showing that the globe does not exist. Because it means that they don't have any latitude or measurement of latitude.
Polaris necessarily.
It's funny you're coming back. They seem to be coming back all of a sudden.
Yeah, we don't necessarily.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You have to claim that horizon.
Yeah, Polaris is not one of the stars we use.
Hold on, Brian. Stop a second, please. Stop. No. Now that the conclusions come, he's back in the race. Right at the end of the conclusion. Isn't that shocking coincidence also? Isn't that weird?
Shocking.
Yeah, I dropped a citation in the chat 39 minutes past the hour about the sea levels being different.
Like mean sea level. Edabert needs to rinse and repeat again. Again, at the same coup de grace position. Brian's coming to the end of the conclusion, and Edabert needs to step in to say, no, I'm going to reassert that the sea levels changing is mean sea levels changing. No, we've already dealt with this. Yeah, it's the same coup de grace. Brian's about to make the conclusion. This doesn't work on a globe if you're refracting the horizon to give you latitude positions on the ground. But this needs what? The fifth attempt by Edabert to come over the top of it? I think not.
I had to look for it.
Let's go back to left lane.
Can we do a quick recap for the people who just joined?
I could if I wanted to, but I'm not going to because Brian's in the middle of making his point. He's right at the end of it, in fact.
Arbitrary.
So left lane is the sea horizon that we use to get our correct latitude with via Polaris. Is that the geometric edge of the globe?
I just call it the horizon. Don't call it the geometric edge of anything.
Yeah,
Does that mean no?
Is that a no? Hold on, Brian. So that's a no. It's not the geometric edge of the globe, then.
Yeah. So
no, what I call it is again. I call it the point at which.
Thank you, left lane. Thank you. We heard your answer. I don't call it the geometric anything. Is a no. Brian, please continue. We got an answer to the closed question that took 10 minutes. Thank you for the no. Yeah. It's not a geometric anything. Brian will now continue.
I answered it. You just didn't like it, Nathan.
I heard your answer. Yeah. Now I'm asking Brian to continue. I didn't dislike or like anything. Brian will now continue. Now he's got the answer to the closed question he asked 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, that means the only thing that, see, I already know the answer. The only claim they can make about the horizon is that it's refracted. But how do you get your correct latitude of a refracted horizon? A consistently refracted and refracted differently from hour to hour. How do you get your correct latitude from that and Polaris? You don't. The fact that we get our correct latitude between the visible sea horizon and left lane. The reason that we get our correct latitude between the visible sea horizon and Polaris is because there is actual sea and water at the horizon. Because we're living on a flat plane. That's how we can get our correct latitude between those two positions. Because that's not the globe's edge, which it needs to be. Because if we're talking about latitude, it has to be a point of coordinates on the surface of Earth. The latitude and longitude grid is not up in some refracted horizon. It has to be on the surface of Earth. So the fact that we are getting our correct latitude from that visible sea horizon means that it's not the geometric edge of a globe. It's also not the refracted edge of a globe. It's just the sea horizon on a flat plane.
So why is it 1 degree per 60 nautical miles?
Because the 69.048 statute miles measurement that gave you the 60 nautical miles. I said this earlier twice. I'm going to say it again. They had to figure out what 1 degree of angular change was in statute miles before they could turn it into nautical miles. They had to do something similar back in the time of, 1 second, Adam, something similar back in the time when they were using stadia. They needed to find out what 1 degree of angular change was.
Let's just go back to the main point. Go back to the main point of the horizon.
No, I'm missing it.
You're kind of going away from.
Just go to dip. You're on a ball. What is dip? What are you doing when you do dip in celestial navigation if you live on a sphere? What are you correcting the dip to?
Your dip is your eye height above the horizon, so that you don't need to eliminate. You need to eliminate that portion of your angle because you need to establish a horizontal at your position, so that you can find the altitude angle, and then you could find the distance to the GP.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yep.
Because there is no.
Yeah, you say that a lot, but it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean you just establish the horizontal to get the angle, and it's the ground position you're establishing to do that with. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, just so you know.
You got it all wrong.
Just so you know, left lane, I've spoken with Prototad, who's supposed to be the celestial navigation expert on your side, and he couldn't provide any special height of height corrections for Polaris on a globe. There was no difference. The height of void correction.
Yeah, Polaris is not part of the navigational stars. We don't use Polaris in cell nav.
One second, left lane. The height of void corrections don't change when it comes to Polaris. They don't change. They'd have to change because if you're dealing with latitude,
no, wrong. You're incorrect.
No, I'm not.
You're incorrect.
There's no difference. The corrections don't change. The height of void correction involving Polaris is exactly the same as every other celestial body. The height of void correction doesn't change. That would have to be special height of void corrections if you were getting your latitude on the surface of it, if you were getting the globe's latitude via the horizon of Polaris. There have to be special corrections. There's no special corrections. Your latitude comes from between the visible horizon and Polaris. After a height of void correction, which is just the same as every other celestial body, there's no difference. There's no special corrections for Polaris. No special height, which there'd have to be, because you'd have to be adding in that you has to be addressing the surface of a globe. That's not doing that. There's no way around it. How do we get our correct? What you have to say is that we're getting a correct latitude off a refracted horizon. That's what you have to say.
Is that it?
I don't know. His mic has gone bad again.
Yeah, I was going to say, is he not really at the end of that?
Yeah. His mic was fine though when he needed to take over the crescendo.
Are you waiting for us to move on so that you can go back into the house where your Wi-Fi is?
Runs into the cellar every time, just before the crescendo. Yeah.
These guys are unbelievable.
These Globers love blue balls.
Another reason why you may not be able to get the whole numbers for the whole triangle could be because the stars are reflections. You ever try to triangulate a reflection?
We could speculate about this, but this just leaves you open
It's
to
all
ridicule.
speculation. It's all speculation. Yeah.
It just leaves you open to ridicule, that's all. I'm not trying to decry people the ability to speculate. Arwin used to moan about this, like I'm trying to stop people from speculating, and I have to disclaim, no, that's part of the joy of finding out we've been deceived about things like the sky. Now we don't know. We might be the ones to find out, which requires, to a certain extent, speculation. So if I'm coming across like I want to stomp on you for speculating, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying that as a flat earther, you're automatically assumed to be the dumbest person in the room, and therefore when you start speculating, every bit of legitimacy that you can offer with Earth and how it's measured goes out the window immediately. Because you say there's an ice wall, etc., etc.
I agree with that, actually. That's a good point.
Same goes for a whole bunch of other subjects. Doesn't matter if it's Bigfoot, aliens, ice walls, domes, ether. They all fall under the same subcategory of nonsense you can't prove that are easily offered up to ridicule the person who's claiming it when they might have exceptionally good flat earth evidence. You can chuck all that out because they claim ether's true.
You got to lead with astral projection.
Don't forget ether.
So speaking of the geometric horizon, to go back to that, I wanted to go back to the appeal to ignorance fallacy. So an example that they give is there are ghosts in our attic. Nobody's been able to prove they aren't there. Now I'm going to switch up a few words. There's a geometric horizon. Nobody's been able to prove it isn't there. But we can't see it. Can't prove it's not there.
Yeah, we can. Brian just did it like 10 minutes ago. I've still got it up on screen as one of the shots of how latitude is acquired with respect to the horizontal plane of reference. In this case, the plane of the ecliptic is described on this. You've got the celestial plane described on an edge, but you've got the latitude angle measurement coming from the centre of a sphere Earth that could only be representative of a protractor. If you're going to say that the geometric sphere edge exists, I can debunk that. Further to that, 2020, Black Swan.
Yeah, Black Swan's a bad argument.
Because
don't use it then. Don't use it then.
Yeah, I wouldn't. If I was a flat earther, I wouldn't use the Black Swan as an argument. It's obviously a severely refracted image, not suitable for analysis.
There you go then.
Not suitable for analysis. You know what? I was sharing this earlier, and I was actually speaking about this earlier. Let's see, where's my screenshot? Oh dang. Well, so there's a citation, right, that I like to read, and it goes, the line of sight at the horizon is a tangent to the Earth and perpendicular to the Earth's radius. This forms a right triangle with the sum of the radius and the height as the hypotenuse. Now, this is terrestrial they're talking about. So in this case, they say the line of sight is a tangent line to the curve of the Earth. So they can't use a tangent to the surface of the curved Earth either, right? Which is, by the way, perpendicular to the radius that they claim. So they can't do that specifically because they say tangents are often used to solve problems involving angles of elevation. So there's no tangent or straight line distance to the horizon. So we can't use this, right?
Correct. You can't use any of that. It's all out the window the moment they say refraction. It's a shame, really. Left Lane just annihilated that entire claim because you've no longer got a tangent line to a geometric sphere edge as required in the maths. It's amazing how one word, refraction in this case, just absolutely obliterated everything you just said about inferences of a sphere Earth horizon geometric in nature. Because Left Lane says refraction, right, Left Lane? Destroying your entire premise of your entire globe Earth claim. Wow. Amazing.
Well, there are severe conditions of refraction which are obvious, where everything's waving around and distorted, which those would be the ones I wouldn't want to measure. But if you could catch it all stable and everything looks proportionate and crisp lines, and then that would be the time I would consider maybe standard refraction and take that measurement.
Oh, I see. What, no Atmo day?
Mm-hmm. Well, hold up. Standard refraction.
Just 1 second, Adam. Excuse me. Just 1 second, Adam.
You missed that, didn't you?
Just 1 second.
You missed that part.
Excuse me. So on no Atmo day, correct?
I said standard refraction. You missed that.
So always bent. So standard refraction meaning you never have the tangent line that Eli just went through.
Always a little bit bent.
So never a tangent then. Always bent.
So that doesn't mean we just throw everything away and we can't read anything.
Maybe if you talk straight through the middle of me responding to you. You said always a bit bent. That destroys your globe Earth geometry, as Eli just laid out the requirement for a tangent. You say always bent. I say bye-bye globe geometry refraction.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. According to you, not a tangent. Refracted always. Never straight.
Yeah.
Maybe if you talk through it again, it will undermine the fact that you don't have that straight line Eli went through anymore, because it's always a little bit bent. So definitely not a tangent then. Hello? You're annihilating your own globe Earth geometry when you say refraction. Did you not realise it's only been 4 years? Tell me again it's always refracted. Tell me again. Tell me it's always refracted, so not a tangent.
Where's your progress at, Nathan? Can you do celestial navigation and find a fix?
Look what I found from content.time.com. Science. How far can you see? Monday, June 21st, 1943. Pan American Clipper pilots have found that most of their passengers have surprisingly hazy notions of how far they can see in the air. One passenger, 20,000 feet above Brazil, insisted that she could see the coast of Africa, 1,822 miles away. To set such passengers straight and help military pilots, Pan Am's Clipper captains have worked up a handy vision range table. At sea level, the curvature of the Earth limit, if we can all agree what the word limit means, is the range of vision to 2.9 miles. The formula for determining how many miles an individual can see with their eyeballs using light at higher levels is the square root of his altitude times 1.225. Thus, on a clear day at 1,000 feet, a person with normal vision can see 39 miles at 10,000 feet, 123 miles at 25,000 feet, 194 miles. With good visibility, a pilot at 25,000 feet can see Germany from the English Channel at the same altitude over Tunisia. He can see the middle of Sicily. So basically what they're saying is, here's what you can see based on 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But let you guys understand that you can't see the coast of Africa from Brazil because of the curvature of the Earth, based on 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I didn't read anything about refraction here.
Yeah, that's the problem. When they say refraction, they annihilate the geometric assertion in that claim. Further to that, the geometric assertion in that claim had sea level as the reference that you will describe a point below the surface level, that's sea level. Because that's how the maths works. It takes a flat Earth, that's sea level in your example, and describes a point below it as a geometric horizon. Obviously, with a tangent to it in the maths, that's a straight line. But you see, for 4 years, we've been told that there is no straight line. It's always refracted, bent. So you can't make that claim. You can't claim Earth curves blocking anything or restricting your view and distance in your vision when the geometry requires straight lines and they're all begurking refraction at us for 4 years. I mean, they don't realise how utterly stupid it is and how badly it destroys their own claim when they say it. That's why they're still saying it. They're fundamentally stupid. Right, left lane, it's all bent, not a tangent, not like in that description of Earth curve that was just given, right? It's always a bit bent, never a refracted tangent, mate. That just annihilates your own stupid globe claim. Obviously, 4 years isn't enough of us repeating this.
Yeah, no annihilation. No annihilation.
Virus one.
Neil, I'm asking left lane something. No annihilation. No, there is. It destroys the radial value and tangent values that you need to make the globe Earth assertion in the geometry. When you say it's all bent, it's not a tangent anymore, my friend. That's the annihilation. Did you not understand it? Obviously not 4 years later.
You know, if you just keep on and on. No, if you're aware of your conditions and you take those into consideration, it's not a problem.
Because you get a straight line when? When do you get the tangent? Is it no Atmo day? Hello? Is it no Atmo day to get the tangent then? No Atmo day, right?
No, standard refraction. Yep.
So always bent then. So definitely not a tangent ever then. Annihilating your own geometry that absolutely, with 2 examples given by Eli, requires a straight line. That's a tangent. So definitely not that then. So you've just destroyed your own globe geometry and have been doing so for 4 years as you continue to do so now when you begurk refraction, bending the lines that must be straight for your own geometry, annihilating your own stupid assertion that the horizon represents a point below surface level, that's sea level as described by Eli. Maybe you were paying attention. I don't know. It's only been 4 years.
Can I just make a correction there? That all of the globe side don't understand what they're claiming when they claim 7 and greater than 7 over 6R. That what left lane is calling standard refraction. That is only 7 over 6R. That is in reference to terrestrial refraction, which is 7 and greater than 7 over 6R. There is always, the reason they call it standard is because there's always going to be at least 7. But often the times there's obviously way more because you have observations like from BLMSB 69 and other people. Every time, there's no time in history ever where the horizon is claimed to match the geometry of a radius of 3959 miles. Never.
Never know
Within
Atmo
their own
Day.
claim.
Of course
No.
not. I mean, it's
Exactly.
only utilising a flat Earth measurement when they can take sea level and derive the surface level and the point below it in the geometric assertion that requires level be level and straight lines be straight. But obviously anti-flat earthers will tell us that level isn't level and that tangents are bent when they annihilate their own claims and have done so for 4 years.
Yeah, but even when they're saying tangents are bent, even when they're saying the line of sight is bent, that's wrong as well. Well, it's not the line of sight is bent, it's the horizon is lifted up. The line of sight never this is how they see, they don't even understand their own claim. It's that the horizon, it's about distance to the horizon. The oil line is always straight. The line of sight is always straight within their own mathematics. They don't even realize that. It's that the horizon changes its position. There's no horizon lifting up and down. They must just say that is. All it is a mathematical band-aid on the fact that the horizon changes in its apparent distance from us, with weather and other things. So the horizon can be like whatever distance from me now, in an hour's time, it can seem it can be in front of something now and behind it in an hour's time.
Yeah.
It's just that's the horizon.
Wait a second, did you say a mathematical band-aid?
Hang on, there's no bent line of sight. They don't know what they're talking about. They have no idea what it is that they claim all the time. That's why it comes back to the horizon with Polaris.
Just to clarify,
you have the
Go on, Eli. Then Adam. Go ahead.
It's already so clear. I don't know. I'm just
not really. It's incorrect. That's why. So let me make the point, and then you make what will probably follow on. So what's happening is, no, they claim light is bending, but the way they resolve it mathematically is to expand the ball. What they don't do mathematically to give you the numbers is do what they claim is happening. They make the ball bigger, sticking the same amount of land on. So 7/6R, only 6/7 of that ball has got any land mass on it. The rest puts in. When they increase refraction, the ball gets bigger, the land mass stays the same. The effect of leveling it out so that they can, as Brian says, draw straight lines of sight still, even though in their claim, their line of sight is bent.
Yeah, they need the straight lines of sight to the horizon. They need them. So, they've all of the borders get their own maths wrong, their own claims wrong. They don't understand it. And when I've shown it to them, Adam, and I've given them maths and I've shown them moving diagrams of what they're claiming, they all deny it. But that is their maths.
Kosho was the first person to explain this. The very first person that I heard to explain without actually validating the claim. Because the first time he said you're not actually looking at the geometric horizon. What you're looking at is light arrive from a further point away. And I'm like, well, what's that got to do with the geometry you guys have been arguing with? And he's like, it has nothing to do with it. So of course it doesn't. But I was just going to say the nerve. I mean, if this article is, because this is Time magazine, in 1943, if this is true, like Pan American, like look, to set such passengers straight and help military pilots. Pan Am's Clipper captains have worked up a handy vision range table. So in other words, you have people telling people their experience, and then you have this publication who's just, informing people who, I guess, anybody reading this paper probably wasn't thinking about people saying, hey, look, I saw Africa from Brazil, 20,000 feet in the air. And these guys have come out just to put a propaganda piece out there saying, well, the military pilots, the authority had to set these people straight. They weren't seeing what they thought they were seeing. And so
they worked up a handy vision range table that had everything to do with 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, giving us a distance to the geometric horizon, therefore letting people know that they weren't seeing what they claimed that they were. That is like super effed up.
Yeah.
You're not seeing what you're seeing.
But that's the claim. That's the first half of the modus tollens that we get told is a straw man because it's all refracted. It's like if Earth's a sphere radius 3959, then every distance to the horizon asserted to block your view in these documents that you're referring to can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Exactly as laid down as their explanation and apologies for why people think they can see things they can't see when Earth curves really getting in the way. We point out that it's beyond the geometric limitations of a sphere Earth radius 3959, and we get told the geometry we use to infer that is wrong because it's all bent always. Refraction. That's how the argument goes and has done for 4 years. It's pathetic how dumb our opponents are.
Just to add to what Adam was saying there, when Adam said that they claim that the line of sight is bent, it's not that your line of sight will be always straight, but the horizon will change in its position. So if you have an horizon that's like with BLMSB with 69 with the Black Swan, then your line of sight at 1 foot above the water to the horizon will be about 10 miles or whatever it is, right? But if they take away the refraction, right, what they're saying is that means you are actually seeing, or what they're trying to say is that you are seeing around the globe. That's what they're trying to say. So technically, if you take away the refraction, then you would be seeing around the globe, which is why they claim your line of sight is bent. But they're not claiming your line of sight bends when you're looking at the horizon. The ballers don't understand this. They're saying technically, if you took that refraction away, then you would be looking around the globe. So that's why Rumpus and that used to have the diagrams where you'd have this big bent line of sight going around meeting a geometric point, because they want to take away
on the Black Swan.
Come on. What about
on the Black Swan? We got BMLSB 69.
Correct.
What he said, almost every day within a 3-month, Grace and Gale was hidden behind the ocean horizon. So it took him like 3 months to get the Black Swan observation. So what was happening?
Your horizon
the other.
is always refracted. Your horizon is claimed to always be refracted.
Well,
it doesn't matter where the horizon
what about
is,
him taking so?
It doesn't matter where your horizon is. It's claimed to be constantly refracted, which means the horizon has what is actually the actual claim from the globe side is that no horizon in history ever in the past, now or ever in the future, will ever be geometric. That's the actual claim. So you don't have an argument. It doesn't matter where the horizon is or what it's doing. It's not claimed to be geometric.
It's about hanging your hat on one observation in probably 200 observations.
It's every observation ever.
To represent what you're looking at.
Every single observation ever, there is a non-geometric horizon. Every single one ever. And everyone that will ever be will always be a non-geometric horizon. That is the claim.
And usually there's obstruction.
Can I make a caveat?
There's obstruction.
No, let me make a caveat. Let me make a caveat.
No, you're missing the point. One second,
let me make a caveat.
Eli, please.
It's a caveat. It's a caveat.
How is it helping me? How is it helping?
Because it's a caveat.
I don't need it.
Well, I mean, Jim, you've been speaking more than me, and you've been complaining for not being able to speak enough, but I've spoken less.
Just give him 10 seconds, Brian. Go ahead, Eli. Make your caveat.
The caveat being that the obstruction is literally a measurable distance based on the size of the radius. You can't just say obstruction. So what would be a requirement for the terms defined to be a variable is you would need something to reference to know specifically if the distance to the horizon is geometric or not. You can't just look at something and go, oh, it's blocked. Oh, it's the geometric horizon. No, we need to qualify it by actually being able to reference where it is based on something else.
Yeah, but that's the point. I was making, Eli, is that within their own paradigm, they claim that it never has there been, is there now, or ever will there be a geometric horizon.
Mm-hmm. Because he's just trying to say there's obstruction, and I'm saying no.
Who cares? It's not geometric.
Brian's not asking you about what you see. Brian is asking if what you see and the claim of what you see is tied to an actual geometric argument. And do you have the elements to prove such?
Yeah, and I want to also say the left lane. I don't know where he's getting this claim about how it took 3 months for him to see for ALMSB to 69 to see this arising behind the oil rigs.
It's not the platforms that we use. It's Grace.
They were his
something else.
words.
Yeah, but
they were his words.
It's not the observation.
Because every horizon ever.
I was just pointing out that he's pointing out a different observation than the one we use with the black swan. So I don't know how it's even relevant.
No. It is the black swan. The link is there in that image that I posted. 8 minutes past the hour.
As Grace and whatever other platform. Like so, the point that I'm making is the object. It doesn't even matter.
We got it. But there seems to be a new objection from left lane. What's the time basis of the duration to capture got anything to do with the argument? Just if you want to explain how that's relevant to the geometric position that Eli's laid out and was just about to reiterate again. How is it relevant?
I'm just saying, you're hanging your hat on one image out of probably 200 attempts to get that, that observation with the horizon elevated.
You're missing the point.
You're hanging your hat on it.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Hold on, Brian. Hold on.
I
got that. Hold on, Brian. I got that the first time. Yeah, you're saying you're hanging your hat on it. Okay, putting it into a metaphor is fine, but how is it relevant to whether or not it's true that the geometric horizon can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer site in feet based on your own geometry of a geometric obstruction called Earth curve, and how it's debunked in the Black Swan modus tollens with that image? You're saying, but it took him 3 months to get it. Non sequitur much, unless you can explain why it isn't. Okay, so you were just saying, okay, fine. It was just a moot point then. Fine. Yeah, it took him a while to get it, eh? Moving on. Earth's flat. Black Swan disproves.
Yeah, what about all the rest of the times it wasn't flat? What about all the times it wasn't flat?
Do we have to go through Karl Popper right now?
Sorry, there's Black Swan. Hold on, just 1 second. Just 1 sec. Just 1 sec. The argument isn't about how flat it is. It's about your assertion that we've got a geometric sphere edge, the same one you deny when you say it's all bent. That tangent point horizon in your geometry is the claim that's being overcome by the Black Swan. So in respect to how flat it is, that's me segueing away from this failure. You said the Black Swan wasn't a good argument. Yet we've had a couple of citations of them explaining how the geometric horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer site in feet is your reason why you think you can see this continent that you can't really see. You come along and tell you, no, those tangents used when deriving the sea level and point below the surface level that is inferred to be a geometric limitation is actually bent. How does the time it took to get this image of the Black Swan got anything to do with the argument? It hasn't, but the Black Swan's still a great argument. Meanwhile, that's separate to that complete annihilation of globe Earth claims, we do actually deal with the horizon when we, use the horizon to establish horizontal planes of reference. I mean, we don't use it practically for Earth curve in that failed assertion that the Black Swan annihilated, but we do practically use the horizon for angles and stuff, and points on the ground we call latitude. That's my segue away from the crappy argument about globe that is annihilated by the Black Swan and continues to this day to be annihilated when our own opponents tell us how refracted these tangent lines are. I mean, some people still don't get it. They're very slow. 4 years is quite a long time.
He doesn't even understand the Black Swan, like the actual, what's it called? Methodology. What is it? The logic behind the Black Swan. Because basically you're saying, well, he went out there for days and days and days and saw white swans. So the Black Swan argument is invalid, is what you're saying.
Yeah, if it takes me 60
That's exactly
years,
what he's saying.
If somebody says, hold on, Neil. If somebody says all swans are white and all we see is white swans around, I spend 60 years and I go out and I find a black swan. Who cares? What if it took 6 minutes or 60 years? It doesn't matter.
Right. It's over. You're right. You can no longer say all swans are white.
It's crazy that they're gonna go come back, rinse and repeat tomorrow, or even 2 hours.
But what
from
about
now
the white
when we're
swan?
gone.
2 minutes from now. What do you mean 2 hours?
What about the horizons that match up with your globe Earth geometry? Oh, they never do. It's always refracted. Never. They'll never match again. What about the white swans? Oh no, the refraction response destroys any notion of there ever being a white swan again. Maybe you're just not getting it. My bad, it's only been 4 years. Yeah, there are no longer any white swans for you to claim. The horizon's never a geometric sphere edge. According to you, we've never got a straight line to it ever. You say it's refracted, always a little bit bent. So there's no white swans anymore. Hello?
McFly!
4 years. Do you not feel stupid, Left Lane? Because I'm asserting that you are, based on your lack of comprehension after 4 years of the argument. You opened this discussion by saying it's not a good argument. Then went on to annihilate it with refracted horizons and bent lines that need to be straight for tangents. Not a good argument. It's a bloodbath. We destroyed Earth curve in 2020. It's just the stupid people have taken 4 years to catch up with that annihilation and bloodbath. And still tell us, nay, reaffirm how annihilated it is when they tell us how bent the lines are. Yeah? Keep it up.
Didn't we have a bet on how long they would take to get it? And I
The
said
really
they'll never
stupid
get it,
ones.
so I'm the winner.
The really stupid ones, oh, more than 4 years. Tell us it's a crap argument again. Tell us how the refraction, as you opened with this Left Lane. It's a very refracted image, you said? So what would that, never be a tangent ever again to assert globe Earth geometry and sphere edge horizons? Like a total annihilation of the argument? Like a fundamental demolishment of its foundations? Refraction, you say? Keep it up, sunshine!
Oh, Nathan, you're destroying me.
Yeah, I am. I have been for 4 years.
Actually, you're destroying yourself.
Yeah, with refraction.
You want to go with Nathan, Left Lane, for a few minutes? Or any one of the other guys?
No.
Or did you solve this?
No, my argument is way more. I don't even know what the fuck they've been going on about the last 30 minutes. I just wanted to compare the black swan to the white swans. And my question was, why did it take 200 observations to get the white swan?
No white swan was acquired. Right, there are no, you didn't listen.
I didn't ask about all that. No, it's all
mind.
meaningless.
Neil's going to rumpus the crap out of this.
You know,
Obviously, make it more difficult than it already is.
Happy about it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Hold on, real quick.
Thank you. I cleared the airways.
Real quick,
for
you know
both of
this.
you. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
No, there aren't any white swans anymore. I did go through this like 10 minutes ago, Left Lane. Yeah? You do I need to go a bit slower? Hopefully without interruption from G+. Whoever's off mute in G+, thank you. I cleared the airways for you, Eli, didn't I? Can you do the same courtesy to me? Thanks.
He's hot, Mike, and mute him.
Fucking hell, Eli.
My bad.
Let me tell you a story. Hold on, Oakley. I'll
No, I'm good for a story. I'm going to summarise my win, Left Lane.
Okay.
Yeah, if we've got a refracted line to a tangent point horizon as required in your geometry, refraction destroys your claim. Yeah, it's always a little bit bent. You can never have your geometric assertion of an Earth curve edge horizon again. It's destroyed Earth curve.
Yeah, you can think that if you like, but it hasn't.
Because?
So no,
no refutation,
refraction. You need to explain the obstruction that is normally observed in those oil rigs.
No, your claim is that there's no. We don't make a claim about it. Your claim is that when you look at the horizon, there's obstruction. How do you justify that?
Sorry, Left Lane. You obviously weren't listening earlier. Within your own mathematics.
Is not my question important, Brian? I'll let you do your thing. I can't do my thing.
Sorry.
Yeah, let Left Lane rebut if he wants. Let's go back and forth.
Rebut what? He doesn't know the argument.
It's been summarised.
Exactly.
There's nothing else to go back and forth with.
Yeah, y'all go ahead. I'm feeling.
Okay, I'll summarise.
No, the argument.
No,
After
the argument.
4 years.
Yeah, I'll summarise the argument. If the horizon is refracted, it's not geometric. as required in your begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve maths that derives a point below the horizon geometric in nature called Earth curve from surface level and eye level differential calculations.
Definitely didn't listen to me earlier, right?
Yeah, that's just a
mathematics.
You're not explaining the obstruction.
I am. Give me a second. Give me a second, Leslie, right? So within their own mathematics, every single horizon ever in the past, now, or in the present has been, is now, and always will be refracted. So there is no such thing as a white swan. The real black swan would be a geometric horizon. Understand?
No, he don't get that.
Of course not. I tried to explain it earlier.
Yeah, I get it. It's just a claim. It's a meaningless claim. It doesn't mean anything.
That's your own mathematics. That's your
claim.
Exactly. No, agree with him, Brian.
No, it is not mine. Not mine. It is not my claim.
Let him do it, Brian. Shush. God, you're getting the Judas moment, and it's getting rumpused. Sorry, it's just a nonsensical claim, you say? Yes, that's right. Please go ahead.
Yeah. What you're saying is not my claim. Thank you.
So you deny that
ain't right.
it's okay. So you deny the premise of Earth curve being your claim, then?
Yeah, I'll say that the old rigs are obstructed due to Earth curve.
No, it's okay, guys. Okay, yeah, I heard you claim. You claim they're blocked by Earth curve when they're not blocked. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. If the horizon was a geometric obstruction, it would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in your maths.
Yeah,
it isn't.
No, what are you getting at? Is there
that it
no
isn't?
obstruction, or is there?
That it isn't.
Is there or isn't there?
That it isn't. Are you listening?
Well, what is that?
There isn't one. There isn't an obstruction. Are you dumb?
Well, it looks like there is.
Oh, it does it? This guy's a nutter.
But Nathan, it doesn't matter. Left lane, you're not understanding. Within your paradigm, the horizon is claimed to be consistently refracted at all times and refracted to different degrees from hour to hour. That means no horizon ever was ever geometric, or will it ever be. That's your paradigm, which means that there was never, doesn't matter what the horizon does, doesn't matter if it blocks a whole lot of it today and blocks none of it tomorrow, it's not a geometric blockage.
Not Earth
you
curve.
Understand?
It's not
Earth
not
curve.
That being true, can he please point out where the oil rigs are in the Black Swan argument, please?
They're not.
You don't even understand the argument.
Without sounding smart with people like Left Lane, I don't mean it as a butter.
No. I'm busy. I'm actually very busy, and I'm trying to work in. And I'm through being busy for a minute, and I can answer QE's question. What was your question, QE?
Where are the oil rigs in the Black Swan argument?
Did you say what are the oil rigs?
Where?
I missed it.
In the Black Swan argument, are the oil rigs stated?
No, you're talking about the horizon behind the oil rigs, and you're ignoring the fact that the oil rigs are completely distorted, indicating that it would not be an image that would be suitable for analysis.
And we're not analysing the oil rigs. His question is about where the oil rigs would appear in the argument. You're saying, well, the argument is that the oil rigs are distorted, therefore invalidating the argument. No. Third time's the charm. QE's asking, where is the oil rigs in the argument? Are they even mentioned in the argument?
No, they're just in the picture.
In the argument?
You know what's not in the picture? Is
geometric
Earth curve, a big hill blocking everything else that you could see.
There's no Earth curve. What's that? Refracted? Yeah, so not Earth curve then.
Yeah, the argument talks about strictly geometric dimensions without regard to refraction, there's obviously refraction going on, so the argument is null.
Fucking the flat Earth.
So the argument is null. So the argument that Earth has a sphere Earth horizon called Earth curve, that's null then. Yeah, we know. Yeah, that argument's null. The argument being that if Earth's a sphere, radius 3959 miles, then every distance to Earth curve can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the argument. That we've got Earth curve at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You say refraction voiding that argument. Yeah, that's right. You're voiding that argument when you say refraction. Sinking in much? Obviously not.
Well, the thing is, if you do consider severe refraction, it will move the horizon back considerably
Severe
for that
refraction.
position.
That settles it all now.
And besides the point, it's like, no, it's just a bad argument. It's
You
illogical.
obviously don't know what the argument is, so let's move on. Back at the ranch. Can you please define?
Yeah, I'm just not doing the horse and pony show.
Can you please define refraction for everyone?
Goddamn, 7 years we've been in this, and you want the definition of refraction?
Me too. What does it mean? I don't know. I'm not familiar with the word. What does it mean? Can you define it?
You brought it
and
up.
then I want to know what severe is, and then
no, we all know what refraction is.
I don't know what I'm done.
I would doubt there's anyone present on this call that doesn't know what refraction is.
Me. I don't know what it means. Could you define it for me, please?
Well, you go look it up then, Nathan, because you know good damn well you know what the argument is.
You said it. I don't know.
Now, this is a horse and pony show. It's a horse and pony show. It's who can out clever the other and saying a bunch of meaningless bullshit that doesn't mean anything.
No, you said refraction. I'm quite content to play dumb so that you define the word you used in your argument. You just don't want to play.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about the obstructed oil rigs, are we?
And it's a dog and pony show, not a horse and pony show, you knucklehead. So,
we want you to explain your claim, please.
Can we just ignore your claim of refraction then?
No, it's just fucking tired, man. It's just an old argument.
Can we just ignore this shit? Because you can't even define the word you're using. Therefore, a village idiot. You say this word, refraction. Should we pay this argument credence? If so, you'll define the bloody word you've used, or we can just dismiss it because we're having this argument put to us by a village idiot that can't even define the words he's using. So if you want us to pay credence to this shite about refracted horizons, you're going to need to define that bloody word, or we will just dismiss the words you use because you don't understand them as the words being used of a village idiot. Okay? Define it, or we'll dismiss everything you say.
Hey, village idiot. You're just full of...
So you won't define diffraction. So you don't know what it is. Or refraction. Sorry, my bad. You're not going to define it. So we can just ignore you then. You're just an idiot. You don't even know what the words you use mean.
Well, let's not insult. Let's just stick to the points, guys. Please.
He doesn't know what the words he's using mean. He won't even define what the word he's used. He says it's refraction. It's apparently something to do with the oil rigs that have got nothing to do with the argument. He won't even define what the word means. We're dealing with a village.
You're asking for a definition that it's been defined 1,000,000 fucking times in this conversation.
So do it now. Oh, well, make it 1,000,001. Off you go. I've never heard it. Go on. You define it.
I'm not bowing to it. I'm not going to bow.
Well, then we'll just disregard your claim of refraction because you're not bowing to defining the own bloody word you use in defence of your stupid globe. You won't even define that word. You're not bowing to defining the very word you use in your argument. Oh, well, then we will dismiss them immediately as being the ramblings of a village idiot who doesn't even know the very words and the meanings that he's using. Because I can do that, justifiably so. Well, you try and rant through me.
Me like that to my face.
I know, Oakley.
The voice of your leader. The voice of your leader.
Here we go. Appeals to the fact that I will dismiss the words of a village idiot if he's failing to define them. But suddenly it's an appeal to how bad a leader I am. I like the fact that you consider me to be some sort of leader, Aldebert. Oh, thank you very much. I'll take that as a compliment if ever I've heard one. Thank you. I don't consider myself a leader, but it's nice that you view me that way.
Hold on a second. Oakley, hold on a second, please. Let's not insult. Let's just stick to the points, all right?
Village idiot.
It's not an insult. It's demonstrated.
He's demonstrated, that he's either disingenuous or stupid. Yeah, it's one or the other. He's either not prepared to define. We're supposed to be having a debate. He's made a point. We've asked him to clarify the point, and his rebuttal has led us to one or two conclusions. He's been disingenuous, or he is stupid, and he doesn't know the meanings of the word, which is why we've had response since this obfuscation. Yeah, because he either doesn't know the meanings. Yeah. So let's give him the
This
opportunity
obfuscation you
to
speak of is
define-
projection.
to
You're
define the
projecting
meaning,
obfuscation.
and then we can carry on with his explanation as to why the horizon is there. But he's invoked refraction. We're asking him to define what he means by this magical thing that's happening.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, they're obfuscating.
Hey, how dare you speak to my audience? You total coward. You've been asked to define a word you used in your argument. You're not doing it. You've got Ed Bear white knighting for you. How dare you even attempt to appeal to my audience with your garbage? Define refraction or be deemed the village idiot. Those are your choices.
All right, let's go one at a time, please.
Define refraction as it's part of your bloody argument or be deemed the village idiot. Those are your choices.
There's probably 10 people here will vouch for the fact that I know what.
That he won't, absolutely will not, without question, define refraction, because he can't back his own argument. He doesn't know what the very words he's using are, because he's the village idiot. So he's going to start appealing to my audience and appealing to the people on the panel, rather than defining the very words he's using in his own bloody argument. The nature of the beast reveals itself. He is a village idiot. There is no ambiguity here. If you can't even define the very words you're using in your own argument, you're nothing more than the village idiot.
Hold on, Nathan. We can't continue like this, guys. Seriously. We can't continue calling names. And Left Lane, you were asked a simple...
I'll do as I damn well please, actually. I'll call him the village idiot after I prove he's the village idiot, and then I'll describe him as a village idiot because he's proved himself to be one. You telling me that I'm not going to continue, that won't wash with me. I've got an audience, I'll appeal to them, I'll shut you up in a heartbeat to reiterate my point, that if you can't define the words in your own bloody argument, you're the village idiot. You don't have to like it, SE Montreal.
That's not an insult. He's demonstrating to be that village idiot.
And I will do as I damn well please. So meanwhile, the village idiot failed to define his terms that he was using in his argument, therefore a complete fail, and will be disregarded completely as the ramblings of a village idiot, because that's what they are.
But the original problem with Left Lane and others on the globe side, and I'm not trying to put them down, but I have to say it, is that they don't understand their own
increasing
paradigm.
I'm getting booted out of the server.
We have in the
what's happening, Brian, is I'm getting booted out of the server. That's what's actually happening.
Now he's going to interrupt me.
I got kicked out. Someone kicked me out of the server. I was kicked out, right? Presumably by SC Montreal, right?
You're not listening to moderation. Please don't interrupt. Left Lane was in the middle of speaking. Thank you, Nathan.
Sorry, my bad. I should listen to the village idiot tell us about how the Emperor's got clothes on.
Yeah, now you know the peasants have to feel.
Another thing we don't do here is insult people. Thank you. Go ahead, Left Lane.
For about the fifth time, I wasn't insulting him.
It's not a...
You insult everyone, Oakley.
This should be removed.
That's your thing.
Hey guys.
Let him go, Nathan, and you go next. That's all. Simple. Let him go. Be a man.
We're gonna have to go. We're gonna have to go out into the world.
Left Lane is
Montreal.
There's no need Left Lane is going.
We're gonna have to be amicable to people, their platforms, and their cities, and we can still tell the truth while laying waste to them. If they say they don't want curse words or words that are just do everything you're doing without it, man. Like, come on.
Yeah, just
Left Lane was trying to. I don't know if I can be heard, but Left Lane was trying to give his definition of refraction. So if you just want to restate that, please, Left Lane.
Yeah, it's just like bending through the density gradient. Bends towards the more dense medium, which we have. The atmosphere on Earth, more dense at the bottom. As light enters the atmosphere, it bends down towards the denser medium.
Citation, please.
So to describe how dense something is with respect to the bottom, that's how high something is. That's with respect to a horizontal plane of reference to give the height of your oxymoron sphere-shaped air. So how high it is described with respect to a horizontal plane. And sphere-shaped air doesn't exist. There is no oxymoronic sphere-shaped air.
We've also got one medium. Are we saying this is refraction occurring in one medium, yeah?
Yeah, it doesn't comport to Snell's law.
Yeah, it does. It also, Snell also talks about it bending through an increasing density medium. It bends
doesn't.
towards the denser medium.
Liar.
They actually make glasses and stuff
Actually
now,
not.
knowing this
Citation,
technology.
Let him finish,
Citation,
Nathan.
please.
Let him finish, bro. Why are you interrupting him?
Because he's saying he's a liar. Are we not allowed to just let him continue lying?
Yeah, it's impossible to have a conversation with these dimwits.
Citation, please.
No, that doesn't help left lane. Really? Seriously?
He's asking for a
After I
citation.
came
No, I quit. I give up. I give up,
Thanks
Essie.
for your help, Essie.
Maybe that's
Yeah,
better.
it's about the argument, though. I mean, obviously, we could listen to the moderation all day, but we're hoping for a citation in respect to what Snell's law is. I'm obviously just trying to keep the argument on track, but maybe we should discuss the moderation for a bit longer.
Mifflin, you did make a claim about Snell's law. Do you have citation to back up your definition of it?
I mean,
I can't. I'm driving.
I got Ruhif on audio recording saying that you can't use Snell's law to calculate refraction in the atmosphere. You'll be wrong every time.
The atmosphere, you mean the paradox?
Yeah, I covered that. It just didn't get addressed. I mean, I got booted out from memory. I don't know why I got booted out, but...
No, they want to keep using words like atmosphere. Keep going. Go
maybe
ahead.
that could get addressed. I mean, I did bring it up about 2 minutes ago.
Somebody
before I was
address
booted
Nathan's
out.
point.
Maybe I could be talked over by one of the moderators.
Yeah, somebody
while I ask
address Nathan's point.
Maybe I could just make my point without interruption from a moderator. That would be ideal. We'll see. I'll try again, third time. So oxymoronic sphere-shaped air to give you this gradient that you described, to give you the differential, to compare it to Snell's law. That's an oxymoron. Air doesn't take the shape of a sphere. Left lane.
You got a citation for that?
It's your claim. You said sphere-shaped air. You said atmosphere, not me. Why would I be giving a citation when you claim atmosphere? No, have you got a citation that describes air forming arbitrarily sphere shapes? Given it's your bloody claim?
Yeah, saying it doesn't is a positive claim as well.
No, non-existent claims of non-existence of non-sphere-shaped air aren't positive assertions while I get continually rumpused by bloody Eli from my own sodding panel. Thank you, Eli. No, I don't need any help or constant hot micing. It'd be ideal if I could just talk to him without you fundy muting me. Jesus wept, Eli.
He's hot miking.
He just can't control himself in this sodding hangout.
Eli!
Mute him on your side.
Oh, thanks, SE. I'm good.
Yeah, I'll take care of it. Grade level, I will use this lesson with the first grade class, Christy Bodak, Southwestern University. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape or a definite volume. You would fail first grade intro to gas behavior.
So this isn't a justifiable refraction definition. I mean, it's only taken 15 minutes and I've been removed in the meantime and my behaviour's been questioned and I've been called a leader that's bad and all that crap. No, this isn't your definition of refraction. I mean, she seems like the village idiot's ramblings. I mean, I'm not insulting anybody or anything, but when this definitely isn't comporting to sphere-shaped air oxymoron for your definition to stand true, this fails as a definition of refraction. I mean, a minute ago, you weren't going to be put to task on defining it. Now you've defined it badly with an oxymoron sphere-shaped air. Total fail. That's not refraction. What are you babbling about?
And a single medium.
A single medium he's claiming has oxymoron sphere-shaped air giving a gradation value with respect to sea level. Yeah, flat Earth needed for the height of the sphere-shaped air. No address to that so far. Maybe you could address one of those points.
You're begging the question of a flat Earth.
Sorry, when I describe sea level, that's how oxymoron sphere-shaped air is described in your claim. With respect to sea level. The elevation is respect to sea level. That's not me begging the question, you stupid moron. That's in your claim of atmosphere, you dumbass.
Oh, that was it. That was a direct insult.
Come on, Oakley. Yeah, Oakley, come on, man. You can't.
But somebody's going to tell me that my claim...
No, guys, to be fair, yeah, that was. But that was the first one. All the other previous ones were justified. Yeah, they weren't
Fine.
ad hoc.
Why would they justify?
Fine, Jeremy, I take it back. Jeremy, fine.
You're
I
not
take it on the chin.
justifying.
Hello,
It's
can I
still
just
an
acknowledge
insult.
Jeremy? Yes,
Sure.
Jeremy, your critique I will take with gritted teeth. I am sorry. No need for that last insult.
All right, thank you.
Meanwhile,
They
back
want
at
to
the
play
ranch.
patty cake.
Shut up, Neil. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Snell's law, also called Snell-Descartes law, or the law of refraction, is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media, such as water, glass, or air. Period. End of story. You are incorrect.
No, Snell also talks about a density gradient and how refraction works in that too. Why don't you finish that part?
Citation.
Yeah, Lefland, you don't see the problem. You're making a claim about Snell's law. He just now read off a citation defining it. You're claiming that there's an additional part of it like 3 times, but you don't have anything to back it up. It's simple stuff.
I can't right now.
Okay.
Then don't claim it.
Also, do
if
we
you
have
use Snell's
horizontal
law to calculate refraction,
excuse me. Also, do we have horizontal density gradients?
You need a flat earth for that.
Do we have horizontal density gradients?
There a citation for how the Earth was measured flat? You got one of those?
No, it's obviously again over your head. You've missed it, so no. Carry on.
Where was it measured? How? Who by in history? Is it something you believe or it's something you know?
The answer was
a question
no,
was on
not,
the table.
not carry on the same point. No, it's not what he's referring to.
Question on the table for left lane was, is there a horizontal gradient?
Yeah, the layers of the gradient are laid out horizontally, but they decrease with altitude. So I think you would call that a vertical gradient, right?
With respect to the horizontal, so it's a flat Earth proof, even though anisotropic inhomogeneous gases don't form layers. Nevertheless, your description requires a flat Earth.
And begging the question again.
I didn't beg any question. I took apart your notion after being asked about it by QE. Why is it that when I take apart a stupid assertion, village idiot styley, not calling anybody anything, yeah? When I take it apart, I'm told I'm begging some question. It just strikes me that you don't have the capability mentally to follow a conversation you're leading with your claims. You think I'm making claims. It seems moronic to ask me to justify begging the question when you're having questions about your claim put to you, and then we're responding to what you say about them. That's not me begging the question. That's moronic.
Nathan, even if you think it's true, it's still an insult. You get that, right?
No, the comment is moronic.
Oh my
You
God.
understand how the English language, you are a moron, is an insult. That to say it is moronic is referring to what has been suggested and the way the argument has been presented.
Sure he said
in this
both.
case, not. See, why is everybody critiquing the manners over here? Yeah, I can't even get a sentence
Because
out.
it's the rules here.
Oh, I can't get a sentence out. That's the rules. You guys can insult us. People can just throw in ad homs at Nathan randomly. Nobody gets challenged. But the second our grammar slips, yeah, we're held to account
Adam, that's
instantly.
not-
And the same rules of here we go again. You see, the same rules of politeness don't apply to us. You can talk over us anytime.
That's the real world, not your echo chamber, man.
Hold on, man.
Not your echo chamber.
Hold on. Okay, just everyone go one at a time and don't insult. It's real simple, guys. Please, let's act like,
But the point I'm making is Nathan makes a very reasonable comment, yeah, moronic, and what's happening is wokiness, because they've got no argument on that side, that's what's being decided to respond to. Incorrectly, as shown by the moron or moronic, yeah? But their argument is so weak that that's the point they'd sooner deal with, because their argument has no validity. And it's not cited, is it? It's just the ramblings of somebody. Yeah, the ramblings of somebody that can't back anything up, can't define a word.
How dare you say ramblings? Don't say ramblings. Outrageous.
Sound like a politician, man.
Sounds like you're insulting him when you say ramblings, Adam.
There we go. Sound like a politician.
Annabelle can come in and say what he wants, all right?
At me, back.
Yeah,
really
directly ad homing. Like when I was called a cuck for watching my sister do navigation on the sea.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely tolerable. Me, I say that a description of an explanation from my position being called, what was it? Begging the question fallacy when we were critiquing a claim from the other side. That being described as moronic, as someone all over me. But yeah, I get called a cuck for watching my sister do navigation. Yeah, Adam's just been called a politician. That's a direct ad hom. Yeah, is that being called on? No.
You said
no, what's happening now, though, as I point that out, is I'm being continually interrupted. Right? And what? Because I'm still talking while the interruptions continue. It's just not my echo chamber, where I don't get continually interrupted where I make a valid point. Yeah, I know.
You both just lied. So the last comment, you did say that something was moronic. You also said he lacked.
Liars now.
I am moderating there. Hey, Adam, buddy, shut the hell up. Thank you. Thank you.
No, you
so
just
he
called me
said,
a liar. That's
shut
a really,
up.
really over-the-top accusation, isn't it? And needs validating. So before you move on, you should qualify that statement. Why am I a liar? Why am I a liar?
Moronic. Oakley has indeed been insulting the whole time. You are wrong. You are wrong.
Am I a liar? Why am I a liar? Now I'm wrong.
You said he didn't personally insult him. I just quoted him verbatim doing it.
Moronic.
You were wrong.
Moron.
You were wrong.
I'm not wrong.
You were wrong.
Moronic. Moron.
He said left lane lacks the mental capacity to understand it. That is a personal attack, is it not, Adam?
That was demonstrated by him.
Yeah, that's demonstrated.
Part of our frustration. That's demonstrated. He's not just pulled that from somewhere.
Still an insult.
It's okay.
Adam, it seems to me pretty clear that these guys don't understand the difference. Adam, hold on one sec.
Somebody that doesn't appear to have the mental cognition.
They don't understand the difference between a performance assessment versus an insult. They don't understand the difference, clearly.
Oh, my God.
No, you said he lacked mental
stick to the
capacity,
points, please.
Yes, by demonstration,
Here's the
Witzich.
deal.
Is that Witzich?
Here's the deal.
Yes, I heard you the first time, Witzich. Maybe I could get a chance to respond to Witzich.
Dude, I'll just mute you, bro. You're not tough, bro. I'm talking. Thank you.
Yeah, I heard you the
I've
first
listened
time.
to this shit show for like 30 minutes now. So both sides have insulted. Okay, and we've tried to correct both people. I was eating, I couldn't do it.
You moron.
Dude, see, there you go. That's an insult. Obviously, telling someone that they're not smart enough to understand something is an insult, and all you're doing is
It's not an insult. It is a performance assessment by demonstration. You don't know what an insult is.
I just tried to critique that with
No,
Witzich
you
by
are
response,
wrong
but I was
again.
told I'd get muted if I tried to respond
It
to
wasn't
him.
a performance.
I'll try again.
It wasn't a performance assessment,
Yeah, it was.
right? He said you lack the mental capacity. He did not say you don't seem to understand the point right now. He said you lack the mental capacity. You're wrong again. That's why you're having to interrupt me, because you're just an angry old man on the internet.
Thank you. Okay, can I just take control? QE, stop. QE, stop. Stop. QE, hello, stop. QE, thank you. When you're done, I've heard the repetition of it 3 times. You've threatened me to mute me rather than me getting a response to the 3 renditions put to me. Maybe you'll mute me if I try and respond to it. We'll see. Can I respond?
Maybe you'll wait till I'm done moderating. Thank you. So the point is that we are trying to do it both ways. And if you're making a good point, typically the flat earthers have been right in the argument, but then you flood the comment with insults and just undermine it and then give the other side an opportunity to cry about the insults. And we have to moderate fairly both sides. So just stop insulting. It's not that big of a deal.
Yes, the problem is, Witzit, if I may address that fact that you've stated incorrectly, a performance assessment.
Okay, let's get back on track.
Or maybe I could just be interrupted by SE Montreal immediately. I'll try again. This is now the 4th attempt to address what's been put to me by Witzit. Here we go. Is this you moderating for, me, is it, Witzit? Is this you doing your job?
Interrupting him.
Fifth attempt. I'll try again. So it's it. No, your misapprehensions about the differences between insulting somebody and giving a performance assessment based on what they've asked. For example, if someone was to ask me to justify my begging the question fallacy when I'm critiquing their rebuttal of a claim they made, that would be me giving a performance assessment if I was to suggest that they have an inability to comprehend something. That would be a performance assessment. Now, you're saying because I told him I didn't understand, that seems like weaker English than lacking comprehension. They're actually the same thing, Witsit. But you said because I didn't say he simply didn't understand, that it was an insult when I said he lacked the comprehension skills. That's just slightly better linguistics. But meaning the same thing would be that if I used your words and said you don't understand, that me not justifying a begging the question fallacy when critiquing your claim you're making, yeah, that's a performance assessment, not an insult. Okay, thank you.
All right, but we can agree that it's super childish, right? To like keep doing this and it's causing problems. Why can't we just not do that and actually talk about flat Earth?
It's he reads hardcover books.
Yeah.
So we were discussing flat Earth. Sorry, just try and respond to that. I'm sorry. Just 1 second, Eli. Just 1 second. So I'll try and respond if I can get through my rumpusings of my own panel. Won't let me. No, you see, the thing is, we were talking about flat Earth. He'd made a claim about refraction and then failed to cite it. Initially said he wouldn't even dare to justify citing it to define it. He refused. That was a discussion about flat Earth. In this instance, flat Earth versus globe Earth, with his assertions that sea level and a derivation thereof will give him a geometric horizon. We were talking about flat Earth. Then our opponents had endless obfuscations while I pointed out because he was asking me to justify my begging the question of a flat Earth while he was making claims about geometric horizons and refraction. Yeah? Of course, when I asked him to explain, because it seemed like he lacked comprehension skills to even justify his own argument with a definition, when he's telling me I'm begging the question. That seems like someone who lacks comprehensive skills. Maybe you'd like, now I've explained this in great detail, to tell me that that's just me insulting him. It isn't, but someone else who also lacks comprehension skills might see it as an insult because they also lack comprehension skills. Sorry, over to you, Witzy. What were you saying again?
No, hold on.
Okay, so
let me
obviously,
reply real quick.
I got it. So obviously, I moderated that entire thing. I moderated that, and the very little recap you did, I was there moderating it, calling left lane out for the tactic. You then insulted 5 times in a row. Then people asked you to stop. So then you thought you were slick by just calling it moronic and then yelling the slight little insights or insults, but not saying it directly. Then you did say you clearly just lack the ability to understand it or the capacity to understand it. That is saying he is stupid. Right after you use the word moronic 3 times. It isn't necessary, though, because obviously, if you just point out that he's using tactics, then the point is made to the audience.
Like when you tell people
it doesn't matter
catch up,
what
right?
you angry people. Look, I get you're super angry all the time, but we don't behave like children in this room. So I listened to it for 45 minutes. Make the point.
Hold on a second, Neil. Neil, let him get to the end of his
leave.
point. Hold on a second, Witsit. Neil, you've got to let him get to the end of the point before you give numerous examples of where he does it, making him a hypocrite. Let him at least get to the end of a point before you reiterate your hypocritical nature that you'll example. I mean, when you example his hypocritical nature of where he does do that, I'm sure he'll do his moderation thing. Go ahead, Witsit. You finish your point.
So the point is that you guys are used to a certain approach. That's not what we do here. So you're going to have to either conform to the rules that are evenly applied here, which is where we just talk about the arguments, and the occasional slip up is no big deal, or you can leave.
Oh, that's a threat. That's fine. But I would just point out that they're not evenly applied. That's why I've ignored the tittle tattle, but they've not been evenly applied. That's why I spoke up. That's why I had an objection.
Cool. See you later.
Fair application.
It sounds like you're like crying about it though, and like
no, you're the guys.
When you guys are the ones who were
we've been
doing
quiet.
No. We're trying to enforce the rules, and then you guys are acting like not. Hold on,
Can you
not
stop
done.
that? Can you stop
It's my turn talking. I'm not done.
Possible, man.
Hold on. I want to say one thing.
Moderator.
I was talking. Let me finish.
Adam can say what
Please let me finish.
Am I allowed?
Please let me finish. I got one thing to say. I've been trying to say.
Okay, hold on, moderator.
I was talking.
Let Adam finish, please. Let
Jesus Christ.
Let Adam finish, and then you can go next, bro. Please. Go ahead, Adam.
The reason I spoke up was I was feeling it was unfair. And what had happened was that slight misspeaks, much less than the insults that had just been thrown directly at Nathan and other people, were then being used to subvert what was a decent argument. That's why I did speak up. And why I'm speaking up now with it, when you've made the claim that these rules are applied evenly. No, they weren't. That is an objection I had from my experience this afternoon.
I slightly
Insult
agree with you.
thrown at
Actually,
Nathan.
wait. I slightly agree with you. I was in a restaurant and could not moderate, and there were times that people took jabs at Oakley, and no one called him out. There were also times, like when Left Lane did, that he was called out. So I'm now able to moderate. Just stop insulting. The flat earthers have been right in every argument, but they undermine it and give the other side an excuse to derail based on the insults. So there's just no need for the insults. There's no need to even try to be slick with sideways insults. It just is useless. We don't do that here. That's the point.
And that was my whole point. Now that I get to finish this, hold on.
You don't know what insults are.
Hey,
That's
Neil,
not a
Neil. It was my
You don't
turn,
know the
right?
difference
It was my
between
turn.
nouns and verbs.
Guys, it was my turn, right? Okay. So the only reason I brought up anything at all was because you had Left Lane on the ropes, because he clearly does not understand the Black Swan argument. So when you guys asked him to define refraction, we were actually getting somewhere. That was huge. He clearly doesn't understand the argument. But instead of us exploring
that's
that
not
route
true.
and
That's
getting
not true.
down there, no, you don't, Left Lane. You really don't, bud.
I just wasn't jumping through the hoops. I'm not jumping through the hoops that you recited verbatim. I'm not
Stop
doing that.
interrupting. Listen, why are you interrupting his point, man? Like, this is insane. Okay,
Because
so we're all going to
he's
step back.
misrepresenting me.
Left Lane, you're interrupting me now.
Left Lane.
We're going to step back and stop interrupting, bro. It was so hard to listen to this while I was eating. Okay, people, keep your point concise. Do not insult people, and don't interrupt people. These are basic parameters of conversation, please.
So Left Lane, just to cap it off real quick, you were talking about things with the Black Swan, right? Where, well, what happens when they are blocked? Blah, blah, blah. You totally missed the point of what the argument is. And you still missed the point from what you're saying. So that's what I meant by that. It wasn't me trying to come down on you. That's why I pointed it out to Nathan, that we had a lot, you were on the ropes, we had a lot to explore there. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, no, I can recite the Black Swan argument verbatim. If Earth is a sphere of radius 3959, then the horizon can be no more than 1.22. Yada 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 yada. I can recite that. I know what refraction is. It's like bending. It's like bending through a density gradient, bending towards the higher density. All that stuff. We all know that. I had a simple question of why we had obstruction in the white swan images. That was my question.
But that's the whole point, is that the horizon moves. It's not a physical location because it moves.
Exactly.
And what did happen was, Left Lane, you made a claim. They asked you to define it, and it wasn't just some trick. It's like, you guys have this malleable definition of refraction that you would just apply like whimsically based on what you want to say at the time. So you're going to have to clarify the term that you're invoking to have a conversation. And then you refuse to do it, and then you defined it improperly. Then he showed you that the implications of what you're invoking actually end up refuting your position, and you avoided it. But then, of course, they gave you ammunition to avoid it with the insult. So that is where we are. Let's just get back to the point. Like, do you understand what Oakley's argument was to you, and about how your own definition is incorrect, and that the implications of your position refute your own claim?
See, I wasn't giving a definition with intent. I intentionally didn't give a definition because I think it's silly to ask for the definition of refraction after 7 or 8 years of talking about refraction. Everyone in here knows what refraction is. Why do we have to define it?
Because there's like 3 different types, bro. There's terrestrial, atmospheric. Which one are you talking about? Define it. That's why.
Then if you're not going to define it, then that means you're not verifying your argument. You're being disingenuous.
Standard refraction.
There's only one refraction. There is only refraction. There's no different refractions. This is why, Left Lane, you were asked to define it. You don't want to define it because you know you're going to come out with curve-shaped air. And you know that's going to be pulled apart then when someone just cites Snell's law. That's why you don't want to do it. You're being disingenuous. You're treating everyone like they're stupid. People, we're not that stupid.
And QE cited Snell's law, and then you said that there was an additional part of Snell's law, and they asked you to back that up, and you said that you couldn't.
Yeah, I did
Right,
though. While
disingenuous.
y'all were arguing, I did post a citation talking about extrapolating the equations for refraction through the atmosphere.
Extrapolate, is this Snell's law or not?
No, it's extrapolating equations.
Right, so it's not Snell's law then.
It's fundamentally maths.
Yeah, it is using Snell's law.
Right.
It's maths.
He's disingenuous and avoiding the logic he has to deal with.
Yeah. Left lane, you have said again, brought up the term white swans. I pointed out to you, it must be 3 times already this evening or on this call, that every claimed horizon in your paradigm is claimed to be always refracted. That means there is no black swan, because the actual black swan would be your geometric horizon. That's the point. And you keep on going.
No, that's my point.
You don't understand the black swan is actually a white swan. There is no black swan. The real black swan would be you producing a geometric globe edge horizon, which you can't do. Until you can do that, you don't have a claim. You don't have a horse in the race. You don't have any geometry.
Well, let's talk about.
It's not geometry. There's no geometry in refraction. You can't measure. You can't geometrically measure refraction. What you're claiming to be refraction.
Sure you can.
And that is That is a refractive claim that's a made-up mathematical refraction that's based on the geometric measurement that you can't make because of the mathematical refraction you're claiming. It's a loop of nothing. The problem here is that you can treat this as any way you want. Sorry, 1 second. You can treat this any way you want, left lane. The problem here is that you and 99% of the people on your side don't know your own paradigm. Yet you're here arguing with us every day. Go and learn your own paradigm and stop wasting our time because you don't know it. None of you guys seem to know what you're talking about when it comes to your own heliocentric paradigm. You don't know it. Learn that first.
Okay, let him respond.
It's preaching, man.
No, it's not that's an ad-hom. That is not preach. That's a fact. What I just said there is a fact.
All right, let him go.
Yeah, it's not a fact.
Chill. I just said let Lane respond to the argument.
Yeah,
and he said
my position on the black swan argument. And logically speaking, the black swan simply means.
I was preaching there.
Simply means he's not going to let me finish. So the black swan, using the black swan as an argument, simply means that all swans are not white, right? It does not disprove white swans. The white swans are the images that show obstruction.
The black swan is a white swan. You're missing the point.
The white swans are the images.
You're missing the point because you don't understand your own paradigm.
Come on, Brian, bro, you gotta let him finish.
Why give him a reason? You gotta play. Brian, you're not in your house. You're not in your house though. We have to play it right, man. You made a good point. Let him, not address the point.
Okay. Would I be given the chance to reply to him when he does finish?
Brian, just put a pause on it, bro. Brian, you said a lot. Let him respond. And both people try to keep it more concise. Left Lane, respond to the argument, please.
Well, I mean, I'm just giving my position on the black swan argument. As a black swan does not mean that there are no white swans. And for me, the white swans are the images that do show obstruction. And that's what I asked for an hour and a half ago. And we never have talked about it. We just keep talking about whether refraction exists, whether it doesn't exist, whether atmosphere is spherical or not spherical, and all this other stuff. Why is there obstruction in the white swan images?
Okay, he made a point to you. His point was actually the black swan would be an actual depiction of a geometric horizon, substantiating a physical, tangible geometric horizon would be the actual black swan. Can you respond to the argument instead of recapping the meta?
Yeah, the black swan image in itself exhibits conditions of severe refraction, which prohibits that image for me to be analyzed. It is not representative of reality.
Can I respond now? Maybe
Okay, let Brian respond. Yeah.
I'll try and be as brief as possible. Left Lane didn't listen to one word I had to say, because you're still bringing up white swans that are different from the black swan image. No, Left Lane, every single image of the horizon ever will always be a white swan. The only black swan, in reality, the only real black swan would be someone producing a globe's geometric edge. Now, until you can produce that, what you're calling the black swan photograph is a white swan. So is every other photograph of the horizon, because the horizon within your paradigm is a consistently refracted position. That's a mathematical refraction based on a geometric measurement that can't be made because of the mathematical refraction that's based on it. That's a loop of nothing. So there is no white swans that you can talk about having blockage of anything, because those things you're calling white swans are exactly the same as the black swan within your paradigm, because they're claimed to be refracted. So who cares what they're doing, because that's not geometry. There's no geometric blockage within your paradigm. They don't claim that the horizon is geometric, so it can't geometrically block anything, can it?
Yeah, from our side of the argument, yes, it can. You see, that's the thing.
It can't, because your horizon is not geometric. Standard and terrestrial refraction,
that's what you say.
Right, that's added in, is within it, gives you the claim that the horizon's not geometric. The geometric horizon is only in the maths.
That's not what Brian says. It's what you say. You told us it's always a little bit refracted, therefore it's never geometric. That's you annihilating your own claim that requires geometric physical obstruction. Brian says you can't have it anymore. That's what you say. No. That's what you say when you tell us refraction. Bye globe geometry. That's Earth curve.
Disagree.
No way it won't work.
Paradigm. They're disagreeing with their own paradigm. That's the point.
No, we can draw it out, and we can demonstrate, and we can show it all. But you are straw-manning my argument, saying that my argument states that I can't have a horizon. That's not true. That is blatantly wrong. That is a blatant misrepresentation of my argument.
Left-Lane, it's like you don't understand what's being said here. Wait, let me try to help. Let me try to help, Brian. Because it's like if you go too long, you'll lose them. So, like Left-Lane, they're saying, okay, if you're conceding that the horizon's always apparent by saying that it's always refracted, then the horizon is merely an apparent location, yet your actual foundational claim is that there's a geometric, physical, tangible horizon. So that would be the real black swan. Would be you demonstrating that, since all horizons actually observed are apparent?
Can't get any more
for
simple
the
than that.
refracted part, I would just say that there is geometry. The geometry exists. The fact that the image of the horizon projects through the atmosphere where there's a gradient causes it to be displaced a little bit, presents to your eye through a refracted image. Therefore, it can be displaced, but that does not say that it can't obstruct.
No, you've completely, either intentionally or just through understanding, not been able to take on board what was being said to you. Every single horizon within your paradigm, this is the globe Earth, right, paradigm. Every single horizon is claimed to be consistently refracted and refracted at a different degree from hour to hour, right? That means no horizon ever in history was ever geometric. That means there was never a geometric measurement for it to be based on, for this claim of this mathematical refraction to be based on. There is no geometric measurement to base that claim on. You understand?
So why do we see obstruction in the white swan? Why do we see obstruction?
Doesn't mean anything. Who cares what is obstructing?
Why do we see obstruction?
Brian, he says, why do we see obstruction? I mean, that's a really interesting folly. What we know is it's definitely not a geometric limitation called Earth curve. But I mean, we could ponder this all day. I mean, I don't make any claims about what would cause that. Why would I? I mean, I'm not using that effect to claim it's Earth curve and then later deny it's Earth curve by saying we can never see anything geometric to make this assertion that we've got geometry to infer refraction with. But that's not our claim.
Yeah,
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily want to suggest that it would be insulting to say that our claim that it doesn't need explaining because I'm not using this to prove Earth's flat. I would use the horizon to prove the establishment of a horizontal plane of reference, but you, sir, you do use the horizon to claim that it's Earth curve. And asking us why something occurs that you formerly used to claim it was Earth curve but can't anymore isn't our problem. That's called a burden of proof reversal fallacy. Your claim that it's Earth curve fails, suddenly I've got to explain something. No, I don't have to explain anything. But the horizon's definitely useful for proving how Earth is functionally flat. That's definitely useful. Claiming that boats go over a geometric limitation, obstruction called Earth curve, that's not useful for anything, and we debunked it with the black swan. It's refracted according to you guys now. Not geometric then, not Earth curve. Yeah, what's that? Why is stuff being blocked? Who cares? Your claim failed, it's not Earth curve.
Do you understand?
Wits
You there, left lane?
Are we allowed to make any form of...
Oh, yeah, I'm here. I mean, I've
proposal?
already stated my
Hold on.
position, and nothing he
Just one
said,
second, left
nothing
lane.
he said,
Just one second, he's asking Wits something. I'm really sorry.
represented my...
I'm really sorry, left lane.
Yeah, I'm really
Adam was
sorry.
just asking Wits something.
SE asked if I was here, and I was going to reply to that, and because I was like on deck, I guess. But yeah, it's nothing I can say. I don't need to say anything else. I've already stated my position, and nothing you said has refuted it. You're just saying "nuh-uh" and a bunch of other words.
That's projection. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead, Adam. You wanted to ask Wits something.
It was to do with the stony silence, but are we allowed to offer any performance appraisal of what we're doing? Because I'm very frustrated here. I don't feel the conversation is genuine. And I think I'm left with two options. The one, which I feel is the milder one, which is to question people's cognitive abilities, maybe mildly. Are they actually comprehending the words that are being there and the clear explanations that are being put to them? Well, probably the more that I would consider an insult, we should be to question their sincerity in this argument, in this debate, whether they're being genuine or whether they're actually just trolling us right now.
Yeah, I think both are permissible as long as specific to the point. So, like, you know, like you're like you don't appear to be understanding the point. You don't appear to be operating in good faith. But like, you know, just like more broad personal statements are not ideal.
Could I go for both options A and B together?
I think so. Yeah, as long as it's specific to the point. Yeah.
My point is obstruction.
I'm going to go with options A and B. Then that's what I feel is going off right now.
Yeah, my position is the horizon can obstruct and it can be distorted due to refraction, but there are days where we see obstruction where refraction is minimal that we see obstruction, and that's my point.
How do you know refraction is minimal?
Assessment.
What is the horizon, left lane?
He didn't make that claim within the
See,
statement.
now we've gone full circle, haven't we?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, what is the horizon? That's the important part, because you're saying sometimes the horizon can do this and do that. What is the horizon?
It's the point at which I can no longer see the surface due to the geometry of the surface.
Not Earth curve.
What's the, so not Earth curve then?
Yes, that would indicate an Earth curve.
No, it wouldn't. If Earth was a sphere radius, say 959 miles, then every distance to horizon could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as laid down in your Earth curve mathematics with straight line tangents to that point, labelled horizon, marked with an X and claimed to be Earth curve. However, as we show in the black swan image, the distance to horizon is beyond the physical limitations of a Earth curve that would block stuff, as you assert. I mean, yeah, we are going full circle again. It's almost like we've covered this already. It's almost like it started with you saying this was a crap claim. It isn't. It annihilates your claim. Then, as a result of us putting that argument to you, you tell us how it's all refracted, annihilating the claim that you have the geometry to assert that you've got this physical obstruction that you're now reiterating by going round in circles with us. Yeah, it's almost like you're disingenuous. It's almost like after having everything put to you about how that can't possibly be the case, you'd just chant through me like a village idiot would do. I mean, maybe I'll be pulled up on describing how somebody chanting through the rendition of something he self-disclaimed as being cyclical and going around in circles, maybe me reiterating that at this stage requires constant interruption as I describe the behaviour of a village idiot. Maybe that'll be the critique afterwards. Or the fact that you've died on your ass and this argument fails and we don't have Earth Curve. And I still haven't taken breath or a pause or invited response from anybody. But maybe this is me being an unreasonable man. I still haven't taken breath, by the way. I'll attempt to take breath now. So, in conclusion, I'm never going to get to talk unimpeded. It's never going to happen. Ever.
Can you tell me your black swan argument?
Listen, dude. Stop interrupting, dude. What is wrong?
He's rambling.
I didn't ask your opinion.
See?
Stop interrupting.
He's rambling.
And he's rambling.
So we're getting a justification.
Stop interrupting.
We're getting a justification for why I wasn't allowed to even get to the end of a breath in that instance. Right? No.
Well, if you talk too much.
Yeah, and I'm still talking now.
Go ahead, Nathan. I'm going to mute him right now. Go ahead, Nathan.
Shouldn't be necessary. Especially necessary when someone's calling me a cuck for watching how navigation goes. But there we go. That's a different story. Meanwhile, he's made this argument for about 2 hours. We've gone round and round in circles with him. And I claim that, as Adam has claimed and everyone on my panel has claimed, that he's either a village idiot or disingenuous. Now, there's only two choices. Yeah? Now, when he comes to defining his refraction and getting it wrong and not offering citation because he's driving, why is he involved in the conversation then? Again, disingenuous or village idiot. But apparently that's me being unreasonable and insulting people. No, based on the 2 straight hours of him going around in circles, claiming that he can call the horizon a physical geometric sphere edge, called Earth Curve, with tangents to it in the maths, even though he bends those tangents, and he's done it 5 times in circles. Yeah? I mean, we could, after that summary, maybe there'll be a few interruptions, I'm nearly at the end, criticise how I described that as village idiot behaviour. Maybe that's the main point here. I don't know. Maybe the point is that he's been annihilated with the black swan that he originally asserted wasn't a very good argument. Maybe his own annihilation of that claim with the word refraction should be ignored in favour of me describing that garbage when he asked me to justify my own begging the question in respect to his claim of Earth Curve obstructions as being village idiot behaviour, because it is. I don't think in any way anybody in this panel has any right to justifiably critique how I take apart the village idiot's ramblings. And I will define them as what they are, village idiot ramblings, because that's what they are. Now, you can tell me that I'm harsh and insulting people, but that's what it is. You can insult me while I justify my behaviour. Maybe I'm just rambling, right?
Do you know how to do that?
Okay. Come on, left lane. He was almost done.
It's just behaviour of a wanker. That's not insulting him. That's what wankers do. They interrupt before you get to the end of your point. And like now, as I justify how a wanker's just treated me, maybe I'll get told off for insulting him. No, he's just behaved like a wanker. The person talking through me now is behaving like a wanker
why all
also.
the grievances? Dude, this is so useless.
What, like the grievances that I was put to by Witsit earlier? Those sorts of grievances.
All right, look. Here's the deal. Okay, like I think it's obviously that one of my point is if you just say he doesn't understand it instead of saying village idiot, then he doesn't have the excuse to cry about village idiot. The way to clearly summarize this is like left lane, can you even still man their argument?
Yeah, I think in a nutshell, because we claim refraction, that somehow debunks Earth Curve, which it doesn't. We say that, refraction exists in a variety of conditions, sometimes flattening the surface to make the horizon appear to be further away. But there are standard conditions in which there is obstruction, and that's what I wanted to talk about, the obstruction. How does that obstruction occur over a flat surface? But we can't talk about that because we've got to go into this other bullshit and rambling about refraction and tangents and curved tangents. It doesn't mean anything.
Left lane. I asked you to still man his argument, not to say somehow disproves Earth Curve, so do the exact opposite of still man their argument, and then proceed to try to tell us why you think that your straw man version is incorrect. I asked you to still man their argument. You obviously cannot do that. So when they point out that you're either A, being disingenuous or don't understand it, it seems like an accurate assessment, huh? Or you'd be able to still man the argument after 30 straight minutes of having it.
I think it's still man proof. I think that I would have to write it all down as he goes and figure out what the hell he's actually saying. He's just saying a bunch of words.
Still man proof.
So this blockage.
Okay, he's just saying words. Okay.
So left lane.
Dearly noted.
Left lane. This blockage you talked about, is this a refracted blockage?
Choking on my bloody pop.
So is it left lane? Is it
We got the
refracted
just saying
blockage?
words one out, man.
I've
Yeah,
got
it's gish
tablets
gallop.
for that, Brian. You know, if you've got a refracted
Bro, you
blockage,
couldn't even steel man the argument when given the opportunity, bro. Come on, step
Left lane is
down,
a
left
word
lane.
salad.
Yeah.
He knows.
It's gish
He
gallop.
knows.
There you go. It's
So
gish
left
gallop.
lane, answer my question. Is it a refracted blockage? Is it some days there's less refraction, but there's a blockage? So is it a refracted blockage you're claiming?
Yes or no? That's
Yeah,
a
I'm pulling
binary
into
question.
I'm sincere with it. I'm pulling into my shipper. I got to back out.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah.
Certainly
Brian's
sounds
got
like
you
you're
by the
backing out, lad,
balls.
doesn't it? Backing right out, son.
Brian's got him by the gadoinkies. Is that clean enough, Witsit?
Yeah, you can pretend all you want. I said I'm sincere.
Guys, can I just have a sec? Because I've offered critique. Witsit, that was fantastic. Thank you for moderating like that. It brought it to a head, raised all the points. Brilliant moderating.
I was going to say, all is forgiven, actually. Props. And the fact that you critique me for calling him a village idiot. Again, fair play. I'll take it on the chin like I did with Jeremy. And you did do a good job. Kudos.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Why'd you have to tarnish everything, Neil?
No.
When Witsit's on point, I give him all the props in the world.
He just
What's wrong with
was
you
and
guys?
you didn't. He just was and you didn't. So stop it, you big tart.
Yeah, shit sandwich.
Yeah, they didn't need to turn into a shit sandwich. There was no need for that.
Oh, turned into a little bit of a ticking off for Neil.
But I still want to ask Witsit a question. Does it mean the same thing when you say try and keep up?
No, I think that's fine. Like I'm saying, as long as it's specific to the point score. Like it's in the context
I
of
think
the
for
point.
all of us, Neil, Witsit included, it's very frustrating when arguments and debates get to a point like that where you have to make that decision. Is this person really not understanding, unlike everybody else in the room? Yeah. Or are they being disingenuous? And sometimes we can lose control of our language and our frustration because we're not being disingenuous in any way.
And just furthermore, to not insult Witsit's intelligence, when he knows what I'm doing, he knows damn well I'm trying to surreptitiously work in an insult where I've been told by the moderators on multiple occasions not to do it. So I'm just trying to find a way to do it. And he knows damn well what I'm doing. So he's going to call me on it without having to iterate that himself. I'll do it for him. Yeah, you know I'm doing Witsit, and you're going to try and shut me down for it. And I'm going to try and find an even more surreptitious way of weaseling in an underhanded insult as a performance assessment, which I could justify to the ends of the earth. I'm not going to. I'll just give it to you. Yeah? Fine.
I hope he knows what you're doing. We all do. And Witsit reads hard-covered books, so I'm sure he knows what you're doing.
No, let's not deviate the point. The point Witsit was making to me is there is no need to call him the village idiot, surreptitiously or otherwise, when you can just simply say, it seems like you don't understand. That's far softer and will get people's heckles up a lot less. So I just have to take that on the chin when I think I'm being clever to work in a description by way of performance assessment so I can call him the village idiot. There's no need. Fine. I'll take it on the chin.
Yeah, it just gives them an excuse. You notice he latched onto that each time, right?
Yeah, you saying that is the reason I'm acknowledging it. Yeah, it just gives them an excuse. That's why I've got to grit my teeth and go, yeah, well, I can't disagree. He's bloody right, isn't he? They'll latch onto that quicker than my argument, won't they, Witsit?
Yep.
Exactly what they did. There was very little ad hoc, like I said, on our side. The second there was a slight bit of, like I say, grammar issues for me, stuff that we'd had let slide constantly. That's all they had. And that's what they latched onto to argue about or crib about to distract from the argument. But we've been here a long time.
Exactly.
Yeah, but to be
like
fair, Bear was slipping them in all day long.
Hold on, Neil. Go on, Essie.
I was going to say exactly. Like you had him in the corner, right? Like Tyson. You had him in the corner, you're winning, and then you bite his ear, right? No, you give the ref You know what I'm saying? He's gonna have to say something, right? So it's like you're winning, but then you just jab yourself. Yeah.
Well, it's also like it's not news that it's a double standard, right? So like you can incessantly insult a flat earther, belittle them, whatever. That's acceptable, right? But if you get a little bit pushback, then it's the end of the world. And yeah, that's maybe not fair, but still, you just can't give them ammunition to obfuscate. That's what I.
Absolutely.
Exactly that.
Yeah, they'll latch
Exactly
onto it. I
that.
totally agree. Like they'll latch
was-
onto nonsense waffle about ether and ridicule you for it, Witsit.
Yeah, that's my
mean-
point. Obfuscation. My inquiry as to why we have obstruction in the white swan images has been obfuscated for an hour.
We don't want to talk to you no more. You demonstrated that you don't understand.
That refracted obstruction, left lane.
He's got to go. He's got to go. I mean, he's still here.
I'm backing in. I'm backing in.
I'm backing in again.
Gotta go, yeah. He's gonna,
No, I'm pulling in. I've already checked in, and now I'm pulling in.
Robot.
Wait, you'll be able to answer my question then. Is that refracted obstruction you're talking about?
Physical
Backing in,
obstruction.
Brian.
No answer. Yeah,
That it's physical obstruction.
yeah, light is physical. So is it refracted or geometric obstruction you're claiming, left lane?
I guess he backed in.
Yep. I mean, I'm getting out.
Leave the silence. It's beautiful.
It was beautiful, Neil. I'm glad you pointed it out.
That's how you do it, man. That's how you do it.
I want to read two things again, and it might be a little lengthy. Might require like 2 minutes.
Once it's not out of your diary, we'll listen.
I say give him 1.5 minutes.
I
and
would
then
suggest
it's
we all
someone
start
interrupt.
talking when he's specifically cleared the airwaves to say something. Go ahead, Eli.
So back to the first reference from Time magazine from Monday, June 21st, 1943. I'm going to point out again that there's an underlying premise that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. And that's why people who've taken these flights have been corrected. So these people claim to see things at, vast distances to it. The authorities had to tell them you're not seeing those distances because of the curve of the Earth. See vision table here. So I'll read that real quick. Science. How far can you see? It's not science, but okay. Pan American Clipper pilots have found that most of their passengers have surprisingly hazy notions of how far they can see in the air. One passenger, 20,000 feet above Brazil, insisted that she could see the coast of Africa 1,822 miles away. To set such passengers straight and help military pilots, Pan Am's Clipper captains have worked up a handy vision range table. At sea level, the curvature of the Earth limits the range of vision to 2.9 miles. The formula for determining how many miles an individual can see at higher levels is the square root of his altitude times 1.225. Thus, on a clear day at 1,000 feet, a person with normal vision can see 39 miles, at 10,000 feet, 123 miles, at 25,000 feet, 194 miles. With good visibility, a pilot at 25,000 feet can see Germany from the English Channel. At the same altitude over Tunisia, he can see the middle of Sicily. So they're implying that these passengers are claiming that they can see Africa at a distance that is impossible because of the geometry of the globe. So that is a claim that people do assert and have asserted, that the geometric horizon definitely gets in the way of seeing the rest of the Earth. And that's just from supposedly 1943. So where's I have one more here.
I didn't get it the first 3 times. Could you repeat that whole thing again?
Yeah, well, just to clarify. So they're saying that the horizon is Earth curve.
Yeah, they are, yeah. At 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet specifically.
I like the way they added the 5 in. I was listening, Eli.
So now look at this here. Now this I don't know, this is something random I found, PubMed Central, and it's about perception. So maybe it'll be interesting, maybe not. But I'm gonna read 2 lengthy paragraphs. It'll take me like a minute and a couple seconds.
Fucking shit.
Stop swearing.
And I'm just gonna mention is as they're describing and talking about this, Earth curve is not mentioned anywhere. So okay, 2 experiments examined, and I question the use of the word experiment, but 2 experiments examined the role of visual horizon information on absolute egocentric distance judgments to on-ground targets. Sedgwick, 1983, suggested that the visual system may utilize the angle of declination from a horizontal line of sight to the target location horizon distance relation to determine absolute distances on infinite ground surfaces. While studies have supported this hypothesis, less is known about the specific cues, vestibular, visual, used to determine horizontal line of sight. The current study investigated this question by requiring observers to judge distances under degraded vision given an unaltered or raised visual horizon. The results suggest that visible horizon information does influence perception of absolute distances, as evident through 2 different action-based measurements, walking or throwing without vision to previously viewed targets. Distances were judged as shorter in the presence of a raised visual horizon compared to the unaltered horizon. The results are discussed with respect to how the visual system accurately determines absolute distance to objects on a finite ground plane and for their implications for understanding space perception in low vision individuals. Perception of absolute distance is important for everyday navigational goals that rely on the ability to recover the scale of a space, such as planning a locomotor path through an environment. They're basically talking about people with like vision impairment. But here it says the horizon distance relation, often referred to as the angle of declination, suggests that the distance to a point on an infinite ground plane can be computed as a function of eye height and the angle between the line of sight to the horizon and a line of sight to the object. See figure 1. And I'm just going to post the figure and I'll end it there.
You posting it Master B?
I posted it Master B as well.
Perfect. Yeah, this is what John talks about all day long. Differential between surface level and eye level to give you a point optical in nature where you won't resolve anything else. We call it the horizon. They've taken that optical dissolution point, calculable with perspective maths, and called it Earth curve. That's it.
Earth curve? What's that?
Physical geometric sphere edge horizon below surface level, marked with an X, labelled horizon in Earth curve maths.
Yeah, wasn't there an event that happened in 1st Jan 2020 that ended all of this?
Yeah, Black Swan. You ever watch the Red Dwarf episode called White Hole, where the time's spewing back into reality and time keeps repeating himself? That's kind of what this episode of Flat Earth Debate's been like.
Well, how high up do you think you would have to go to see the Earth in its entirety if it was flat?
I don't know, because I don't know how big the Earth is.
Not if Earth is flat. We have stated that many times today. It's measured flat.
Wait a minute, before we move on. So I did post the diagram, and
There's that
while
measurement,
if you
Neil.
go to the if you go to the article, you see, like, oh, they're talking about meters. And what does this have to do with anything? We're talking about vast distances. Well, no, this is kind of akin to what Brian's been talking about, how we can actually get something, get an angle between 2 objects, in most cases, like, a flat hallway and something else, or like a small lake and a RC boat. You can actually see the visual information, or actually, you won't see the visual information below a certain point of an angular view. And so this article is basically talking about damn near blind people who have a horizon of like a few feet because they're so fucking blind. So like, and we're always talking about what is the horizon? Is it Earth curve or is it perspective? This is telling you right here, bro.
Somebody tell me what a refracted horizon is, please.
I can't tell you that.
Let's go into the baller's paradigm, all right? Because they don't know what refraction is, but let's go there anyway. We'll use their fairy tale refraction that they use. And can a baller tell me what is a refracted horizon in your paradigm? Anyone?
Sure. So you look, say you go to like a certain location, right? And it's the same location, and you look out. Some days you can see further than others, and that's due to the refraction.
Refraction. So then that horizon is refracted. Okay. According to Andrew Thomas Young, there are 5 effects of atmospheric refraction. They're called mirages, looming, towering, stooping, and sinking. So with the black swan image in mind, we're in your paradigm. There's 5 effects. Let's go through each of them real quick. Mirages. So mirages show an extra image or images of the mirage object. So in the black swan, is the horizon mirage? That is there an extra horizon in the black swan photo?
No.
Towering or stooping. Change the apparent shape of the object itself. With towering, objects appear stretched. With stooping, objects seem to be shortened. Is the horizon changing shape? That is the horizon stretched or shortened in the black swan photo?
No. It's just a horizon.
And sinking from Humphrey's Physics of the Air. Sinking is the opposite of looming. In sinking, stationary objects that are normally seen above the horizon appear to be lowered or may even disappear below the horizon. So, is the horizon lowered or disappeared below the horizon in the black swan photo?
Can I just clarify that question? Is the horizon below the horizon? Is that
yes.
For it to qualify as stooping? No.
Thinking.
No, that's absurd. No.
They only got one left. Looming. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. Is the horizon appearing above the horizon in the black swan photo?
I've got to clarify again. You're asking, is the horizon above the horizon? No, that's absurd also.
Nope, all non sequitur. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Just to summarize, though, maybe who was talking? Dunkindler Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Duncan Garth, what's up?
It doesn't seem to meet the definition of refracted, the horizon, in a globe Earth paradigm.
Okay. Not sure how you got that.
Why, dude?
Which type of refraction were you talking about with your example that you gave before?
I was just talking about the light bending. That's what I was talking about.
The light bending? Light doesn't bend.
Yeah.
The fairy tale Atmo. So you're going to have to give me a refraction effect. Towering and stooping? Was it a mirage?
You've never seen refraction before?
We're describing it within the globe paradigm.
Not in the fairy tale Atmo, I haven't. No.
Light doesn't bend was the statement of rebuttal. It goes in straight lines, doesn't it?
Duncan, do you understand that they just defined the specific types of refraction from within the globe paradigm to show you that none of them are applicable, and in fact, they're all non sequitur to the horizon itself?
I heard 2 people answering their own questions.
With reference to, it's it. With reference to,
and
most of them are with respect to the horizon, aren't they?
Right. So, like, if you were to invoke it in terms of the horizon itself, it would be non sequitur.
Correct.
Completely. That's the point.
Any answer?
Yeah. So when I say bending, I mean slight adjustments in angles over a distance.
Fair enough.
Is that
What
fair?
type of refraction were you referring to with your example of with the horizon previously?
When light has slight angles over distance.
Now that's not a type.
Which,
was it a
if you were to
mirage?
look
Was
at
it towering and
okay.
sweeping? Was it sinking or was it looming?
What was your last one? What was your description of the last one?
Looming, from Andrew Thomas Young, the appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it.
That one.
The
So
horizon.
is the horizon appearing above the horizon in the Black Swan photo?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, it is what you're saying. If it's that one, then the horizon's appearing above the horizon, because that's what it's defined.
Well, to be
as.
fair, in his definition, he said object, didn't he?
Yeah, the object.
Yeah, in this instance, the argument for the Black Swan is about the horizon.
No, but that's not what I was talking. That's not what I was saying. I was saying that I can see certain things, certain objects.
Well, that's not the argument
that I normally can't see.
Yeah,
that's what that was my argument.
Excuse me. Okay, hold on, Kiwi.
That was my argument.
I understand that. Hold on, Kiwi.
That
Just one sec.
wasn't
Just
my
one sec.
argument.
Just one sec. You see, it's non sequitur to the Black Swan argument, though. Yeah.
But I wasn't even talking about that. I was just talking about my specific argument.
No, you didn't have an argument because I asked you about a refracted horizon and you said yes. Not an object.
My argument was that if I go to my argument was that if I go to the same my argument was that if I go to the same exact location.
QE, you have to.
I thought you were against interrupting people. I guess not.
Duncan Darth.
I guess not.
Duncan Darth, hold on a second. QE, you have to let him respond. After he's done, we can address the non sequitur.
Answering my question, sir. I said
so
in
when
the
I first started
refracted horizon. He's talking about objects in relation to the horizon. That is non sequitur to the topic. Correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's correct.
So can you please have him answer the question, moderator?
Yeah, Duncan, respond specifically, man. Can you even still, man, what he just said? Are you even listening?
Yeah, so when you're talking about like the horizon, when you're looking at the water or like the ocean or whatever, the object is that water. That is the object. So that's the horizon.
Fuck.
So the water's the object that you're seeing further.
So looming.
So you're seeing
looming again. So looming again from Andrew Thomas Young.
Yes.
The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it.
And when you're looking at an ocean, the horizon you're seeing is the water, right? Because you can't see the water anymore, so that's the horizon. So when you can see further, the object that you're seeing further is the water, but it's still technically you're still calling it the horizon.
So the object is the horizon.
The object that's looming is the water. So if you want to call where the sky meets the water, the horizon, and the object you're seeing is the water.
Stop. Okay, so you're saying the water, as per the definition of refraction, is loomed above the horizon. That makes no sense.
I'm sorry, it doesn't make sense to you.
It just doesn't meet the definition of looming.
Okay.
Then that's a total fail.
Again, can you still man the contention, Duncan?
Yeah, they're calling the horizon the physical object. I'm not calling the horizon the physical object.
No.
Hold on.
No.
Wait, just one sec. Sorry, you're not calling the horizon Earth curve, correct?
I'm not calling the horizon the physical object that I'm seeing.
Sorry, everyone, stop. Again, Judas. You're not calling the horizon a physical Earth curve, a physical object to block boats and buildings. You're not calling that. I'd just like you to decry your own claim again for the third time, please. Go ahead.
Okay. So when I see the horizon, like if I'm looking at the ocean or whatever, what I'm calling the horizon is the last bit of the ocean that I can see before I now see the sky. That's what I'm calling the horizon in that particular situation.
And it's not Earth curve, right? It's not something physical.
The fact that I can't see past like a certain part of the water is due to the Earth's curve.
So it is Earth curve.
So it's Earth curve then. It's physical then. So it's not refracted, not optical, not a dissolution point. It's a physical geometric sphere.
The Earth's curve
I'm
is
responding
a physical
to you.
thing.
I'm responding to you after summarising what you've just told me. Yeah, I will respond. Let's not have another situation where I have to try and explain that I'm explaining something without taking breath with constant interruption. No, you see, if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959, then every distance to that physical horizon you've just said it is could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The distance to the horizon in the black swan is beyond that, debunking the assertion that it's a physical sphere edge called Earth curve. Great argument. It's called the black swan. So it's not Earth curve then, not physical, like you've already affirmed literally 30 seconds ago.
So there's no geometric obstruction to view.
Say it for us. We had it twice. Just the third time you deny your own claim of Earth curve. Go ahead. Cat got your tongue. So not physical, not Earth curve then. A moment ago, you were oh so keen to tell us how it wasn't physical. You weren't claiming it was physical. Then I smirkingly told you how it's not Earth curve then, not physically blocking stuff then. Then you got all silent. You just need to affirm that which you said moments earlier. You're not claiming it's physical Earth curve, are you? Go on, just deny your own claim. Off you go. It's slowly sinking in after 4 years.
Yeah, it's coming off pretty bad faith for you to just tactically not respond at this point there, Duncan.
I would like to point out that earlier, the question of what is refraction, am I referring to it as a silly question? And the request for citations, Andrew Thomas Young would probably be the best citation I could think of for refraction.
That's what he just invoked.
Curve being refracted. Is that what we're talking about?
I thought QE brought it up.
Wherever it's positioned, yeah, is it Earth curve that's being refracted? The position of this physical obstruction that's being refracted.
Left lane. QE said, I'm wondering if any glober can define refracted horizon. And so we're going to step into the globe paradigm, even though they don't understand refraction, and we'll use the nonsense way that they use it. What is a refracted horizon? He then cited Andrew Thomas Young and defined the 5 types of refraction and demonstrated how obviously none of them apply to the horizon itself.
I did say how it applies.
Yeah, it could apply to the horizon. It could apply to a boat on the water and all the water around it. And if it looms up enough, it will appear beyond the geometric horizon and be a false horizon beyond the geometric horizon.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
This is crazy, actually.
Left lane, what's a refracted horizon?
Stand by.
I
think you should ask them what a horizon is to begin with.
Stand by. I'm getting orders from above.
Because if they're both just apparent locations, then what are you really saying?
He's getting it from Roofy. Roofy's on the line.
They're claiming
what was the question?
What's it? Loomed up above the horizon.
What's the question? So Roofy can answer it.
What's a refracted horizon?
Well, it depends on, you have some crazy refraction can happen in extreme conditions, but generally it would cause the horizon to appear higher and further away than it actually is.
You should have asked them what a horizon is. Can you define a horizon?
That would be the fourth time today.
No, that's not the question. That's not the question. Exactly. Now, the question was, can any glober define the term refracted horizon since they incessantly invoke that term He then went into your paradigm, used the subject matter expert, quote unquote, from within your own paradigm, and defined the different types of refraction. Types is invoked to invoke a quote unquote refracted horizon.
Kind of breaking up, but we got the gist of your thing. So what do you say, Left Lane?
Well, real quick, if he's not going to answer that.
Well, I mean, there's different types of refraction or categories that would have a value associated with it, but it's all still just the same refraction, just in different degrees.
Can I ask a question then, Left Lane?
Well, I want to ask him something really quick.
For these 5 effects.
I want to ask him really quick because I was in line already. I was already in line. Left Lane. Is the horizon, not the refracted horizon, but the horizon at large, is that physically geometric or is that apparent in its location?
Okay, I'll do it again. The horizon to me is the point at which I can no longer see the surface due to the geometry of the surface being curved and it presenting to your eye through a refracted ray of light would cause it to appear or dislocate somewhat, causing, that would be the apparent horizon.
Okay, so you get 2 options, apparent or geometrically physical, and you choose apparent?
I would say that you never would be able to see exactly from a vantage point of, say, 3 miles away to a 6-foot observer, that, it's always going to be displaced somewhat, sometimes way worse than others.
My next question would be, what's the difference between the horizon and a refracted horizon, if they're both, quote unquote, apparent?
I'd say the refracted horizon would be the apparent horizon.
Well, when I asked you what a horizon was, you said it was apparent. And now we're asking about a refracted horizon, and you're saying apparent. So if they're both apparent, what are you really saying?
No, I described the apparent horizon in both cases.
Oh my God.
You're saying we'll never be able to see the physical horizon.
Hold on, Brian.
Yeah.
Just one question then. Okay, you've defined the horizon. You've done a good job. What's Earth curve then?
And the shape of the surface resulting from a sphere.
What's Earth curve?
Can't have no horizons on a sphere.
Neil. Where did we get to see this Earth curve? When do we see it? How do we measure it?
Shifting gears. Hang on.
He's not serious.
Always on the questions. They switch.
Dude, that can't be.
Switching gears.
Coincidence at this
I was in the
point.
middle of something, everyone else. Can we just pray silence? No, I'll just summarise if you can't answer. For whatever reason. Horizon's not Earth curve. We only have one horizon. And the horizon in your begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve maths has the horizon labelled with an X below surface level and claimed to be Earth curve. It's in the Earth curve maths. And X marks the spot labelled horizon, but we've only got one. It's just not your Earth curve horizon in your maths.
Can I say something now?
Yeah, I'm done.
Thinking now.
Yeah, well, there's a good point. They were trying to claim a minute ago that the horizon is loomed up above the horizon, which means that they're trying to claim that their refracted horizon is loomed up from their geometric horizon. But what they're forgetting about is looming requires the horizon to be visible. So something is loomed above a visible horizon, not above a mathematical horizon that you're presuming is there. So ridiculous and all the claim was, it's completely debunked by what looming was claimed to be, which is an object loomed up above the horizon. That would mean if you took a photograph of it, the horizon would be in the photograph, not mathematically underneath what you're looking at.
You know what, Brian? The other thing that ballers often forget, in terms of optics, and shout out Dr. John Dee who pointed this out to me, is for an object to loom, you still actually have to have a direct line of sight to the object. Objects can't loom over physical things. So, and this is the point of recognition of what the horizon is. Something can loom above that, yeah, but to do so, there still has to be a direct line of sight.
Yeah, just to pull apart looming to begin with, there was two things that were claimed to be looming before 2020. One of them was when the sky mirrors onto the ocean, giving the appearance that there's a boat floating in the air when it wasn't. It was a mirroring. And the other one was, and I captured this myself, was inferior mirage at the bottom of a boat. But because the boat and the mirage are so far away from you, the horizon is so far away from you, it looks like the boat is up floating on nothing. When it isn't, when you zoom in, you see it's inferior mirage. Just the inferior mirage part had such a small visual angle that you couldn't see it without a camera that can zoom that far. So, but the point is, you can't say the horizon is looming up off from the horizon, because that would require two horizons to be in the observation. You'd have to be able to see two horizons.
It's almost like saying refraction debunks the initial claim of Earth curve when they say it.
It's almost like that, isn't it?
It is. It's amazing.
Except that it's not.
Nah.
They
still
won't
get it.
That's I don't.
Can I call a mod here? Wait a second. Is that not called snatching your own wig off? I hope that's not an add-on, but are we allowed to call that?
Yeah, of course.
That's snatching your own wig off, dude.
Yeah, you village idiot.
No, Neil. So would you agree that this
Yeah,
argument's
listen
actually
to
quite
that guy.
good?
Probably the dumbest one on it.
Initially, the objection
Okay.
was that the black swan wasn't a very good argument because refraction, right? But yeah, it turns out that refraction debunks the claim that we've got a physical Earth curve. Isn't that amazing? Really good argument, it turns out.
See, I don't agree with that, though. I don't think it does debunk the sphere edge horizon that you speak of.
Have you got any geometric
You
logic?
don't have to agree. It really isn't relevant, yeah, for you to have to agree to it. That's not the point. It's been demonstrated.
Can I ask a question? I want to change the topic a little
it'd
bit.
be great if we got a round of applause, but a different question and subject change is just as good, I guess.
Well, that's why I'm asking if that's okay, if you guys want to keep talking
Yeah,
about
go
this.
ahead.
So, I'm a land surveyor. I'm not licensed or anything. But if I were to show you that, like, my GPS can work with, within a certain amount of accuracy, like a couple hundredths of a foot locally. If I send you data with my GPS showing points over a large area at the same elevation showing spherical excess, would you accept that data showing that the Earth is curved?
No, GPS uses a transform to longitude and latitude of a spherical coordinate system and makes meridian corrections.
Did you hear that?
Roboting with it. Can you say that again?
No. I did the guy hear what Witsit said? More importantly,
not completely. No, I
I'm
didn't.
more important, Nathan. Thank you very much. As far as me hearing anything, can you say it again? Witsit?
I did not hear him clearly.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm roboting, but GPS uses a transform to a globe coordinates system of longitude and latitude and makes meridian corrections. So it would just be an egregious begging the question.
They
No.
also claim that there's refraction.
Just one sec.
They
Sorry.
also claim that there's refraction.
Sorry, just one sec.
Go ahead.
The transformation came from elevation angle measurements to Polaris for that grid. So you focused on the transposition to globe. You could then focus on the projection out onto a tube and then the rolling out back flat for the transverse spectator that GPS uses. But the gentleman's claim was to say, if I give you positions from GPS, that's on the transverse Mercator, if you're using it on the vast areas that you described, then the transverse Mercator uses the latitude and longitude grid, which has come from a tube, which has come from a ball, which has come from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris in the first instance. That's where the measurement comes from, a flat Earth. So I don't really understand how I'd be asked how, if you add spherical excess to a system of longitude and latitude that only exists because we can measure Earth flat with angles to stars, in this case Polaris, and indeed the Sun. But how would that be questionable as anything other than a stone-cold flat Earth proof? I don't really understand.
So I was going to say, he's
Not
proving
only
flat
that,
Earth
we're
to
right
me.
back. Not only that, we're right back to square one because the mainstream claims that GPS is subject to refraction.
It's nonsense. GPS is not what they. Even if we lived on a globe, GPS couldn't work as they say. It's a complete lie. I've already pulled apart what GPS is and how it works. But that man claimed spherical excess. That's a funny one. Go on, Al.
Well, I'm confused by the question. So, was the question, if I put 3 points on a globular grid system and then work out the angles between them and try to pretend it's a triangle, I can show spherical excess by placing them on the ball, then measuring them on the ball? Was that the question?
Yeah, it was. If I create a triangle and then place it on a convex surface, that triangle, that what was a triangle, now will have more than 180 degrees internally, and they will have curved lines that will bow out the way, which will create what they call spherical excess, which is an area within those tree lines that doesn't exist in reality.
Yeah, but when they do spherical excess measurement, they make more. It's more than one triangle, though.
No, it only takes one. It only takes one triangle.
The thing with
do you know, Jeremy? Do you know how it works? How they come up with spherical excess?
Yeah, they make 3 triangles. You take azimuthal angles from each mountaintop or each point.
Yeah.
It's 3 triangles.
No, they don't make. No. What that is they have 3 mountains, right? A, B, and C. They make a triangle between all of them from A. Then they'll make a triangle between all of them from B, and a triangle between all of them from C. That's 3 triangles just from 3 different points. And that will be actual triangles that will have 180 degrees at all times. They then, right?
No, they don't.
Mathematically,
They don't, though.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Mathematically, when they place those triangles onto the convex surface of a globe, mathematically, what happens is it increases the amount of degrees within the triangle, so it's not a triangle anymore, and it bows out the what were straight lines. And because they get bowed out the way, that creates an area within those tree lines that doesn't exist in reality. So when they say spherical excess, the excess is excess area that doesn't actually exist. Because their measurements happened pre-assuming a horizontal baseline, not pre-assuming a globe, because they're using actual triangles. So when they do that, and they place that triangle onto the convex surface of a globe, they always end up with spherical excess. Because it's purely a mathematical thing. Because you can't place you can't measure an actual triangle over a large area of surface of a globe. Can't do that. And you certainly can't use it on its surface.
They don't plot anything. Don't they just get up there and take the readings? And I mean, they don't plot it out on anything. They just make the observations and record their values.
They do. They measure triangles. My mother's partner, I'm not saying this about 4 times on this show. My mother's partner is a retired geodetic surveyor. He explained everything to me. Not that he had to explain, I already knew it, but I went through it with him, exactly what he does, what he used to do. And he was before GPS. He was a surveyor before GPS came in. He just came in when he was retiring in 94. It's all triangles, 180 degrees. He was constantly using trigonometry. But if you place them onto the convex surface of a globe, what happens is that it's not 180 degrees internally between those 3 lines anymore. And those 3 lines aren't straight, they're bowed out. That creates spherical excess, which is an excess of area that doesn't exist. That can't be used in reality. The only part of that could be used in reality was the original measurement. That required a horizontal baseline.
There's two misconceptions here, isn't there? This can only occur. Yeah, it doesn't occur in real world. We measure the angles, they add up. Yeah, triangulation of India being an example. There's stuff fudged in later on, but in reality, the only time this does occur and is demonstrable is like what I said when I asked what was the initial question or the claim. If you put 3 points on the surface of a sphere and try to generate angles where we've got the intersection of great circle roots, and try to interpret that as a triangle, that's the problem. It's not a triangle anymore. They're great circle roots on the surface of a sphere with 3 points of intersection. That's what you're describing. They are always going to have what you would describe as spherical excess because they have to, because they're on the surface of a sphere, and that excess will be based on R and the size of the triangle. Yeah, this is conflation and misdirection. Yeah, in reality, yeah, and spherical excess occurs. It doesn't occur when you put 3 straight lines together. It would occur in any one direction. That straight line direction is not a straight line direction based on trigonometric function. If your surface is curved, it's going to have excess based on the straight line distance as well. No surveyor does that.
Exactly, because the triangle that they will originally measure, when they place that onto the convex surface of a globe, all those 3 straight lines, they then become three different parts of 3 different claimed great circle roots. Because when they're dealing with the sphere mathematically, it's a perfect sphere. There is this thing about an oblate spheroid that's purely based off the pre-assumption that they're rotating. That's not part of their geometry. The oblate spheroid part, just so people understand, comes from the pre-assumption that they're on a globe that is rotating. So consequently, there will be centrifugal force causing it at the equator to widen. That's a purely mathematical thing that's pre-assumed. Geometrically, when they're dealing with it from a mathematical point of view, they're dealing with a perfect sphere. So those 3 lines of that triangle will always be able to become a portion of 3 great circle roots. I have a question for the man who brought up GPS, if he's there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, so you have a receiver, let's say, right? And your receiver is off, right? And you turn on the receiver at some random location. Let's say you were in Holland and you turned it off, and now you're in Colombia and you turn it on, right? According to the official claim, there is 4 points in the sky that receiver gets information from, right?
No.
Now, right? So how does that receiver find its own location?
How does the receiver find its location?
Yes. How does that receiver find its own location?
So when you're doing surveying, when you're using your GPS, you have to pick the specific zone you're in. So for New York, there's New York East, there's New York West, there's
hang on 1 second.
New York
You're
Central,
stepping outside
Long
of my
Island.
question already. Sorry for stopping you, but you stepped outside my question already. I said, if you turn off the receiver in Holland and you go to Colombia...
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm trying to answer it, but there's a yes, because I need to give you detailed...
Sorry, you're missing something here. I said, you turn it off in Holland, you go to Colombia, you turn it on. You don't know where you are. It's a pure cold start, right? You don't have any other information. You don't know what zone you're in or anything like that. You're in Colombia. You turn on the receiver. It must find its own location. The globe claim, or the official claim is there's 4 points in the sky, right? 4 objects in the sky giving information to that receiver, right? How does that receiver find its own location?
So will you allow me to answer it in detail? Yes or no?
Just go on, guy. Go on. Answer his specific question, though. It'll be easier that way. Go on.
How does the receiver know where it is? So when you turn on the GPS, I have to also turn on my data collector as well. And there's two things. I can do what's called a static session, or I can connect it to my hotspot on my phone, or to a base receiver, which connects to base stations
You're
that are
completely off track. I didn't ask you about your phone or what you can do with that. I asked you purely about the receiver, not about zones, not about anything else. I'm talking about you as a person, not surveying, just as a person, right? You're in Holland, you turn off the receiver. You fly to Colombia and you're off in the jungle or wherever you are, you turn on the receiver, right? How does that receiver find its own location?
communicates with satellites.
Right. Tell me the process. These 4 points in the sky, right? It's going to have 4 satellites, right? It's always going to use that's the
there's more than 4 points. No, there's more than 4.
We'll just use 4. Doesn't matter if there's 30. I don't care. Right? I just want you to go through the process. It's getting information from these claim satellites, right? How is it finding its own location?
Explain the. So it uses satellites. It can, and it knows and then it times how long it takes for its information to get to the satellite and back, and the angles, and then it uses more than 4, and it can use up to 22 satellites, 28 satellites, multiple satellites in the sky, in space, and that's so it's not technically triangling its position. It's, I don't even know the correct word for when you're using like 20 different reference points to calculate the.
You're not getting into the details of specifically how it works, right? It encodes. It encodes the clock. It encodes the clock synchronization. It encodes the. I'm trying to speak. Can I please get a thought out? Thank you.
No,
it encodes the clock.
Let me speak.
Why is somebody interrupting me again?
Because
it encodes the clock synchronization information through the wave, the way that the wave is formulated. The absolute time reference that they have to invoke to make these GPS crafts work. It has to encode that using the waveform that's encoded in the wave, and then that being extrapolated out when the receiver receives that data. That encoding is then matched to. They have to find the pulsings of the essentially they look within that wave format. They find the pulsing that's synchronized to absolute time, and then they use that synchronization to then derive. They have to look at the data of where each one of those satellites were, and then they have to corroborate all of that using atomic clock synchronization and the variable speed of light. Now, if the speed of light is variable, that means that you should have measured the motion of the Earth back in 1887. But the point being here is that you're not doing a very good job of explaining your own technology that you're claiming is your proof. You guys cannot let someone get a thought out without interrupting them?
Yeah, well,
why?
I was going to go through this with the other guy, but you decided to put your laws in, and now I'm going to correct you on all your nonsense. Right?
But just before you do, Brian, please stop. Just stop. Brian, stop. Hello. Please, can I just take charge for just 1 second? Dunk Earth, can you please pop yourself on mute? We can just hear your bloody background noise constantly. Thank you. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. What you've just described is what you were saying, wave. It's a microwave signal, right, from the sky to the receiver. That's the official claim, that the receiver receives microwave signals, gives it information, right? Now, each one of those claimed satellites will have a subpoint, a geographical position, a GP. Now, it must find its location, right, the receiver, in relation to those subpoints. Now, the word angle came up before you spoke. The word angle came up, right? All that receiver has right? Do this thing about it's calculating based off of time. No, it needs to know when it needs to know it needs to get the information of at what point on the Earth that satellite was claimed to be over its subpoint. So let's say it gets 4 subpoints, right? How does it find its location in relation to them? Because there's no point telling me that how it knows its distance to the satellite, because that means absolutely nothing. Because all you have is an angle to that satellite, and that's it. So the receiver has an angle to these 4 different satellites. Don't care if it's 4 or 40, right? Points in the sky, and it knows its claimed distance to it based off of the two-way speed of light calculation. That does not help it find its own geographical position. It doesn't help it find its position in relation to the 4 subpoints. It doesn't help it find its position at all. It's impossible for it to find its own position like that.
God, I don't know why it's so complicated. Your GPS receiver finds its position by trilaterating multiple signals from multiple satellites of known location, and that's it. That's all it is.
Even on a globe, it can't do that. If we were on a globe,
yes, the globe is a consequence of it. It's just finding it finds itself in 3D space. The ground happens to be under your feet. It doesn't know anything about the globe or any of that. It just finds itself in 3D space. Okay, he's not going to let nobody talk, is he?
Gotta let him. Yeah.
But he's not taught. He's
all the extra
nonsense. Let him say. Hold on. If you think it's nonsense, just let him say it, and then you get to rebut. Otherwise, we're going to have chaos, bro. Let him say what he's got to say.
Let him say his nonsense.
All the receiver does is receiving multiple signals from multiple satellites, and your receiver trilaterates its position in 3D space based on relative position to all those multiple satellites. That's basically it.
It doesn't do that. What information
we
does
got
it
the
get from a
kindergarten
satellite?
explanation of how GPS
What
works.
information does it get? What information does it get from a claimed satellite?
Timing and location.
Signal source. Right. So it gets what? It gets the time that it was sent at. Right. The time the signal was sent at.
Timing and a position.
And the subpoint coordinates. Yes.
Yeah, no.
Subpoint coordinates. So the time it was sent at, the subpoint coordinates.
The satellite knows where it's at. The satellite.
Brian got his answer.
Now you're interrupting.
Yeah.
Now
there's no subpoint anything.
Brian's just refuting that.
Yeah. No. See. This is the problem. People have jargon, and they pump out a load of jargon about things like GPS, and they've never actually looked into GPS. That is not how a receiver finds its location. Right? It gets the information.
Yeah, that was my rebuttal. We don't need all the jargon. We just need the
Left lane.
You tell me how GPS works. Why don't you tell me how the GPS
Yeah,
works?
I'm about to put it. I'll explain it out to you. No bother. Just have to listen. What the receiver actually receives, it receives the time at which the signal was sent from the satellite or whatever signal source. It receives the subpoint of that, and it receives the azimuth of it. That's what it does. And it's crossing azimuth lines, right? And where those lines cross.
No.
And it can also create ghost points and azimuth lines from there. And that's how it finds its location, because it has to use the subpoints. So it needs the azimuths. That's how it finds. There's no signal and timing and all this other rubbish. That's not how it finds its location.
I guess you could just cite it. How does GPS work?
You're not speaking jargon and actually learning and investigating these things. Because I can prove my claim.
You're the one speaking jargon.
I'm not.
Brian, Toby's a flat earther, and he investigated and researched, thoroughly, and you kind of interrupted and you didn't let him speak, but you kind of hand waved. No, I'm sorry, but yeah.
Since you know so much about
proof
GPS,
of anything is proof of a geocentric, geostationary Earth. So, yeah.
What's a base station? What's a base station?
What's a base station?
A base
Are you talking
station's
about
used
being with-
in what they
are you-
call
are you- are you
differential.
talking-
What
are you-
they let me answer.
Forget about
Let
it.
me answer.
Just forget,
Let me answer.
I tried to
Let me
talk,
answer.
but no, what's a base station? Try
I'm
to
going to answer.
And he starts
If you
talking
let
straight
me.
through me.
Yeah, the base station. The base station. It's a spot using.
Are
They
you
use
talking
it in
about differential
differential GPS.
Which GPS?
It's at a.
Which one of
It's
the
at a.
GPSs?
It's at a.
Hold on.
It's at
Nathan,
a.
please control,
It's at
Brian.
a known. Yeah, it's at a known location. It knows its latitude, and then it takes the signal where the GPS signal it's receiving, and it knows where it's at, and then the difference in that is called the error, and it can transmit that error to local, like someone doing surveys, and then that surveyor can use that error in being more precise in its location.
Yeah,
Can a
that's called
surveyor
the
create their own base
GPS.
station? Can a surveyor create their own base station?
I don't know about that.
They can.
Yeah. But that is well, let's blame what you did there is kind of non sequitur to what I was talking about. Did you know that every?
I just don't think he understands. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm just saying that it's kind of a sidebar to what I was talking about. It's like, what's a base station? As if that's going to change anything. Did you know that every GPS receiver has a compass? Why did they need a compass?
I don't know. You could look up differential
they need the
GPS,
azimuth.
and it'll probably tell you about what I did.
They need the azimuth. That's why. I'm talking about a GPS receiver without a base station, without anything. I'm talking about how it finds itself from a cold start. That's how
There's
it finds
advanced
itself.
GPS
By crossing azimuth lines.
in them.
Is it just
So you
me,
can
or is
tilt
that,
it
am
at
I only
an
getting to
angle
hear about
probably
2 or 3
for an
words of
accurate shot.
Brian? It's like Brian doesn't get to get a full sentence either.
No, I mean, Left Lane can't shut up. Left Lane is one of these people who doesn't know what he's talking about, but he keeps on waffling on through everyone else. You can call that an insult if you want, but that's just an assessment.
No, I'm speaking in simple terms that we can all understand.
Yeah, through the top of Brian.
Yeah, nobody
It's not
hears
what
what I'm
you're saying,
saying.
it's when you're saying it, dude. I.e., in the middle of Brian's sentences.
Yeah, please let Brian finish as well, Leftley and Duncan.
I apologize.
Yeah, the point I'm making is not even a flat claim or a globe claim. The point I'm making is how they state GPS works is not how it works. Because even if we were on a globe, GPS, the way they state it works, you won't find your location with it. Even if we were on a globe with satellites and anything else, that won't change anything. You won't find your location. Why does the receiver have a compass? Why does it receive from the satellite? Azimuth. It knows the azimuth of the satellite, and that allows it, with crossing azimuth lines, that allows it to where those lines cross. That allows it to find its location. Now that would work on a globe or a flat plane, but the point is that you could probably use that on a globe or a flat plane. But now I could make an argument for just flat only. But the point is that makes GPS not exclusive to a globe anymore, doesn't it? When the process could work on curved or flat.
Yes, when I originally brought up the GPS, my point was if I were to take shots over a large area at the same elevation and then put those into a grid, because that's, GPS has their local grids. If I was to take those coordinates and connect them, I would get spherical excess. I wouldn't get 180 degrees when I connected those lines. I would get an excess. And I was wondering, if I supplied you that data, would you accept that?
Yeah, we heard you.
I know what it is.
Hold on, Brian.
I know what it is.
We heard you the first time when we addressed it. You won't get that when you take the angle measurement and then plop it on a sphere and say it doesn't work and there's excess. Yeah, because you plopped it on a sphere. But the measurements themselves came from a flat Earth.
I'm sorry, didn't we debunk this? Like, minutes ago.
About 20 minutes ago, I got a white hole situation where it's spewing time that we've already experienced back into the matrix.
Didn't I just ask and re-clarify the question 3 times just to make sure that was the point that we were addressing?
Yes, you did, Adam. Yeah, he completely ignored it. I mean, it's almost like he's making it out to be reasonable to rinse and repeat the exact same garbage and now talk through the top of me pointing out what he's done. In his mind, he's being clear and concise when he talks straight through the top of you, me, and everyone on the panel, pointing out that he's rinsing and repeating the garbage that he's already had taken apart 3 times, straight through the top of me pointing that out. He's interrupting. This is his clear and concise rendition of his rebuttal that he's going to rinse and repeat for a 4th time in a minute, as he's obviously obfuscated me pointing out what he's doing by talking through me. His typical MO, he's still doing it right now. I still haven't taken breath. Right? Wanker. That's a performance assessment of you constantly talking through me. Don't be a wanker. I'm still talking, wanker.
I'm just trying to reply.
It's not an insult when you're talking straight through the middle of me. Yeah, it's not an insult. It's describing what you're doing right now. You're being a wanker because I'm talking, and you're talking through the top of me, wanker.
Could I respond?
No, I can get to the end of my response that I'm giving you, rinsing and repeating the same garbage, having completely ignored and hand-waved every aspect of what we have taken your claim to the point of. You've ignored all of it. And now you're going through it again. Yeah, that's what you're doing.
No, that wasn't left lane's. No, this is left lane trying to get in. We're not even talking about you. It's the other guy.
Let me make a statement though. I need you to just make one statement. The fact that you're saying that they don't want to let me
to a statement that hasn't been finished yet. QA. Yeah, this is the weird thing. Nathan's not finished his statement, so how can they respond to it? They don't know what it's going to end with to be able to respond.
Yeah,
I'm missing something here. This is called civil discourse, guys.
Yeah, it's called being a wanker. He's asking me if he can respond when he's not listening to what I'm saying because he's talking through the top of it, and he hasn't heard the end of it.
Damn, would you
but
just get
he's
on
still
with
doing
it
it now. My objection's not going to get heard because he's literally doing what you've just described, Adam, right through the top of me. Yeah, it's the behaviour of a wanker. I mean, that's not like an insult. It is just a fact. That's what wankers do. Yeah, and maybe ask if they can respond before I've got to the end of my statement.
Wanker.
It
Yeah, that's
is
what it is.
wankerish behaviour. It's very bad. Like I say, you have to now question the genuineness of this person.
Yeah, but he's not the principal. The principal was the guy that stated about the excess, and if he could send the data to Brian so he would accept it. That's not left lane's the one. That's not left lane, but he's the one interrupting Nathan. That's what I'm saying.
Fair enough.
Yeah, could I answer now?
We already covered it. No. You see, that's a question. No. You see, you've asked a question, and now I'm answering. But obviously, him asking a question isn't my time to respond. It's his time to talk straight through the answer that he's asked. Can you respond? No, you see, the problem is with you now responding through me answering you, being a wanker as always, is that, and I've got to just close the line. I've got no choice as a host because I'm seeming like the unreasonable person here. I'm not. This arsehole wanker's just talking straight through the top of me. He asked me if it was reasonable to give a response, and I'm going to calmly tell my audience, as he tries to rumpus me with the line closed, that no, it's not reasonable. We've taken apart what the other guy said at its roots, with spherical excess, and rinsing and repeat it's not going to be tolerable. No, it's not fair that you go and respond again to the same thing when we've taken it apart 4 times. No, definitely not reasonable. Definitely not reasonable to respond through the top of me saying no, but it's going to happen because we're dealing with wankers. And when I'm still in the same breath and he's talking through the top of me and I have to close the line so I don't seem like the unreasonable prick he's being, as I have to raise my voice because I'm not at the end of my statement yet. But he's going to ask maybe if he can respond to it before I've ended it. No, it's not reasonable that you respond with the same. There he is again. Yeah. Maybe I'll be told off for being able to control this nonsense that's going on constantly through the top of anything I say. Yeah? Maybe in my own show I shouldn't be able to shut that line down and stop it happening to me incessantly after the 6th attempt of answering his question that he put to me and now won't let me answer. No, it's not reasonable for you to go through the same crap for a 5th time. That's definitely not reasonable. That's what you asked me. You haven't listened to the answer. You haven't allowed the answer to come. You've rumpused me continually because you're a wanker.
SE or Jeremy or someone, please.
Can I'm gonna say a thing. Is it reasonable though for us to allow things that are not allowed to repeatedly happen when this leaves tomorrow? I'm now gonna have to hold everybody to a different account today that's been going down for the last 6.5 hours. So I think we need to realize that we need to hold everybody to the same thing.
Yeah, Stacey, please, because Left Lane's been trying to
Left Lane's been trying to reply to the question that was being posed, and yeah, Left Lane has been trying to get in, but he doesn't get in. I would love to hear Left Lane's fucking response, but he's not getting a chance.
wasn't the
so.
principal.
When he speaks in the middle of Nathan's,
Nobody's listening to you,
Why
QE.
should Left Lane get in? Why don't we have Mary Poppet get in?
Nathan, give me a second. The problem is that Nathan trying to get in the middle of Nathan's.
This is what when Nathan responds.
I'm not even letting me speak, and I'm modding.
All right, my bad.
I need to let everybody finish, so nobody has to repeat their answer. So please let Nathan finish. After he finish, then you can get in, Left Lane.
I agree with that.
All right, now I don't care what your problem is. That's what I said. That's it. So let Nathan finish, and that's it.
I have no problem with letting Nathan.
He's not going to. He's going to start his. That's where he's going to start his nonsense waffle again. Yeah, you've asked him to do something. He's going to completely fundamentally disobey you, Bookvin.
Well, unfortunately, he got muted just for that. So you continue, Nathan. Finish your sentence without interruptions, so you can actually.
Fine. I'll yield to
QE. Respond.
Go ahead, QE.
My question to you is: it was the other gentleman, not Left Lane, that restated his claim again. I don't know his name. I can't see inside here. He was the guy that said that he was doing his surveying and was getting his GPS data, and he was getting spherical excess. Last thing he said was, I'm going to send this data to you, Brian. Would you accept it? And we were talking with him, right? All of a sudden, Left Lane jumps in and wants to be heard. He's not the principal. It was the other guy. You follow that?
Okay, I thought the principal was Left Lane. I wasn't paying attention to that.
Nah, he just inserted himself in the conversation to slow it down, drag it down. This Duncan Earth guy, someone served and muted him now. Go ahead, Duncan.
All right, he's unmuted. So are you going to finish your statement so then Duncan can respond?
Yeah, we already dealt with the spherical excess. You're taking the measurement from a flat Earth and plonking it on a sphere and then claiming there's too much excess when you plonk that onto a sphere.
Yeah, that was like in the morning where we dealt with that.
There is no plunking it on anything. You take the measurements and the
That'd
numbers
be
are
Left Lane
there.
responding
you don't,
to
you don't plunk them.
You interrupting him. You interrupting him.
You mute Left Lane, please.
Exactly.
It was quiet for a second.
But nobody was talking to
That's
you.
because I want before everyone's done talking before I speak.
This is an open forum, though. Duncan did not respond to your rebuttal, so.
Yeah, but it seems to me that Left Lane is jumping in when he knows that Duncan is supposed to talk. And I find it pretty strange that he's doing that, and that Duncan is quite happy about that, because when I'm supposed to talk, I don't want someone else speaking for me. Now, Duncan says he's a surveyor, but he's not licensed. I don't know what that means.
All right, okay, Left Lane, give me a second, Left Lane. Give me a second, Left Lane. Give me a second, Left Lane. Give me a second, people. Left Lane, are you going to respond? I mean, Duncan, are you going to respond to Nathan?
So what part would you like me to respond to?
Nathan?
Responding regurgitation?
What part would you like me to respond to?
The fact that the excess
The responding regurgitation of your previously debunked claim?
Yeah,
so the reason why
we said about that claim earlier.
Okay, so
Brian, it doesn't. Somebody already answered Duncan, and he's about to answer. It doesn't need you to add anything else. You gonna respond?
I don't know. Can I respond?
The floor is yours.
So the reason why I brought up that point again was because someone said the GPS would work on the flat and the global Earth. So I said that's why I brought it up again, because I said, well, if I give you this data, will you accept that it shows spherical excess? That's why I brought up that point again.
It doesn't show it, but it does. But spherical excess is purely mathematical. We went through that earlier. You didn't address our rebuttal to that. You just completely ignore that. What I was speaking about is how GPS actually finds the receiver. That's what I was speaking about.
And when I tried to go into the details of that,
like that what you said about the spherical excess was clearly addressed.
I don't think it was.
Right, well, you measure it
That's
flat.
my-
It was addressed.
You measure it flat,
I'll
then...
go through it again if you need me to.
Yeah, go
And
ahead,
you can
Brian.
go
Yes, please. I was
Yeah.
about to. Go ahead.
Yeah, from a mountaintop, for instance, between three mountains, they will create a triangle. So mountain A, B, and C, right? They'll use trigonometry, right, to decipher, right? They'll have certain known distances and an angle and that, and they'll use trigonometry to decipher the third distance or whatever. And they will then have another triangle off of that one, and then another one, and another one, and another one. Each one of those triangles could be over a big surface area. Mathematically, when those triangles, now trigonometry means they're using trigonometry, so they're going to have to use 180 degrees, right? When they mathematically place those measured triangles, they had to assume a horizontal baseline. That means mean sea level has to be a horizontal baseline for those triangles. When they mathematically place them onto the convex surface of the globe, which is what you're talking about right there with this GPS data, it automatically creates more area within those three lines than is actually in there. So what spherical excess is an excess amount of area that doesn't actually exist, and it's purely mathematical. Now that's that addressed, clearly addressed. My third point today addressing that.
I disagree with your assessment.
Well, it doesn't matter what you disagree with; it's a fact. This is not my assessment. I'd say it again. My mother's partner is a retired geodetic surveyor. He retired in 1994 after almost 4 decades. That was pre-GPS. He had to measure everything using triangles, trigonometry, to create maps. That's
Can
what
I make
he
a
did.
statement? Can I make a statement?
No, leave
without
Duncan
interruption.
address that. We don't need you.
Would it not be more appropriate for that
it's a
Duncan guy,
discussion.
the guy that's just been held to
it's a
task and is on the
discussion.
chopping block?
It's
No.
a
You
discussion.
asked if
It's
you
just a
could. I'm
discussion.
saying no. What part
You're
no
not the
don't you get?
boss,
You
Nathan.
asked. No is the answer.
No, you're not the boss, Nathan.
Yeah, I am.
Well, you have to let.
Yeah, I'm asking
you
the
have to
guy
let-
who was addressed. It's the same objection that QE made earlier. He's not the principal. He's not been addressed. Brian's just annihilated the guy with the same thing we've had 3 times. And yet again, left lane's jumping in. No, the guy's gone on mute.
Very simple
Why
statement.
can't he respond to the thing that he's just had put to him by Brian? Why does White Knight left lane have to jump in?
All right, left lane. I make a list. So left lane. Let me make a list. So, Duncan needs to respond. Well, if he wants to respond to what Brian just said, after that, then you can have your statement.
Thank you.
All right, Duncan.
Total coward.
Everyone be
abject
quiet.
coward.
Everybody be quiet. Shut up. Duncan.
Duncan did got cut off, like he was out of the live stream. So
that's no
he
problem.
just came
Right,
back.
that's all right. No worries. Brian can reiterate the question. Now he's here and listening while everyone else shuts up.
No, I've got a statement.
Or
to
we
make.
could
I'm
just
next,
mute
I
this
think.
asshole, this wanker, the guy that keeps interrupting and disturbing the flow and not letting the opponent, the guy that's having it addressed and has just apparently disappeared and come back. Brian can reiterate his point to him. The White Knight can be muted.
No, I would like to
and
make
this
my
guy can
statement.
answer the question
Dude,
without this
Leslie, shut
constant
up,
wanker
dude.
interrupting me. Can you just serve and mute the guy that's constantly interrupting the flow of this discussion between Brian and
Or give me
Duncan?
one second.
Please.
Talk.
I beg
Flame,
of the
could you
mods
just get
to
on
do
mute?
their freaking
Do not
job.
unmute you.
Just mute him.
Duncan, give me 1 second, Nathan. Duncan, are you gonna respond to what Brian just said? When you said you disagree?
That's not a rebuttal, by the way.
Oh, sorry. I missed the part. If Brian can do a recap, I'd appreciate it.
No
'Cause
worries.
I was as noted.
No problem.
I'm being patient.
Just left lane's going to constantly destroy this discussion, right? Go ahead, Brian. You can reiterate it as I take control because I am in charge. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay. Where spherical excess comes from is purely spherical excess itself is purely mathematical. excuse me, because what the surveyor does, the geodetic surveyor, is they will measure triangles between three mountains, right? So they'll measure a triangle between A, B, and C, between B, C, and A, between C, A, and B, right? They'll do it three ways, and they'll also build triangles off of that triangle. But each one of those triangles could be taking up a very large area. It doesn't really matter how large the area is, but often they will because it's geodetic and it's from mountains to mountain, right? What they'll do then is mathematically, when they place those actual triangles, because they make these measurements using trigonometry, which means they're using 180 degrees. What they will do then is place those triangles onto the convex, mathematically place them onto the convex surface of a globe. What that does is it creates a greater amount of angle. It's not 180 degrees within those three lines anymore. It's now more than 180 degrees. And because it's convex, the straight lines are now bowed outward. So you create a spherical excess. That's an excess amount of area within those three straight lines that didn't exist originally within the measurement. It's purely mathematical. And where I'm getting that from is not just me. As I've said, this must be my fifth point today. My mother's partner is a retired geodetic surveyor. He retired in 1994, just as GPS was coming in. So he did everything through measurement. Never relied on GPS because it wasn't there. Everything was through measurement and everything was through trigonometry. He created maps and different things like that. So he had to use trigonometry all the time. He had to use 180 degrees. He can do all of that in his head, no bother. If you ask him to do trigonometry and create a triangle between three mountains and use more than 180 degrees, he can't do it. So spherical excess is purely mathematical. It is not measured in reality. Now, what you're talking about when it comes to GPS, these points, whatever, yeah, because of placing 3 points, right, onto the convex surface of the globe, that is creating a mathematical spherical excess in between those 3 points. So you telling me I have the data doesn't mean anything, because I know what happens with the measurement. The data you're talking about is after the measurement and it's mathematical. Now, there you go.
Okay. I heard what you said. So if I have 3 points and they're all at the same elevation and you connect them, would you agree that you can measure the angle?
Using a triangle.
Yeah. Would you agree that you can measure the angle?
You would be measuring 180, you'd be using 180 degrees then, yes?
No, you're adding up. So like you determine the angle.
You're not
from
using 180 degrees. It's yes or no?
You're
if you're using a triangle, you'll be using 180 degrees.
You're not listening to me.
I've asked you a straight question. And I said, are you going to be using 180 degrees? And you said no.
What do you mean? Am I using 100? I'm actually measuring the angles in real time. I'm not coming up with the determination that these angles are 180 degrees and making it.
Well, it's not a triangle then. You won't be measuring a triangle then.
Can you define a triangle for everyone, please?
Simple stuff.
Yeah, sure. You want me to define a triangle? A triangle is a two-dimensional shape of 3 lines where they intersect, and their angles equal 180 degrees. A two-dimensional object.
There you go.
So we all agree the Earth. Even you would agree that the Earth is not a two-dimensional object.
It's not the point. The point is that you're talking about spherical excess, and you said now going to start telling me about measuring 3 points. So you're going to measure 3 different points. I asked you, are you going to use triangles? You said, yeah. I said, will you be using 180 degrees then? You said, no. So how can you be using triangles? How can you measure between these three points, measure angles between these 3 points, and it not be a triangle? Are you going to measure an angle from 1 point, an angle from a second point, and an angle from a third point? Because that doesn't make it. That's three angles. It doesn't mean it's a triangle.
So I'll explain it to you. So when I use my GPS system, it gives me a northern and an eastern computation, right? It tells me like, the north, your east is. Now I have those coordinates. I have and elevation, and now I have 3 sets of coordinates.
XYZ. Yes, XYZ.
Sure, X, Y, Z.
That's a flat Earth.
And then when I graph them, physically graph them using those coordinates, I am able to calculate the angles. So you can call it, like, I don't want to say X, Y, and Z because those are the sides of the triangle. So we can call it
you won't be
angle
measuring
A, B, and C. When I add up A, B, and C, they equal greater than 180 degrees. And I'm not, I'm just adding.
That's exactly what I said.
There it is.
Hang on, Neil, please. That's exactly what I said. I said, are you going to be doing one angle from one place, another angle from another place, another angle from another place? What you're doing is you're measuring 3 different angles from 3 different locations, and you're trying to add them up and call them a triangle. That is not a triangle. The triangle in surveying is measured from one location.
Okay.
You don't. What you're talking about is measuring 3 separate angles and adding them together and saying it's more than 180 degrees. That's what you're talking about.
Saying, oh, it's okay. I understand you don't understand what I'm saying. It's okay.
No, I do understand it. I understand it implicitly. I implicitly understand exactly what you're doing. Right? What you're talking about is measuring 3 separate angles from 3 separate locations and trying to call that a triangle. No, the triangle is measured from one location. What you're trying to do is somehow switch as well from XYZ coordinates to somehow switch. I don't know what you're trying to do, but basically the whole point of what you're trying to do is claim that because you're getting more than 180 degrees when you measure 3 separate triangles, that means it's a triangle. I can measure 3 separate triangles in my sitting room here. They don't even have to be in the same directions or anything, and it could be more than 180 degrees. Is that a spherical triangle?
There's no such thing as a spherical triangle.
I know there is, but this is what he's trying to. This is the problem. I don't really believe that he is a surveyor, because what he just spoke about there is not done in surveying.
Yeah,
They
he
don't just
demonstrated
measure
that.
three separate angles and then add it all together. They don't do that.
Can I ask him a question?
Yeah.
He said
Hold
3
on,
points
in
with
all
the same
fairness,
elevation.
Hold on, bro.
George.
Please. Yeah, can we please let Left Lane say what he's got to say? I feel the need, like this is an open server. Just let him get it out. Give him a minute, and then we can continue. Is that okay, guys?
When the guy, the opponent's just given a hand wave dismissal to everything Brian said, that it's reasonable to move on.
No, yeah, but Left Lane did.
Did SE not just fucking say what Left Lane must do? Did you not fucking listen to SE, dude? Let fucking SE say.
Yeah, I did
Fuck
listen,
you, buddy.
and I objected. Like, I'm in control.
Oh, Jesus, but you object to everything, yeah, because you're fucking in control of everything.
Yeah, I am, yeah. That's correct. Yeah, I'll take charge of this show that I'm producing, and if the server dislikes it, then I'll raise my objections to the server moderators. But I'm in charge, yeah. You don't have to fucking like it. You don't have to fucking swear at me, and I will do as I fucking please. Okay? Dickhead?
All right, Nathan, the Left Lane's not here, so that's he. So it would be a problem.
Well, we can just continue with the conversation that was trying to be taken off the rails by Left Lane continually. Oh, that's wonderful. Maybe the guy who's had the hand wave dismissal give to Brian something better than a hand wave dismissal before we move on. That'd be great. Or not. Or we could sit in silence and listen to the stony silence he's actually got to respond to what Brian said when he describes angle measurements. That's 2 straight lines, not angles that come from curves. On curved surfaces, that's not where they're being measured, they're being calculated thereafter. He's had it 5 times. Maybe at the conclusion point, we could hear what he's got to say, because he's just given us a hand wave so far. Is that cool by the moderation team? For fuck's sake. So, what's your response, given that angles can only be measured when they're straight lines? They're not measured off curved surfaces to add up to more than 180 degrees, and what you have taken is 3 different triangles and the angles of one of each, and said that they don't add up to 180 degrees when you describe them as curve angles.
Not 3 different triangles. That's not what I said.
He said 3 separate angles, which is I knew exactly what he was saying. 3 separate angles. So he's measuring an angle in one location, an angle in another location, and an angle in another location, and then adding up those angles and saying it comes to more than 180 degrees. It's a globe. No, that's not what happens in surveying. They measure a triangle from one position.
Neil, can you quit the colour commentary, Neil?
That's a 2015
Neil,
claim.
I don't care. Shut up in the middle of his bloody statement. Now I've got to have Brian repeat it. Just quit the colour commentary. No more. Yeah, right on. Oh, 2015. Don't want to hear it. Shut up. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I say it again. What Duncan has just described is measuring an angle from position A, an angle from position B, and an angle from position C, and then adding up adding up those triangles and saying because it goes to 100 more than 180 degrees, that means that it's a triangle that's curved, a curved triangle, and there's spherical excess. No, that's not what happens in surveying. They measure triangles from one location. They might measure three triangles from all 3 points, but each one is a triangle from that location. So I don't really believe you're a surveyor, Duncan, to be quite honest with you. Because what you just said there, what doesn't happen in surveying.
Now can I say something?
No, Duncan can. Why are you bloody getting the subtle hint it isn't?
Again, that's
I'm
not
sorry,
what I
I
said.
thought he was done.
Maybe keep talking as Duncan responds.
Do you want to know which instruments I use? Do you want to test me to see if I actually know stuff about surveying? You can.
I want to see how you're coming up with a triangle more than 180 degrees. That's what I want to see, because that's what you're claiming.
So do you want me to send you data?
No, I don't care about data. I don't care about data. I want to hear about
You don't care about data.
what instruments you're using and what you're doing.
He's responding. He's told you what he doesn't want to hear. Now he's responding to you, Duncan. Duncan, do you want to listen to what he's got to say? Try again, Brian.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not interested in data. I'm interested in hearing what instrument you're using and exactly what the process is you're actually going through.
I'm using
because if it's
an SP80, Spectra Geospatial SP80 antenna.
Right, so you won't be measuring any of this then.
Am I walking, you said?
No, you won't be measuring any of this. You're talking about a receiver.
I won't be measuring
You're talking about
any of
receiving
what?
GPS. What you're trying to do is talk about receiving GPS. That is not measuring.
You asked
that is
me
not
about
measuring.
the type of receiver. You asked me what I'm using.
No, I asked you
told
what
the equipment.
instrumentation you're using and how you're measuring this. About how you're measuring your claimed spherical triangle. And you keep telling me about your receiver. That's not a measurement.
It's an instrumentation. It is an instrument.
It's not
I'm sorry you
a
don't
measurement.
understand that.
You're not using a theodolite to measure angles, which what you should be doing, measuring triangles. With a
I also
theodolite,
use
that's what you
those.
should be doing, or a
Hold
total
on, Brian.
station.
Stop, Brian. Stop. Stop a second, Brian. He's suggesting that when you said, Duncan, that you were measuring angles, what you using was in reference to that which you suggested with the angles that you were talking about. What do you measure those with?
Well, just to add clarity to why Brian's a little
What do you mean?
aghast is what he's
I can plot
suggesting is using a mobile phone on a stick. Right. So as opposed to surveying, if you go around with a GPS transmitter on a stick, that's the modern way of doing it. Aligning with the predetermined grid system. You're no longer surveying the Earth. You're using a device to align with the pre-existing system. Now, that existing system is flat. But when you go back to the office and you look at it all, and all the points are transposed on to a globular grid system, then you can generate a thing called spherical excess. But what he's just showed is he's using a mobile phone on a stick, not what surveyors do.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll notice there's no rebuttal there. Neil, you'll notice there is no rebuttal there because that is exactly correct what I've just described, guys. So the guy that's talking about his surveying, he's got a mobile phone on a stick, which aligns to a computer system that tells him when he's wandered around with his mobile phone on a stick for a bit, where he's been. And when he then looks at where he's been, as it's plotted on a ball, he can then draw lines on his ball and go, oh, spherical excess.
Exactly.
This SB80 is a GNSS receiver, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Not a phone on a stick.
So you're not surveying with it then?
Okay.
Same thing as a phone on a stick.
What do you mean, okay? Is that a no? No, I'm not doing what I've lent credence to with suggestions of utilizing this tool for measurement. It's receiving signals based on a grid system that's measured off a flat Earth.
Okay, I'm not going to be baited into your
Dude, let me give you a disclaimer just for a second. It's not quite a mobile phone on the stick. It does do SMS and email messaging and obviously GPS, but you can't actually take a telephone call on it. No, just for clarity.
Just emailing.
SMS and email, and obviously all the surveying that you're doing with it. It's not got a lens, by the way, but you can't take a phone call either.
Does it just reference latitude and longitude with the transverse Mercator projection in the GPS system then?
That's all it's doing. It's just referencing the universal transverse Mercator, which is an XY grid based off of latitude and longitude that's placed on a globe. But that latitude and longitude was measured originally on a flat plane. And they just took all the southern points of the longitude lines and made a globe out of it. Met them together and made a globe out of it. It's total nonsense. Yeah, I don't believe, Duncan, I don't believe you're a surveyor at all.
But the principle used in this system is just making reference to the origins of the flat Earth measurement that gives you latitude and longitude with the Sun and Polaris. So, in essence, the end result, the transverse Mercator, has its origins in flat Earth measurements, as we originally asserted then. This spherical excess nonsense, when you take the data and plop it back on a sphere and say, hey, look, it doesn't work. There's excess. Well, yeah, but the system that's actually helping you find your way around the ground is a flat system. It's a transverse Mercator. That's flat. And the measurements that gave you the grid, distorted though they were when they were put on a ball, then in a cylinder, then rolled out flat, were also measured on a flat Earth. You appreciate that, right, Duncan? I'm glad we got to the bottom of this exceptionally good flat Earth proving tool, this GNSS receiver SP80. Wonderful. It uses a transverse Mercator and the grid came from a flat Earth measurement. Isn't that wonderful? This proves a flat Earth. Cool. Very cool.
Yeah, especially because you can't get latitude.
It takes a flat. Yeah, everything it does is flat. Now, once it's done all that, yeah, when you then look at it on a computer screen, it displays it to you strapped on a ball. And if you then look at it strapped on a ball and measure the angles when it's strapped on a ball, as it's displayed it to you like that, because that's how it's been told to display it to you, not how it deals with the data. Oh no, yeah. But as it displays it, then you can create spherical excess.
I mean, it doesn't work. Excess, like too much, not working then.
Yes, not working.
It's not a real world thing.
I mean, we don't have too much land when we navigate around on the land, but when we plop that land onto the ball, having navigated it and measured it in flat and developed systems of flat territories and grids, when we plop it on a ball, we've got excess. It don't work.
No, they're just referencing the ECEF system. Remember the Earth Center, Earth Fixed system, where they're just taking angles from the center of our globe to points on the surface of their globe. But the original measurements start out with using a flat plane. Yeah, but a lot of surveying stuff starts out with what they call, really ridiculous, local vertical and local horizontal, and then they convert it. They convert those to universal transverse Mercator, like WGS80 type coordinates. And then it's, they're basically taken from the center, after that, from the center of their globe, at the points on the surface. But
are you talking about Hell's angles?
Yeah, he's talking about the equatorial plane angles in Hell. I had it up for the majority of this discussion, actually, as one of the slides. But yes, that's exactly what he's talking about.
To generate Hell's angles, what do you need to reference the angle to? Well, even if you take it to the center of Earth, flat plane still, don't you? Oh, ouch.
And they can't, the proof that it all comes from a flat plane is not only that the measurements require a flat plane, but they must claim that their horizon is refracted. And you can't get your latitude off a refracted horizon.
Oh, boy.
The position's the position on the ground, isn't it?
Yeah, latitude and longitude is the coordinates on the surface of Earth, not on the surface of refraction. Sorry.
Correct.
I didn't hear Cartesian coordinate system brought up.
Well, it was XYZ. Yeah. When Eastings and Northings, that's XYZ. That's Cartesian.
Can you ask him what a Cartesian coordinate system is, please?
Flat Earth system.
Can you? No. The other guy.
Duncan, can you define the XYZ known as Cartesian grid system?
He's not in the chat.
Shocking. So much more easy with a white knight beside you.
So now if I say something, will I get, I want to hear from Duncan?
No, you're gonna have to wait until Left Lane gets his out first. He was before you.
No, that's perfectly reasonable. Very good.
Left Lane, you wanted to make your comment or you wanted to make your statement?
No, I'm good.
After all that, damn.
Yeah, there was no crescendos in this fight.
Neil, the floor's all yours.
Nathan deserves a good laugh now.
Neil, yeah, the mic's all yours.
That's a
you think that's
2015
funny.
argument.
The reason I don't is because I'm not engaging with the biased dishonesty.
And literally he gives the mic up, says he's got nothing to say on it. We hand the mic to Neil and he instantly rumpuses him. That is absolutely priceless.
They were in the middle of something, having a one-on-one. So, I mean, you did have to wait until they were done. And now they're done. You could definitely say your piece. If you don't want to say your piece, it's fine. You don't have to have another comment into the.
The
All right.
distraction attempt is over. There's nothing to do.
All right.
No.
Neil, please. It's your turn, Neil.
Again, Neil.
That's a 2015 argument.
I love the way you keep saying it. It's like half an hour ago.
He was told he couldn't. He's been sitting on that for ages.
The argument.
I love you, Neil.
We just acknowledge Neil.
Hey,
Yes, Neil.
One, George.
It isn't a 2015.
Well, no, that's what they tried to bring me back to the ball with, that they don't add up to 180, and that was in 2015.
It doesn't matter when it was. It was the fact that when you finally got the floor to say it, they rumpushed you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Go on, Left Lane. You obviously do have stuff to say on this.
It works, right?
I think George wanted to.
Because left lane should have changed lanes.
Hold on,
right?
Key.
It works.
Hold on, Key.
That's left lane's argument. It works, right? It works. Yes.
Go on, George.
Well, the guy brought up on his argument that it has 3 points of the same altitude. How does he establish that?
With a flat
altitude
plane.
from what?
Flat plane.
So these 3 points are sharing the same baseline then?
Yes, they are.
Yes.
So I cannot say the word. It's silly to assert sphericity after that.
Yeah, the moment you've established and measured Earth as a flat plane, then to assert that it's a sphere based on calculations thereafter is absolutely absurd. That's correct. Yes. They're going to need
It has to be on a flat plane.
You do. That's how it's measured.
I'd just point out, though, if you walk around sending you a surveyor with a mobile phone on the stick and then look at the data readout on a computer screen, you can convince yourself that the Earth's a ball.
Who gets props for this? Who was it that took him to the instrumentation so I could just Google it and ridicule him? Who deserves the props for that? Who did that?
Brian.
High five.
No, don't worry.
2 weeks ago.
He did it 2 weeks ago.
It was me that spotted he said it and called it a mobile phone on a stick, but Brian got in there to the fundamentals of what was supporting his claim, which was a mobile phone on a stick.
You can't take credit for that. I'd Googled it too and had it on screen in front of me and I was thinking of how I could describe it.
I said it for 2 seconds before you.
You did. You beat me by about 2 seconds. But only because of Brian. The real hero here is Brian.
No, Brian got him to have to admit what was backing all this nonsense up. Like I say, fundamentally, what backs it up is what the computer screen tells him it's real, not what he could measure in the wheel, because he stopped doing that, remember? He's not a surveyor like Brian's father-in-law, yeah? No, he's not one of those. He walks around with a GPS device on a stick, and then he looks at a computer screen to tell him that he's got spherical excess.
Right. But make no mistake, because Brian, I want to labour this point because you were saying it all the way through, Brian, because he's like, you just don't understand. And Brian's like, no, the reason I'm leading you the way I am is because I do understand. When you start talking about subpoints, I know to call bullshit. I know how it does work. This is how it works. I'll say it 6 times. I'll say it till I'm blue in the face until you run away and all the white knights have been dispensed with. Doesn't matter if it takes 3 hours. We don't train to time. But ultimately, Brian got him there with a very specific understanding of this subject, far better than probably most of us, even on the panel. So much so, he could lead him, and then me and Adam can jump on it and ridicule him for it, for his phone on a stick. Excellent.
Well, at least we had Danny 57 popping in several times.
You get props too, George.
The thing about it is when someone claims that they're measuring a triangle with more than 180 degrees, you know they're not measuring anything.
Exactly.
You don't have to have any great information. It's that simple, you know.
Yep. That's why I asked him to define what a triangle was.
He has to throw in the 180 at the end.
I greased the skids for you, Brian. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, but how come a 2D geometrical shape has spherical, 3D excess?
Yeah, good point. But that was his defense, like it was an argument. Well, it's just 2-dimensional. It's just a 2-dimensional triangle. That was his defense, like it is a defense when he's trying to claim spherical excess. Good point.
Yep.
Which is Brian's point, really. That's what they're measuring. When you take it away from the process that's in the computer says spherical excess. That's what this boils down to. When you know the process, then that's a much more powerful tool that Brian wielded.
You can overlay the modern GPS maps with the old triangulation of India maps, where they took the angles from one point, and moved and built another triangle from the next point, not build a triangle from 3 points. They overlay perfectly to this day still with all the maps. Yeah, they're perfect, done on the ground. There's no excess there. There's mitigation.
There is when it's projected like this on screen, just so that the audience knows, because we've talked about it for so many hours now. So what's on screen is the point that the angle is going to be described from, and that, although it's not in this diagram, is with respect to a horizontal plane of reference that extends out infinitely, making the globe in this diagram merely the protractor. But when you make the protractor that you've measured the angle with the surface, you end up with curve angles, as described in this picture. Sorry, Adam, I just wanted to drop that in while you were describing it.
Yeah, the excess is not there. Like I said, it was there, it's mapped, it's perfect, the maps work. Mitigation occurs later on, which doesn't really change things. It's very interesting if you look at the triangulation of India. But fundamentally, when you do it on the ground and when you match it to the GPS now, it matches perfectly. Okay. And they built triangles, all of them being triangles with 180 degrees in them. Not, oh, wow, we've gone this distance on this side length and there's going to be this much excess. Let's change the angle. Let's tweak that angle a bit because we know what the R value is. Yeah. So we have to change it because we know there's R. No, they didn't do that. But they built something that's accurate exactly with 180 degree triangles. And as I said, there is only triangles with 180 degrees. There aren't any other type. You can try and mug people off by placing 3 points on a spherical surface. Yeah. And show that the commensurate great circle routes at point of intersection don't generate 180 degrees. It's not a triangle. And it's certainly not a proof of anything when you took that triangle measurements, those real triangle measurements from a flat plane before you strapped them and remeasured them on a ball.
And showed how wrong it is.
If anyone wants to go to my channel, I have a video that I put out in recent months. I've done a few different videos on spherical triangles and different things like that, but I call it spherical excess equals no or something like that. But what you will notice is in the comments, all the borders, and there's a good few of them in there, they all thought that when surveyors measure a triangle, they measure 3 separate angles from 3 separate locations, then add up their measurements. They didn't realize that surveyors measure a triangle from just one of the 3 points. Doesn't matter, they might do it from all 3 points, but each triangle is measured from that single point. So they don't realize that no surveyor does that. No one, that's why I call out that guy as not being a surveyor. Well, part of the reason is because what he just spoke about there, surveyors don't do. But if you go and measure 3 separate angles, you can definitely end up with more than 180 degrees, especially if you want to end up with more than 180 degrees. But you can't do that if you're measuring an actual angle. We have known distances in an angle, within 3 points, and you're calculating for the third distance or whatever. You can't use more than 180 degrees because you don't have a baseline. What baseline do spherical triangles have? They don't have any. There's no baseline. They can't be used. They're unusable in reality.
Perfect. That can be my opportunity to round out. I think it might be. With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to today's G Plus and Earth Awakening's Discord panel for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video. For all my bravado of being in charge and such like, we were actually guests in Earth Awakenings. Please, can we say a big, massive thank you to them, please? Thank you.
Thank you, guys. That was brilliant.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
We're never guests, Nathan.